Installers make it easy and worry-free, no matter the season. Don't wait. Book your estimate today at 3treeroofing.com. Mention this ad and get $500 off your roof replacement. 3Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
HIMS.com/JOY.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
Get in the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Eward and Mike Salk.
Yep, good morning. Hi, everybody. Brock and Salk Show, Seattle Sports 710, seattlesports.com, Seattle Sports app, all the podcast platforms, everywhere. All of them. You know it. You know which one you like to use. Maybe it's Spotify. I barely mentioned Spotify in a while. You can always find us there and download the podcast and listen to us a little later if that's your preference. And we're certainly happy to have you there, or YouTube or Apple Podcasts, or, you know, one of the others that I'm not really nearly as familiar with. So thanks. Thanks for finding us and time shifting the show. Speaking, I don't want to make a time-shifting segue, but good morning.
You were going to say, speaking of time shifting.
Speaking of shifting time, let's go back in time. No, I don't know. I didn't really have much. You want to start with a stat today? It's always fun to start with a stat. I had a good one the other day, right, from Luke Arkins on the Mariners. I thought that one was cool and not, unfortunately, a good thing, but showing just how much this ballpark helped pitching, and maybe was one of the reasons why it's been challenging for them to try to deal one of their pitchers, that maybe the rest of the league thinks their pitchers are benefiting greatly from being in T-Mobile Park and don't have quite as much value as we seem to think they do. It's interesting, and thank you to Luke for that. He sent that to me directly. This one was available to everybody, to the general public, from our friend Hawk Blogger, who tweeted this last night. Just 5, he says, just 5 of the top 23 pass catchers are still alive in the playoffs. Just 1 of the top 14. Are you sure you want to spend $30 million plus on that position? I mean, people seem to be speaking my language these days more. I don't know what's going on. First,
I don't know
it was
if I like that.
Well,
no, I'm just kidding.
First, it was okay. Thank you. First, it was Jordan Babineau, and now apparently it's Brian Hawkblogger. 5 of the top 23 pass catchers, just 1 of the top 14. Care to guess who the 1 is of the top 14 who's still alive in the playoffs? If you think about it for a second, you'll probably get it. Amon-Ra St. Brown. Amon-Ra St. Brown is number 5. Everyone else out. Jamar Chase out. Justin Jefferson out. It's Brian Thomas Jr. in Jacksonville out. Drake London out. Then you got Amon-Ra St. Brown. And then Jerry Jeudy and Mike Neighbors and CeeDee Lamb and Brock Bowers and Ladd McConkey, Trey McBride, Jackson Smith and Jigba, George Kittle, and Garrett Wilson Jr. All of them are out.
Some of that's tough, though, because if Justin Jefferson didn't have Sam Darnold throwing to him, would he still be in?
Some of it's totally tough. Absolutely agreed. The point, I think, is that is not a position that is likely to dictate how far you go in the playoffs. That's the point. Yes, of course. I mean, look, this is sort of picked and choosed, so to speak. Picked and chosen, right? I mean, yes, a bunch of these guys are tight ends. So, do you not want George Kittle or somebody like that? Yeah, no, I think I still would. Is it okay to draft a Malik Neighbors? Yeah, of course, Mike Neighbors. Malik Neighbors? Yes, of course. But the point here is that position isn't likely to guarantee you going too deep in the playoffs, nor is it even really equated to it very well. The only guy in the top 14 is Amon-Ra St. Brown, and his team is built almost exclusively on running the darn ball. Offensively, they're built on their offensive line and what they do running the ball with their 2 running backs. Yeah, they spent some money on him, and their other wide receivers are good too. I'm not saying that wide receivers are irrelevant, but this is the argument I've been making for quite some time. and why I'm not interested in paying DK Metcalf big money and why I would have traded him last offseason when I think his value was at its peak. Especially when you then start to bring in a lot of the comments we're hearing recently about how DK has settled into being more of a number 2 receiver. That's a big difference, right? You want to spend that kind of money on any receiver, let alone one that may not be even a top receiver. No one seems to have DK in the top 10. No one seems to have him. He's certainly not in this list. Jackson Smith-Njigba is the only one that is. And here's Derek Clausen from The Athletic, who joined, I think, Bump and Stacy yesterday.
He is a unique threat in terms of his speed and his size, but he also doesn't play to it. You know, he is not a guy who I think does very well when you press him. I think when he has to make contested catches, he doesn't really play up to his size. At the same time, it's pretty obvious how teams treat him in terms of coverage and gravity when he is on the field, because of how fast and explosive he is. And I do think having a player like that next to JSN, he can be explosive, but he's more of a guy who wants to feast kind of over the middle in those intermediate ranges. It helps to have a guy like DK Metcalf who can take the top off. So I don't know if they necessarily need to be 100% married to the idea of keeping him, but if they move on from him, they're going to need to find another replacement who is similarly explosive.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think I agree with all of that. Text message says, here comes the DK sales pitch. Okay, Mike, let's entertain. What do we get if we trade him? You want it. Explain what we're getting back. $30 million. That's what you're getting back. I don't know what you get back. I don't know what the market is right now for DK. I think it would have been better a year ago, although Brock pointed out yesterday that there aren't as many great wide receivers in this draft or available in free agency. So maybe you can find a team that's a little wide receiver desperate and thinks something like DK is going to push them over the top, and that's your opportunity. That would be great. Would I love to get a first-round pick? Yes. Would I do it for less? Yes, because it's not just about the pick. It's about the cap space and the savings and the fact that I don't think you're going to spend $30 million plus on him. And I don't think you want an unhappy DK Metcalf here playing in the last year of his deal. That doesn't feel like a good idea to me. And I'm going to guess that's not something Mike McDonald's particularly interested in either. That feels like the type of thing that tears teams apart. So if you're not going to re-sign him at the end of next year and you don't really want to have him play out the final year of his deal, what do? I mean, you could cut him if you want, but I would think trading him would at least bring you something back. What if it's a second and a fourth? I would do that.
Cutting him would seem to continue a trend that I feel like the Seahawks have had, where they hang on to guys until they don't get anything for them.
Yeah. and I think that's pretty commonplace in the NFL because not like
they've had so much talent come in and out the doors over the last decade or so, and really there haven't been any, except for Russell Wilson, that they got a big return for. Mm-hmm. And some of them, they definitely
they let them go
were
too long.
On their last legs.
They let them go too long. Maura, you're right, and I know where your influence comes from on that. Having watched Belichick for 20 years in New England, every time it looked like somebody was getting near the end, or often even before it looked to the rest of the world like someone was getting to the end, he got value back for that person and moved on and found someone younger and found someone at many times better. And that's how you sustain a dominant legacy and a dominant franchise as long as he did. Yeah. So, look, I know a lot of people that don't love this take and get mad about it and think that it's because you hate the player. I mean, it couldn't be more wrong. And if you go back to kind of where Maura and I are talking about, like, look, I thought Richard Seymour was one of my favorite players when he was on the Patriots in the early 2000s. One of my favorites. Traded to the Raiders for a ton of value.
That still
good.
Had Pro Bowl seasons.
Absolutely.
Like he wasn't. It's not saying that he's not good anymore, but you get something for him while he still is.
Yeah.
And I mean, also to what we were just talking about, I was looking up the Eagles because they're a team that's still in the playoffs. That maybe they're not on that list that Hawkblogger put out, but you still got A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith there that are similar to numbers that Jackson Smith-Njigba and DK put up this year. Obviously, they're in the playoffs, and it's not bad to have a duo like that.
It's not bad to have good. It's not bad to have good wide receivers. It's not bad to have good players at any position.
Well, what I was going to say is, but would you argue that Saquon Barkley's been more important to what they've done this year?
And
so
their defense
the Seahawks could spend their money on building that line and getting a run game and get a young receiver or a free agent receiver.
Yeah, I think that it just doesn't correlate. It doesn't mean that it's not good to have wide receivers. It would be. It's great to have good wide receivers. It's great to have good guards. It's great to have good tackles. It's great to have good corners. It's great. Who doesn't want good players? It's a matter of where you're going to spend your resources in order to have the greatest correlation between where those players play and going deep into the playoffs. I think that's the point. And we've talked through this a million times before. And certainly, the Chiefs trading away Tyreek Hill, etc. Like, we've seen it work. So I'll maintain what I said yesterday, kind of building off of listening to Jordan Babineau, which is that it's hard for me to imagine that both Geno Smith and DK Metcalf are going to be back this season. Maybe one is gone. Maybe both are gone, although that feels like a lot. But it's hard for me to imagine that both guys are going to come back next year and that they're going to eat up $70 million or so of cap space. Just doesn't sound right. Like, say that out loud. Hard to imagine, especially given where the team has been. So we'll see. We'll see where this where this goes now in the next couple of weeks, the next month or so. But it's just something's brewing. It feels like this is an offseason where things are starting to brew, and there's a bunch of options ahead of John Schneider and the Seahawks. All right, we're going to go around the station. There's some really good stuff coming up in 20 minutes. The Mariners have made a move. I am curious what percentage of our audience has heard of the newest Mariner. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Blue 88 on Brock and Salk.
You got to see some of the best, Brock, up front on defense this week.
Every day at 7:45.
How does Leonard Williams match up or stack up against those guys?
Yeah, none of them had the season statistically that Leonard Williams had. None of them did. None of them had the pressures. None of them had the tackles for loss. None of them had the sacks, the tackles, all of it, let alone a pick six that totally flipped a game and really helped them win that game in New York as well. None of them did.
Blue 88, answering 3 football questions as only Brock Heward can.
When might you be buzzed? When you suddenly love everything.
You guys, I love this song. I love these nachos. I love our kickball league. Ugh! I love this guy. What's your name? You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I love your car. Is this real leather?
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
Now at Staples. Find hot deals on HP, America's most trusted printer brand. Whether you need to print invoices or eye-catching presentations, HP delivers with exceptional speed, reliability, and vibrant color. And with HP, replenishing ink is simple. Find HP ink cartridges in-store at Staples or subscribe to HP Instant Ink and never worry about running out. And right now with home and office hot deals at Staples, you can save up to $150 on select HP printers through February 1st.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Collectors, Front Row Car Show is returning to Tacoma. Join us at the Greater Tacoma Convention Center on January 18th and 19th.
Baseball, football, basketball, and hockey cards.
Plus collectibles such as Pokemon, Marvel, Star Wars, and comic books.
SGC, Beckett, CBCS, and JSA will be there.
So bring your cards, comics, and autographs to sell, trade, or get them graded. Hundreds of vendors, thousands of dollars in free prizes. Don't miss it. Front Row Card Show, Greater Tacoma Convention Center, Saturday and Sunday, January 18th and 19th, 11 to 5. For more info, go to frontrowcardshow.com.
That's frontrowcardshow.com.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply. The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text STAY to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text STAY to 42424. That's STAY to 42424. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, accurate auto body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, accurate auto body.
In between storms, have Asset Roofing inspect your roof just to make sure everything is okay up there. It's Bob Stelton here for Asset Roofing. It's a quick appointment that will most likely give you peace of mind and save you thousands of dollars later. Remember, you're either hiring a liability or you're hiring an asset. Head to AssetRoofingCo.com. That's AssetRoofingCo.com.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing, excellence is on the house.
Are you tired of having your money locked up in an annuity for 5 to 7 years? A CD that is only paying 4 to 5%? Or how about that underperforming IRA that you've lost track of? Hi, I'm Scott Rureka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. Our Legacy Northwest Fund is a 9% fixed income fund that only requires a 2-year commitment. And we are now opening our flagship fund to new investors. Legacy's Northwest Fund has had excellent performance with 0 investor losses for 16 straight years. I challenge you to find a better fixed income opportunity in the marketplace today. Come join the over 1,000 local investors with over $200 million invested.
Legacy's Northwest Fund is now open to new investors and paying 9%. Invest smart, invest local, invest with Legacy Group Capital. Visit LegacyG.com. LegacyG.com. Legacy's Northwest Fund is available to accredited investors only and paying 9% APR. Terms and conditions at LegacyG.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Vikings may have surprised the league this year, but the Rams were sure ready for them in the playoffs last night. They did it really on both sides of the ball. Defensively, the pass rush, 9 sacks of Sam Darnold, who just couldn't see it at all. The offensive line couldn't defend it. And then Darnold did what Darnold does. He puts the ball on the ground.
Darnold balls out. Picked up by Verse. Off to the races. And gone for the touchdown.
Yeah, Jared Verse also pretty good. Darnold's a pick. I said all the sacks. When the game was still in doubt, he looked completely lost, inaccurate, unable to make a decision. I know he rallied a little bit later, but scoring 9 points in a playoff game is almost never going to get it done, especially in a dome like that. Offensively, Rams were good too, especially considering the strength of that Minnesota D. They passed it well, and then late in the game, they were really just running out the clock and did a pretty good job of that. So, L.A. will go to Philly. Detroit hosts Washington, and the second round of the playoffs are set to go next weekend.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, we got Mariner action. Not going to blow you away, but they did sign an actual free agent bat. It's infielder Donovan Solano. The good news, he can hit. He can. He generally has a high average, been over 280 most years, been over 300 a couple of seasons, especially effective against left-handed pitching, which I think would help in a platoon with Luke Fraley, right? Won the Silver Slugger in 2020. Of course, that was at second base, so a little different from doing it at first, but he does have some level of positional flexibility. He's played all around the infield, though not as much as he used to and not particularly well. He's really not a defensive player. He's also cheap. He's only going to cost you about $3.5 million for 1 year. You may not know the name, but he has had some level of success against the Mariners.
Comes home on 3-1. Swinging a line drive down the left field line. Fair ball by a couple of inches. Crawford comes down the line and scores easily. Yastrzemski hits the bag at third. Throw comes in from Fraley. Play at the plate, not in time. Headlong slide from Yastrzemski. And Donovan Solano picks up his third hit tonight and puts the Giants in front 5-3.
Yeah, that's back in the Jake Fraley years, so 2021. But 3-hit night for Solano against the Mariners. He can hit. The downside, he has almost no power. He's 37 years old, and I know, Lyle, you said he might play all over the infield. He's not a defensive player at second or third, that's for sure. And if he is at first, does that likely block them from doing much else there? Forget about Pete Alonso. Forget about Anthony Santander. Not that those things were ever going to happen anyway. What he is a cheaper discount Luis Ariz. That's a name that's probably a lot more familiar. Guy who's led the league in hitting, plays first base, but not particularly well. He's a discount, cheaper version of Luis Ariz, who's also 37 years old. So he's not like going to run anywhere. He's not going to play any defense. Not that Ariz does those things either. There's nothing wrong with that. And if you were a team like the Padres, guys like this are pretty useful. But as a Mariner team looking to still build its core, hard to see how this is going to be a major piece in doing that. It also comes on a day where we learned for sure the Japanese star pitcher Roki Sasaki is not coming to Seattle. His list of 3 teams includes only the Dodgers, Padres, and Blue Jays. Still think he's going to San Diego. But if he does, how about this deal? You trade Luis Castillo for Bo Bichette?
1 year of Bichette?
You got to look to sign him afterwards. I'll throw it out there. Think about it. You don't have to answer now. I don't know who says no. Blue Jays or Mariners, Luis Castillo for Bo Bichette.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
A little craziness in Dallas. Mike McCarthy's out, and he's already interviewing in Chicago, so we'll see if he gets a gig right away. Maybe more intriguing, though, is the first name out there to replace him, Deion Sanders. Coach Prime reportedly met with Jerry Jones about the gig. Talks were ongoing. I don't know. They both kind of talked about it today, so we'll see whether or not there's any real truth to this. But if he does, the Cowboys are going to trade for Shador? Do they even have, the resources in the draft to do that? What does that mean for Dak? I don't know. Seems like there's a lot of hoops to jump through in order to make that happen. Kraken are out on the road. They're, 3 games into this road trip and not playing particularly well. I thought this piece of sound here from Elliot Friedman, Hockey Night in Canada, was very interesting.
The team's CEO, Todd Lywicki, made a bit of a surprise trip to Buffalo today. He was at the game, and people started to wonder what exactly is up here. His presence was noted. It's not normal for him to be on the road, but he was at that game today as the Kraken rallied from down 2-0 to beat the Sabres 6-2.
I mean, I'm glad he saw that one. I don't know whether he saw the next one as well, where they just got blown out in Detroit. There's a little bit of rumbling, I think, about Ron Francis and whether or not he's the right guy. I have to say this very carefully because my wife, growing up a Hartford Whalers fan, would pretty well get rid of me tomorrow in favor of Ron Francis if she could. Hall of Fame player with the Hartford Whalers. When the Whalers left Hartford, she became a Penguins fan just because of Ron Francis going to Pittsburgh. So I got to be super careful. It's hard to look at what's happened so far in Seattle in the Ron Francis era, which comprises all of the time the Kraken have been a franchise, and say it's been particularly successful.
Yeah.
You're on your second coach, still not particularly working. There's not a tremendous amount of talent. There doesn't seem to be a real cohesive plan for what the group is supposed to look like, nor for what you're trying to do in free agency and in the draft and what your plan is to acquire marquee talent. Without marquee talent, it's difficult to really sell this city on this game. and it's going to be hard to truly compete in the conference and division you're in. So why was he on the road? I don't know. But it sounds like Elliot Friedman's antenna were definitely up, and I'm sure he's not the only one. That is everything you need to know. Quarter past every hour in the Brock and Salk Show. By the way, the sport is just so freaking fun. I did play a little bit yesterday. It was awesome. Met a buddy of mine over at the Kraken Ice Complex for a drop-in stick and puck thing. So like 6 of us on the ice, and just kind of worked on some skating, worked on some shooting, worked on some passing. I got a long way to go before I can even play in like a bad adult league game. But it's super fun. I mean, it really is. It's so hard. It's kind of like golf. You were comparing it earlier, Lyle, and I think the similarity is it's really hard to just master all these different parts of what you're doing, especially if you didn't grow up doing it. Like, I can skate okay, I can stick handle okay, but doing them together, my God. And I still can't stop.
I've always been amazed by it.
I can't get my body to listen to my brain when it says just turn your skates and stop. I just can't. My body just
crashing
won't.
into walls.
I mean, you can sort of like slow yourself down and stop, but like the actual hockey stop where you just like turn your skates and spray ice and stop. I just can't make my mind commit. Like my body won't agree when my mind says do this. My body's just like, no, you're going to get hurt. And so it won't follow. Anyway. All right. I got a bunch of stuff that I want to get to here. There's tons of good sound from Bump, Stacy, Wyman and Bob, Jim Bowden, who was on the Bump and Stacy, I think, yesterday, who said something that I'm really having a hard time agreeing with, which is probably not a huge surprise. Stick around. We'll run through a lot of this next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
How would you feel about an NFL playoff format where you are not guaranteed home field advantage by being a divisional winner? Instead, home field advantage goes to those top 4 teams in win percentage.
I'm with this, man. Reward your work during the regular season. I also understand why the owners wouldn't want to make this shit because you're a division champion. You feel like you have a privilege and you should be in a better situation than some other peasant who went 12-5 and didn't win their division. When in actuality, they're the better team.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law. I'm a 5th-generation Pacific Northwesterner, graduated from UW and Seattle U School of Law. At Warrior Injury Law, we have years of experience in the trenches, fighting insurance companies for the people of Washington, my people. If you've been injured, you need a lawyer that is tough, confident, and battle-tested. Call us at 253-WARRIOR for your free case review. Warrior Injury Law, battle-tested.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
Now at Staples, find hot deals on HP, America's most trusted printer brand. Whether you need to print invoices or eye-catching presentations, HP delivers with exceptional speed, reliability, and vibrant color. And with HP, replenishing ink is simple. Find HP ink cartridges in-store at Staples or subscribe to HP Instant Ink and never worry about running out. And right now with home and office hot deals at Staples, you can save up to $150 on select HP printers through February 1st.
Now's the time to shop limited-time doorbuster deals during Pro Savings Days at Lowe's. Save $50 on a Little Giant King Combo 6-foot ladder. Was $199, now $149. Plus, save $100 on a DeWalt XR 20-volt Power Stack 5-amp-hour battery. Was $199, now $99. Get these can't-miss deals now before they're gone. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Doorbusters valid 1/13 through 1/15. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you get coverage options based on how much you want to pay for car insurance. And then you decide how to spend the rest of your money because you're in charge. Today, you're going to pay down your credit card bill. But you decide when you'll pay it. Before the due date, so those interest charges don't get you. But you decide if you pay it in full. But you definitely should, because again, interest charges. With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, we'll help you find coverage at a fair price. And then you're in charge. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Now's the time to shop limited time doorbuster deals during Pro Savings Days at Lowe's. Save $50 on a Little Giant King Combo 6-foot ladder. Was $199, now $149. Plus, save $100 on a DeWalt XR 20-volt Power Stack 5 amp-hour battery. Was $199, now $99. Get these can't-miss deals now before they're gone. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Doorbusters valid 113 through 115. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
Breast cancer is a tough battle for anyone to fight, but without support, it can be devastating. I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda with Northwest Hope and Healing. We provide a lifeline to breast and gynecologic cancer patients in our community. Help us make a difference by joining us at Cork, Fork, and Support, an afternoon of wine tasting and community on February the 1st at the Hollywood Schoolhouse in Woodinville. Get your tickets now for February the 1st. Go to nwhopeandhealing.org to learn more. That's nwhopeandhealing.org.
4 down territory, going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bumpin' Stacy.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man, high five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Woo, up top, bike shop. Yeah.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Messethorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years.
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo.
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five.
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
I was having trouble getting up and down my stairs at home. And I thought, well, this isn't going to work because how am I going to go to Utah and do some hiking?
When Judy came to Sound Pain Solutions, her knee pain was preventing her from enjoying an active lifestyle. She was diagnosed with osteoarthritis. She tried numerous treatments and was told she should have surgery. I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. We were able to get Judy back to hiking with our comprehensive, non-surgical, and drug-free treatment.
I think that the Trigenics that they do along with the adjustment, the pressure wave, and the PRP are the best options for joint pain. And I would really recommend it to anybody who is suffering from joint pain and would like to avoid surgery.
Schedule a free consultation to learn if you qualify for our safe, drug-free, non-surgical treatment by calling Sound Pain Solutions or visiting soundpainsolutions.com.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Salk, hockey stops are like trying not to catch yourself when falling forward. Yeah, I think that's right. You just have to trust that it's going to work. I don't see how I could possibly do that. I'm really trying though. I really would like to learn how to do it. And even in full pads, your brain is just like, yeah, no, don't do this, body. That's not going to be a good idea. All right, outside of hockey, man. By the way, before we dig into all these, Moore was just spitting a couple of Kraken stats. You realize that Morgan Geekie, who was like a fourth line nobody while he was here, shipped out, ended up going to Boston for nothing, has more goals than Matty Beniers this year and nearly as many points despite playing fewer games and in fewer meaningful situations. Beniers, a first-line center playing on the power play, etc. He's got, 3 more points than Morgan Geekie and 2 or 3 fewer goals? Whew. I mean, some of these numbers are starting to be truly damning. Ryan Donato, another fourth-line guy while he was here, 13 goals compared to Beniers' 8. Look, I don't mean to make this about Matty Beniers, but those numbers, when you hear them, just for comparison's sake, tough. And that's why I'm not that surprised to hear Elliot Friedman wondering why Todd Lewicki is out on that road trip, trying to figure out whether or not Ron France is going to be here long term. And Lyle, what you said in the break, I'll repeat as well. Last year they cleaned out all the coaches in town. The GMs then become automatically in the limelight. So, hey, Ron Francis, hey, John Schneider, hey, Jerry DiPoto and Justin Hollander. Once you move on from the guy below you and it doesn't work, everyone's eyes tilt upwards a couple of feet, and now they're all looking at you. Now, I'm not saying it hasn't worked anywhere. I mean, look, the Seahawks just won 10 games. I don't think I know we've seen some people saying John Schneider should be on the hot seat. I'm not sure I'm seeing that the way some are. But, you watch that game last night and you see Jared Verse, and not that Byron Murphy was bad this year, but not Jared Verse, right? What are you going to do to get to that next level? What are you going to do to get that franchise quarterback? Wyman and Bob were discussing it yesterday through the guise of those rookies that the Seahawks had this season.
Who had a better rookie year than him, would you say?
Than Barner?
President of this group. I guess you could say Byron Murphy, but Tyrese Knight. Tyrese Knight had
Tyrese Knight, I would say, is more impactful than any other rookie they had.
Yeah. I don't know. You look at A.J. Barner's numbers and the, as far as his catches and the targets and also his blocking. Man, I mean, he really got it down. He had a couple blocks. One of them on the backside of a long run by Charbonnet. It was probably 12 or 13 yards, but that was long for us. But, yeah, I mean, he knows exactly when to let a guy go. I mean, he just was such a pro. But, yeah, I mean, Murphy, I don't think anybody ever complained about him. I don't think he had any problems. I never saw him get, just blown off the line of scrimmage or anything. But, yeah, you didn't see a whole lot of production from him. And, it's difficult when you miss a few games, especially your rookie year, that, it kind of interrupts the flow. And I think it was early on. Like, he missed the Detroit. He was one of the 5 guys that we were missing on our defense in Detroit. Yeah, missed 3 games there. That kind of screwed him up a little bit. But, it's just not a position of production. But you can kind of tell those are rookie numbers, right?
Right.
12 solo tackles. I mean, even the run-of-the-mill defensive tackles will get, 3, 2, 3, 4 sacks. So at that position.
Yeah, that's not exactly a ringing endorsement from Dave on Byron Murphy. It's not a killing him either. Let's be clear.
He went on to talk about the jump you can sometimes have in the second year.
And look, he looks like a good player. These things are so hard to have conversations with any level of subtlety on players and deciding who's better, who's worse, who had a good year, who had a bad year. I would say Byron Murphy was okay. He was okay.
Yeah.
He's a good player. He helped them win. He took on double teams. He did the kind of things you need to do when you play that position. And hopefully he was learning a lot from guys like Jaron Reed and Leonard Williams and the other dudes who were better than he was this year up front in the defensive line. Good. That's good. Jared Verse is out there wrecking games, right? That's what Jared Verse has done this year. Has Byron Murphy, the 16th pick in the draft, been better than Braden Fisk was this year? 2nd-round pick, playing defensive line for the Rams? I don't know. But the fact that I even have to ask that question certainly is problematic, right? So you got to get those things right. You got to get those things right. And that's why I think a few people are starting to ask some of those questions about Schneider. I don't think that's enough to really, make a seat warm or anything like that. The biggest thing John Schneider needed to do last year was hire a new coach. And he nailed it, at least as far as I can tell. There's nobody else who was hired this past offseason that I feel like is significantly better than Mike McDonald. Dan Quinn and Jim Harbaugh are both in the playoffs. You know how I feel about Harbaugh.
For as many mixed texts as we get throughout the day, I don't think we really had anyone mad about Mike McDonald.
No, I mean, I would be shocked if anyone was like, oh, this guy just didn't get it. His decision-making was excellent. He got the team to play hard every week. They weren't perfect, but I do think that there's still some talent gap on the team. But, geez, for a rookie year head coach, I thought he was pretty darn phenomenal. I was really impressed.
By the way, I just looked it up. Do you guess how many sacks Braden Fisk had this year?
7?
8.5.
Yeah.
and he had 20 solo tackles to the 12 they were talking about for Byron Murphy. I do think you have to give Byron Murphy the fact that, like Wyman said, he missed a few games. Braden Fisk played all of them. But also, there was growing pains even for veterans on this defense trying to learn Mike McDonald's defense. So when you're coming in as a rookie and you've got veterans around you who still don't have it down, that's a little different than playing for McVay, who's been established there.
Absolutely 100% willing to give him more time. But it's also fair to look at the two Rams rookies and say that both of them had better seasons than Byron Murphy did. Both those things can be true at the same time. And that's how I would phrase this one. Yes, those guys were better than him this year. He may still come around and be an excellent player. But right now, those two definitely had better seasons than he did and were both available after him in the first round and then in the second round to play the same position. What if you had done Jared Verse and Braden Fisk? How different would your season be? I don't know.
Well, don't you feel like the Seahawks needed interior linemen on defense more than they did an edge rusher?
I do, but I'm also told that you're not supposed to draft that way, that you're supposed to draft for talent, not for need. And if that's the case, and you know, look, saying, well, we've got this guy, so we're okay. Yeah, but Verse might be better than Boye Mafe. He might be better than Derek Hall. Mm-hmm. He might be better than Chenna Nwosu. He might be better than Dre Jones. In fact, the numbers would say that this year he was better than all four of those guys. So need? No, they didn't necessarily need it, but look what the Rams did. They were able to do it and still in the second round get a dude. You didn't have a second-round pick, so it's not like as simple as that. You got Leonard Williams for that, and I'd still rather have Leonard Williams than Braden Fisk, at least for right now. But the point is still valid, that there are other ways to do this, and they weren't able to do it this year. Let's see. Similarly, here's a little bit more from Wyman and Bob as they discuss something that I talk about quite a bit, and that is how you escape the middle in the NFL. How do you escape mediocrity?
Yeah, just think that's how some of the talent has arrived on these rosters, you know, with the Rams and the 49ers. They've gone through those years. Seahawks haven't done it. They've had some brilliant years, obviously, some great ones, and they've just kind of hovered around this 9, 10, 8-win team. They haven't gone full rebuild, if you will. They've tried to remain competitive while sort of reshuffling the deck. It's I don't know. I don't know what the right answer is. I know that a lot of people feel like the answer is what they haven't done yet, which is get rid of Geno, start over. If it means ripping the Band-Aid off and you're a 4-win team, so be it. But that, again, doesn't assure you of any. There are no guarantees with any of this. So
I can't imagine people would want to do that. I mean, like you said,
a lot.
Ripping the Band-Aid off, I don't know.
Well, Jordan, you brought up what he said. He's talked about it. Like, all right, no Geno, no DK, no Tyler.
Yeah.
Take these bold steps and basically redo it.
Yeah. I don't know, man. Babs is that was kind of interesting, and the main reason why, well, because he's big play Babs, but also he called it when I don't know if even maybe that talk had already started about Russ wanting to be traded, but the year that Russ got traded, the year before that, he was talking at the end of the year going, I don't think Russell Wilson's going to be here next year. And I was like, hey, these were just rumors, man. Let's not take this thing too seriously, and it happened.
He was right.
Yeah, well, we took it a little seriously that year, and I'm going to take Jordan Babineau seriously this year as well, because there's a lot of sense in looking at both of those options with DK Metcalf and with Geno Smith. One of the things I wanted to respond to there, though, is this idea of nothing is guaranteed. Brock said that a lot, too. Nothing's guaranteed if you rebuild. Very true. Absolutely 100% that is true. Nothing is guaranteed if you rebuild. Some teams are good at it. The Rams have been. The Niners have been. They've done it very quickly, and they've bounced right back to the top. Some teams are bad at it. The Jets have been trying to do it forever. The Browns have struggled with it forever. The Bears, the Giants have done, like, we know all the bad franchises in the NFL and the struggles that they've had trying to get beyond rebuilding, trying to get out of the cellar. So it's not like that is a perfect plan. But isn't there risk associated with staying in the middle? Why is it that only there is risk associated with going to the bottom? There's risk associated with staying in the middle. And that is that you continue to stay in the middle. Yeah, it's a happier place for, because you're going to win half your games. So you are marginally happier than you are when you're at the bottom and it doesn't work out. But it could last forever. And at the end of the day, at the end of the year, both teams are stuck looking at their season and going, man, that didn't work out. We lost our last game or didn't make the playoffs. And at least if you are in the category of teams that were near the bottom, at least now you're near the top of the draft and there's something to hope for and there's something exciting about your offseason. And here versus, okay, well, we didn't get where we needed to be and we got, what, the 18th pick in the draft? So I'm not saying that you automatically that rebuilding is the right thing. It might not be for this team. They might be close enough and ascending enough to get to the top quicker. But this idea that there's only risk associated with rebuilding or taking big swings, I just don't believe that. There's risk associated with staying in the middle and staying with the guys you have. And that is that you don't get any better because you don't really have much of an opportunity to. Moving along, here is Michael Bumpus. I want to make sure we get to some bumping Stacy as well. This is on, the offense and what you're looking for here, something we're going to talk about a lot, what you're looking for from the next offensive coordinator and whether or not they got to be able to run the damn ball.
The Commanders run it 33 times. Baltimore ran it 50 times. I swear to goodness, if they did not run that thing at least 35 times, I was going to be mad for Lamar and Derrick Henry. But there's no way you're going to have King Henry back there. You're not going to run the football. Josh Allen and them ran it 44 times. And this isn't a knock on Grubb. I still think that he didn't have the horses to do what some of these teams are doing. But I think maybe it's just the approach and the illusion of running the football is what Mike was looking for. The Hawks were 29th in the league when it comes to rushing attempts, 22.5. Below them, you got Vegas, Cincinnati, the Jets, no playoff teams. Above them, you got Cleveland, Carolina, Jacksonville, Giants, Dallas, Chicago. Finally, Houston is the first playoff team you're gonna see when it comes to rushing attempts at 22. This is just what it is. Time of possession is everything. If you have the football, you control the game. How do you do that? High percentage plays. The highest percentage play in football, and will always be, is the run. Because you can get just a slight crease and gain 3 to 4 yards, and 2nd and 7 and 2nd and 6 looks great. When you throw the football, a lot of things have to go right. So if I'm Mike McDonald, I'm looking at this, and I'm thinking to myself, I'm validated, even though he was already validated in his mind. There's no way he's not looking at data, situations, and making a educated decision to let Grubb go because of what he's seen and what he believes in. So, yeah, if I'm Mike McDonald, I'm looking at all these teams and how they ran that thing. Every team that won ran the ball at least 30 times. At least every 2 or 3 of the teams that lost ran it like 18 to 19 times. I mean, it's simple and it's bigger than just that, but that's a great place to start.
Well, and it's something that we've talked about for years. I mean, Brock has given those stats on the importance of running the ball in the playoffs like a million times, and the teams that do tend to win playoff games. You got to run the ball. Minnesota, we talked about this for last night. Minnesota couldn't run the ball. That's why I wasn't real big on the Vikings' possibilities for winning last night. They're not a good running team. They got a couple of great wide receivers. Their defense is really good, and if they were going to win, it was going to be because of that defense. And for the most part, that was true. I mean, when Van Ginkel made a couple big plays and, strip sack, et cetera, you got a chance. But when you can't run the ball and you can't dominate at the line of scrimmage, I think it's really hard to go deep into the playoffs. So, it's nice to see people coming back around to that right after the let Russ cook era and all that stuff. Man, it's fun to have guys that throw the ball over the yard. If you want to go deep in the playoffs, you still got to be able to run. You have to. You want to spend a couple minutes of baseball? That's a bunch of football talk. Mariners making the move yesterday and bring in Donovan Solano. Not a huge household name or anything like it, but kind of budget Luis Arias, I think is the best way to look at him. If you know the name Arias, who was with the Twins and then the Padres, and he was a name that came up a little bit. Could the Mariners trade for him this offseason? He is a lead the league in hitting kind of guy. Makes unbelievable contact with the baseball, right? That's about it. He doesn't really do much else. Not a lot of power. His on-base percentage is built mostly off of his ability to get hits. He doesn't run. He doesn't play defense. He's just a guy who hits for a high average. It's kind of what Donovan Solano is. It's not quite as high as Luis Arias, right? He's older, but he's cheaper. And he's going to fill, I would think, some of that veteran presence role, play some first base. This probably means that Justin Turner's not coming here. It probably means, not that it didn't already, that someone like Pete Alonso is not coming here. Someone like Anthony Santander doesn't really fit here. Maybe. I mean, look, it wouldn't take you out of a Bregman sweepstakes if you were ever in it, but I don't think they're ever in it. So that's sort of a moot point. So that's your deal yesterday with Donovan Solano. Jim Bowden was on the station, and he thinks the Mariners need 2 bats. Hard to disagree.
I think one big bat that can hit 30 to 40 homers and drive in 100 RBIs, take the pressure off of J-Rod, I think would make everyone around him better. Rosarena would be better. Raleigh would be better. I think one big bat. Would I like 2? Sure. Ideally, 2 would be better. But one can be a difference maker. And I think that's what I mean by being close, because the pitching's there.
Okay, so if you were to get that one big bat, let's say you were to now go sign Santander to be your DH. You do that and pair that with a Donovan Solano. Solano looks like a nice move. Seriously, it really does. If you're pairing Donovan Solano with Alex Bregman at third, or with Anthony Santander at DH, or Pete Alonso at DH, I know those things aren't perfect, but like that's a good move then. He's a good complementary piece who kind of rounds out Luke Raley at first base and hits for high average and plays a veteran presence. Like, those guys are useful. Should not be a dump on Solano Day. He's not a bad player. He's been a good player, actually, for quite some time. Good hitter, anyway. He's 37, so the fact that he's made it this long in the league means something. It's not an ascending player by any stretch. That's for damn sure. But, like, he's a legitimate major league bat. It's when you're asking him to be the thing that Jim Bowden just said, a difference maker in the middle of, well, he's not that. He's not even close to that. He's never been that. He's never going to be that. And if he's playing first base instead of second, that bat looks a whole lot weaker. You need to bring more production from somewhere else. So, yeah, for $3.5 million, Donovan Solano, yeah, okay, last year, I'll remind everybody, he signed a minor league deal. Maybe that was 2 years ago. But, like, you know, he's not exactly been like a premier kind of a player for any part of his career. If you're pairing him with something big, it's great. By itself, yeah, I got to wait and see what else you're planning to do, because I'm not sure I'm buying that. And I'm definitely not buying this idea from Jim Bowden.
You're in a situation right now with the 3 best offensive free agents left on the board, Pete Alonso, Alex Bregman, Anthony Santander, are all jobless right now. They haven't gotten the long-term deal they were hoping. Now we're hearing at least 2 of them are open to short-term deals with opt-outs. That means if the Mariners want to make a run at one of these 3 guys, they don't necessarily have to commit for 5, 6, 7 years. 3 years with an opt-out. Let them opt out after year 1. Try to win this year. Let them opt out. Yes, you have to give up draft picks. I get that. But you're this close.
That might be the most ridiculous thing I've heard in a while. Not because I think the Mariners wouldn't want to sign one of those guys. I think they would love to have one of those guys on their team. And would they take it for short money? Would that maybe open up the possibility? Yeah, it might. If you are Pete Alonso or Anthony Santander or Alex Bregman, and the market did not materialize for you the way you hoped that it would this year, and you're looking to take a shorter-term deal or something with opt-outs in order to make sure you get your value back up so that you can sign a longer-term deal next year or the year after, you're telling me that any of those 3 people or any of the thousands of players around Major League Baseball would, given other options, decide that hitting at T-Mobile Park for that year is the best way to bring their value back to where they want it to be? What? That's insane. I mean, that doesn't even make sense. That ignores arguably the biggest factor, along with money, in what makes the Mariners the Mariners. Would I like the idea of signing? Sure. I'd love an opt-out deal with Santander for the next few years. Let him opt out every season. If he loves it here, great. But he's not going to do that here, because the moment anyone else offers him that, he's like, well, I'll take that one. You think Bregman, after his years of hitting in Houston with the short porch and left, is like, oh, you know what I want to do? Go to T-Mobile. Hit in the worst hitting park factor in the league by a large margin. That'll get my value back to where I want it to be. for an organization that hasn't made the playoffs the last couple of years and has generally been disappointing and has a rookie manager that no one knows that much about? Come on. Jim, you're better than that. You've been a GM in this league, I think twice. You know that's not going to happen. I appreciate the idea, and for some teams, that's something you can try. That's not an option I believe is open to the Mariners. If you want Anthony Santander, you got to pay for him. You don't have the luxury of getting that short-term deal for him. You know who you could do that with? Robbie Ray a couple of years ago. Because if you pitch well here for a couple of years, you may be able to go somewhere else and make money off of it. Yeah, you could sign big money pitcher, give him an opt-out, and he says, yeah, I'll go rebuild my career here and take off and make the money somewhere else. Yeah, you could do that. Bregman, Santander, and Alonso, any of those guys are going to sign short-term here? Come on. You're better than that. Let's come right back with Brock. We both watched the game last night. Rams, Vikings. Two things really stand out as it pertains to the Seahawks, one for each team. That's next on Brock and Salk.
When you're running the hurry up and don't have time for your favorite Seattle sports shows, listen to the podcast on demand.
How about that? Unbelievable. Who would have thought?
Every hour, every interview, every look behind the scenes.
He is your new Seahawks head coach, Mike McDonald.
We want to play a certain way, and you're just going to chisel away at it every day.
Find us on seattlesports.com, the Seattle Sports app, or wherever you get podcasts.
All signs continue to point to it being the right hire.
Never miss a minute of Seattle sports, the home of the Seahawks.
I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law. I'm a fifth-generation Pacific Northwesterner, graduated from UW and Seattle U School of Law. At Warrior Injury Law, we have years of experience in the trenches, fighting insurance companies for the people of Washington, my people. Forward, if you've been injured, you need a lawyer that is tough, confident, and battle-tested. Call us at 253-WARRIOR for your free case review. Warrior Injury Law, battle-tested.
The Lee Johnson culture to me is empowering all of your employees to do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. You know, there are certain things that it doesn't matter what level of employment you are in our organization. If it's not the right thing or it doesn't feel right, they have the ability to take care of the customer and make the decision without asking a manager, without asking an owner. The end result is they can speak to the customer with more confidence. They're definitely more confident in what they're trying to provide the customer, what the customer is trying to accomplish, and just giving them a better experience.
His name is Justin Meek. He's the leader and caretaker of more than 300 full-time employees for the Lee Johnson Auto family. It's the united understanding among Lee Johnson employees that customers are the purpose of our day. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto.
Hey guys, ready to feel stronger, leaner, energetic, and more confident? For a limited time, Revive Men's Health offers 25% off TRT and ED bundles. Plus, get a free month of compounded semaglutide, a powerful proven weight loss medication with the same active drug as Ozempic. Terms and exclusions apply. Don't wait. This offer won't last.
Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Hey, diamond lovers. Shane Company knows fine jewelry. That means a lot when you're looking for a dream engagement ring, a beautiful keepsake, or the perfect gift. When it's this important, you want someone who knows exactly how to work with your budget, not against it. Someone who knows you deserve a piece more beautiful than you've ever imagined. Through 4 generations as a family business, we've always sourced our diamonds and gemstones directly, cut out the middleman, and passed the savings on to you. Come see us in store and compare our wide selection of diamonds, rubies, and a rainbow of sapphires in different shapes and sizes. So many in stock and ready to take home today. Create your dream engagement ring in 3 easy steps. Or pick a perfectly preset ring that's created by our in-house design team. Browse our selection of fine jewelry gifts for everyone in your life, from diamond and gemstone studs to must-have tennis bracelets and beautiful birthstone necklaces. With our everyday competitive prices and unmatched free lifetime warranty, Shane Company is your go-to destination for fine jewelry. Visit shaneco.com and come in to see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids.
KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get in the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Eward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Eward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Eward and Mike Salk.
All right, we continue on here, Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710 seattlesports.com. Brock, it was the finale of Super Wildcard Weekend last night, which was good. It was nice to have another football game on a Monday night.
It was.
Wasn't the greatest football game I've ever seen.
Not great.
Not the most
Scene was pretty good. Scene was a lot better than I thought it would be.
Yeah, so my buddy Joel was there. He lives in Scottsdale and was like, $60 tickets? Yeah, I'll go over. Took his kids, had decent seats at 25-yard line or so.
Watch an NFL playoff game with a lot of juice.
So I asked him about it. He said the crowd was pretty much split.
Yeah.
It was about 50-50. He said maybe slightly more Rams fans, but there were a lot of Vikings fans there, especially on the Vikings side of the field. And he said they did an awesome job of making it feel like a Rams game with their DJ and all this LA stuff, right? They had Exhibit performing at halftime, and they had, I think Warren G was there. Former Buckingham Brown and Nichols graduate Rachel Platten sang Fight Song, which was, I know, very exciting for everybody. So he said it was a great time.
It looked like it. It was a great time for the Rams, who could just continue to find ways to win when they play their people and played. It was a situation. It was interesting listening to the guys on the desk before the game, Ryan Clark and Scott Van Pelt and crew, even Aikman. Okay, this can go one of two ways. When you have this circumstance, this tragedy, this really hard time and distraction in your community, it can either, I think, fracture you, or truly it can bring you and your community together. And it sure felt like the latter.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it felt like these guys really, in listen to Stafford and listen to Cooper Kupp and listen to these veteran guys. If you have a young team that maybe hasn't been through it, maybe they're more easily distracted. When you got a bunch of veterans and that team's got some youth, but it's got some just sage old vets as well, you do use that to galvanize. And I thought they did last night.
They did. They also had, a couple of advantages. One is this Detroit Lions factor, right? Teams that play the Lions lose the next week. The Vikings have 4 losses this year. 2 to the Lions and 2 the week after.
Yep.
I mean, so that is telling. The other advantage they had is that Minnesota had Sam Darnold at quarterback, who's still not very good.
Yeah.
And that sound you may hear, that thud that sounds a lot like when Alan Rickman falls off the building at the end of Die Hard. Yeah, that sure sounded like Sam Darnold plummeting back down to earth yesterday. That's the guy we've seen forever with USC, with the Jets, confused, holding the ball, not anticipating, somewhat inaccurate, fumbling, of course, in big moments.
Yep.
That's Sam Darnold. Unfortunately, that's the guy that, was sort of lurking in there all along. I don't know how much Minnesota reacts to that game or maybe the last couple of games, but that whole...
Well, I think you do. I think you have to.
You have to. Right?
Especially when you take somebody in the top 10, yes. And you feel like you've got just a much younger, more dynamic guy. And remember, JJ was really young. He was not one of these Bo Nix, Michael Penix, 25 years old. He was there 3 years. And so he's got a lot of upside, a lot of speed to get out of some of the trouble. A lot of what you see everybody else other than really Matthew Stafford doing, using their legs in today's NFL to be a threat. And yeah, it is unbelievable as the ride was to be sitting there at, what were they, 14-2? 14-2 before the Detroit game, one of the best seasons in regular season history and the best in their history. And to sit there, or I guess second best behind the other Minnesota team that just lost to Atlanta in a just crushing divisional or championship playoff game. But yeah, you've got to turn the page to a younger J.J. McCarthy. Did you see what he tweeted, by the way?
No.
Oh,
JJ?
Yeah, JJ had kind of a unique tweet. It kind of had a BB&N ring to it.
Oh,
yeah. Let me see if I can find.
You'll have to tell me about that.
Yeah, I'll see if I can find.
But that's probably going to take option number 3 off the board, right? In terms of trading for JJ McCarthy, that's probably not going to happen, and it may very well affect people's view on option 2, looking for that, essentially rehabilitation quarterback and hoping you get the next Sam Darnold. Well, when you see what Sam Darnold was, it was all said and done. How appetizing is that really to bring in the next Sam Darnold or even this Sam Darnold?
Correct.
JJ posted amor fati, which in Latin means love of fate or love of one's fate.
What does that mean?
Don't know.
Love of fate.
He's got a love of fate.
He's got a love of fate.
He's a fatalist.
I guess so.
Okay.
After Sam struggles, the team loses. The love of fate. Like that was the fate?
I don't know.
Oh, please don't go Aaron Rodgers on me, JJ. Please.
Well, maybe it just means like,
please don't
fate's going to be what it's going to be. Like, it is what it is, essentially.
Please don't go crazy.
So that was sort of one big observation, I think, last night. The other for me is, as much as I appreciate, and you were bringing up all of the guys from the last couple Seattle draft classes, Brock, and they've done some really nice things. It's not what the Rams have done, right? Jared Verse and Braden Fisk and Kinchins, a couple of those other guys the year before. Like, those are A-plus draft classes that have built that team back into something almost immediately. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, and remember how badly, who did the Rams want on draft day? Remember all the videos and all the war room and the scene in the day? Do you remember who the Rams really wanted in this draft?
Was it Byron Murphy?
It was Byron Murphy.
Oh, well.
It was not even like a question. It was, can we find a way to do it? Can we trade up above the Seahawks? We know the Seahawks are going to get there, and they're working the phones.
Would they like to trade Jared Verse for him?
Yeah, Jared's pretty good.
Yeah, I think he's pretty good. I think it worked out okay for them.
He's pretty good.
Pretty good.
Yeah, this Byron Young guy has turned into a monster, and they have been able, Les Snead, who I always thought was kind of a character. He's kind of like a John Grisham character in a Southern novel. I always thought of him in that way, but he and McVay have kind of been what Pete and John were, especially early on, just really finding just gems and difference makers. And you thought maybe with Aaron Donald out the door that pass rush would finally slow down. And I got to tell you, too, man, I was having some real bad vibes last night. Because I don't know if I've ever expressed this to you. One of my big failures in broadcasting, probably one of my worst games, worst nights, was one of my biggest stages that I was on. And it was Ohio State, USC, Cotton Bowl. 2 big brands. Oh, my gosh, getting to do. Now, it wasn't my first January 1st game or whatever that we used to call them in the previous iteration of the end of college football season. But it was a big one. And Sam Darnold kept getting sacked. You remember that game? It was Bosa. It was Chase Young.
It's sort of hard to differentiate it between any other game that I've seen of Sam Darnold.
He got sacked like 11 times in that game. And at one point, I started to call him Sam Bradford, who was taking such a beating in his career. And my producer had to get in my ear, and Jimmy Z, he's like, hey, you just called him Sam Bradford.
Right.
Like, oh, crap. So then, I don't know, sack number 8. Guess what happened again? Oh, Bradford sacked again. Jimmy Z in my ear. Are you serious? So from that moment on, it was just Sam. Sam got sacked. Sam got sacked. Sam got sacked.
Smart.
And flashback to that last night because he was just under duress and
9
did
sacks.
not handle it very well.
9 sacks last night and a patented Sam Darnold fumble that Jarrett Verse returned for a touchdown. So
Sack fumble.
Yeah.
Ed Orgeron, sack fumble, Brian.
That sure was.
Sack fumble, Brian. That's what that sucker was. Yeah. So we were rooting for the Vikings. We're kind of hoping to stem.
Yeah, it didn't work.
Yeah, it didn't really work.
That didn't work. It didn't.
And now the Rams go to Detroit, and Detroit's got to be a little. I mean, they played Detroit to the wire earlier this year when Detroit was fully healthy, when they had everybody, and they played them very, very tough in that building.
Yeah, I think Detroit's also going to be looking at the middle of that game though, and really the last whole second half. Like, man, LA really struggled to move the ball. I mean, they had every opportunity to put that game away as their defense was just dominating, and they just couldn't really move the ball. They couldn't run it well enough. They ran the ball well, but not well enough to really, dominate that game. And so if I'm Detroit, I'm looking at it and going, yeah, Minnesota was not a good running team. We are. And the Rams offense, while good, doesn't have that, put you awake. I don't know. I'd still take Detroit, I think, pretty handily in that game against.
So what were we, 5-1?
5-1? I think we were.
5-1?
Not that I mean, you care about that a lot more than I do.
So it's all compete.
I don't compete about that. That's not something I'm interested in competing
What do you compete in life with right now? What do you compete
Not that.
What can you tell me something you compete? You got to always compete, Salk.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you spent 14 years with a guy.
You just interviewed for 2 jobs. I compete for, ratings and all the things we do at work.
His delayed gratification is a competition.
Yeah.
In some way.
I really don't care at all whether or not I did a good job picking games.
By the way,
You guys only got the Chargers wrong, right? And Lyle and I got the Chargers and the Vikings wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah. And by the way, the Rams play the Eagles, not Detroit. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm an idiot.
Dude.
So, yeah, I'm sorry.
Dude.
Yeah, the Rams. Yeah, that's right. I think the Rams go to play.
Why don't you compete at just trying to be right now and again on who's playing who instead of thank you. I appreciate that. I'll tell you what, maybe you're qualified to participate in Need to Know Next. Maybe not after screwing up something as severe as that. We'll see.
Idiot.
It's Brock and Salk. Seattle Sports. It's on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
Brian Walters is with us. How are you, man?
Weekdays 2 to 7.
For the next 3 years, I feel like I'm okay with Geno. What do you think?
I would be all on board with that. And so 1, he stays healthy. 2, he takes a beating. He sits in that pocket and he gets hit about every single pass play. And he gets up again and he's firing away. So Geno, to me, is a fantastic option to add back there.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, let's talk about crawl pros. This time of year, it was under 40 degrees this morning as I was driving to work. I'm not sure what it was like at your house, but if it starts feeling real drafty or you're noticing those utility bills really skyrocket, that could be because your attic or your crawl space aren't properly insulated. And that's what Crawl Pros does. They'll come out, they'll do a free corner-to-corner inspection of your whole crawl space and attic and see what's going on with your insulation. Make sure that there's nothing that's old or damaged or just not properly installed, and then they can fix it for you. Even better, you might not have to pay for it, or at least not very much of it, because utility companies have these big incentives to help. Puget Sound Energy, if you're a customer and your home was built before 1990, you could qualify to receive a rebate on up to 95% of the cost to properly insulate your crawl space and attic. Yep, 95%. Don't wait. Take advantage of these incredible rebates today. Call Crawl Pros. If you're worried about critters, mold, water damage, insulation issues, or anything else related to your crawl space or attic, schedule a free corner-to-corner inspection at crawlpros.com.
Tingling and numbness or burning pain in the feet or hands are warning signs of peripheral neuropathy. For years, Sound Pain Solutions has helped thousands using our innovative narcotic-free approach. Now we're excited to introduce our most powerful treatment yet. I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and functional neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. We've discovered a new bioelectrical treatment that produces remarkable results. Studies show 85% of neuropathy sufferers report a 50% reduction in pain. Our new therapy can reduce pain and regenerate damaged nerves. It's performed by medical providers and naturopathic physicians. It's a breakthrough treatment that has changed the lives of thousands who suffer from nerve pain. At Sound Pain Solutions, all our therapies are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, and narcotic-free. Learn if you qualify for our new neuropathy treatment. Schedule a free consultation by visiting soundpainsolutions.com. soundpainsolutions.com.
Jane Schwartz for Techline Roofing. For your best shot at a new roof, trust Techline. With the strongest warranty in the business, Techline Roofing has you covered. Trust the team I trust. Trust Techline Roofing.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it. Did you know that 1 in 4 people seeking treatment for ED are under 40? So you're not alone. And even better, HIMS can help. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. It all starts with an online intake form. From there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. Through hims.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Millions of men experience ED, but HIMS can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
I started Davis Law Group in 1994 to fight for the underdog. And as our team has grown, we've stayed true to that mission. Today, Davis Law Group is known for providing excellent service and even better results. Visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com to get your free book on car accident law.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
Does your yard need shade, privacy, or a little brightening up? Look no further than Big Trees. I'm Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. At our 30-acre location, there are thousands of trees to choose from and knowledgeable staff, including a board-certified master arborist, to help you find exactly what you're looking for. Visit the nursery and learn more about Big Trees at bigtreesupply.com.
You're free now. Free to fill your feed with impossibly chonky chonkers who chonk harder than you ever thought possible.
Cats, corgis, babies, baby penguins, baby pandas, chunky baby pandas.
Free to make your smart devices do silly things. Free to open a world of remote work and a portal into Gametopia.
Who's the boss now?
Free to be everything you imagine, and then some. That's how it feels to have Quantum Fiber Internet. Quantum Fiber, your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service in select locations only.
Collectors, Front Row Car Show is returning to Tacoma. Join us at the Greater Tacoma Convention Center on January 18th and 19th. Baseball, football, basketball, and hockey cards, plus collectibles such as Pokemon, Marvel, Star Wars, and comic books. SGC, Beckett, CBCS, and JSA will be there. So bring your cards, comics, and autographs to sell, trade, or get them graded. Hundreds of vendors, thousands of dollars in free prizes. Don't miss it. Front Row Card Show, Greater Tacoma Convention Center, Saturday and Sunday, January 18th and 19th, 11 to 5. For more info, go to frontrowcardshow.com. That's frontrowcardshow.com.
Start the year fresh with Washington Energy's New Year, New Home Sales event. Upgrade and save 15% on energy-efficient Bryant heating systems for your home. Keep cozy and safe this winter storm season with 15% off Honeywell whole home generators. Prepare for spring with 15% off beautiful Anderson windows and reliable Simonton doors. All on sale now for a limited time. It's the New Year, New Home Sales event with Washington Energy Services, bringing good energy to your home.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Vikings were a bit of a surprise team this year, but not for the Rams yesterday. They seemed to know exactly what was coming. They got after Sam Darnold, constantly 9 sacks in the game, and a lot of that was due to their great pressure, but also just watch Darnold. Doesn't it look like he doesn't anticipate? He just doesn't see it, and then even when he does, he's late on his throws and kind of behind the guy. I was very unimpressed, and Jared Verse and others made him pay.
Darnold balls out. Picked up by Verse. Off to the races. And gone for the touchdown.
Yeah, throw in dose of Cooper Kupp, a dose of Puka Nacua, a little bit of, running game, and it really wasn't that close.
Yeah. Yeah, Sam is one of the most visible sped-up QBs you could see. When he gets sped up, it's a problem, like a pitcher. When a pitcher just gets rattled and he gets run on and he just balks and he just, especially maybe not the major league level, it's hard to get to that point. But when you do watch youth baseball, high school baseball, you just see somebody where the game is just whizzing by and speeding by. And unfortunately for Sam, his final two were in that fashion, in that vein. And it cost him tens of millions of dollars. I mean, legitimately.
I would think so. I don't know how you could now go out there and spend big kind of max money on someone like that after watching what he did in his last two games.
And you know what? There has been so much talent and even more so coaching drain in L.A. They have ripped off just about every single branch of McVay's tree that you can rip off, including the guy across from him. And so many, and yet that dude is still the master. He's still the tree. You can have all the branches, but that dude is still the roots and still the tree. And he is one heck of a game plan.
All right, well, Rams now go to Philadelphia, Brock.
Thank you.
Detroit will host
you,
Washington.
Idiot.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
We got Mariner action, Brock. We've got some action.
Here's the 2-1 pitch. Swing and a line drive base hit into the gap at right center field. Over to third. Jones being waved in. Up with the ball is Hart. The throw to second. Cut off by Cano. 1 run scores. Around to third goes Echeverria. On Solano's 1-out RBI single, it's now the Mariners 2 and the Marlins 1.
Yeah, that's just a Donovan Solano highlight in our system from April 20th, 2014. It's been around a while.
Come again?
He's 37 years old. But Donovan Solano, a free agent bat, is coming to Seattle. There is some good news. He can hit. He's generally had a very high average. So for those of you who've wanted the bat-to-ball guy, he is that. He makes as much contact in the sweet spot of the bat as anyone in the game. He's hit over 280 almost every year, over 300 a bunch of times. He's especially effective against left-handed pitching, so you platoon him with Luke Raley, and there's something to it. Won a Silver Slugger award in 2020. Now, that was at second base, which is where he profiles a little bit better. Unfortunately, the position, the defense is not really there at second or third. And he's cheap. He only costs you $3.5 million. The other side of it, no power. 37 years old, probably means you're not going to do anything else at first base. So what you've got is a cheaper discount version of Luis Arias.
Lyle, you had one job, okay? You had one job, Lyle. That's to give us names that one day would be signed by the Mariners. And you rattle off all these trade names, and you rattle off all these free agents and all these guys.
And where was Solano?
I never saw his name on your list.
No. Disappointing, to say the least.
Lyle?
My bad, I guess.
I mean, Lyle?
Maybe I was trying to aim higher than this.
Lyle, you not see this one coming, Lyle?
I guess I could have seen it coming. I mean, he fills a role and does some things well. So maybe in hindsight, I should have thrown him out, yes.
I can already hear it. I can already hear it very, very clearly. You combine his numbers, Salk, with Rayleigh's numbers and his platoons and his split. Now, his WAR wasn't very good.
No.
Because he doesn't really contribute anything.
He doesn't play
that.
defense and he doesn't run.
Yeah.
But he hit, and he doesn't hit for any power. I mean, the projection is he would hit 6 home runs a year in T-Mobile. But he does hit. And I know that there's a lot of you out there who really, really value that. I'm not necessarily in that camp, but yeah, he's a decent complimentary piece. Does come in a day when we learn the Japanese star pitcher Roki Sasaki, though, is not coming here. His list of teams only includes the Dodgers, Padres, and Blue Jays.
Yikes.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Mike McCarthy's out in Dallas, Brock. Do you think that means that Deion is in? Are they going to hire Coach Prime? And if so, does that mean that they're going to trade up and get Shador? And then what happens to Dak? Could all those things happen?
They could.
They could?
They could.
Kind of weird, right?
Could be two old buddies just trying to leverage and
Could be.
use one another. Hey, Jerry, you know, I'm really intrigued by this. Let's make sure everybody knows
right,
that
I'm
you're
intrigued.
talking to me and I'm intrigued, so I can add, I don't know, 6 more years and $50 million.
Yeah,
on my deal here in Boulder. And, you know, why don't we let the world know that I'm also intrigued in that job to show that it is high profile.
I'm not going to spend much time on this
people
then.
do want.
All right. I'm out on this one then. Let me, this one's maybe a little bit more.
You're not out. How great would it be for the NFL?
Oh, it would be great, but I'm
Dallas?
out on spending a lot of time thinking about it
Okay.
if it's just a leverage deal. I don't know about this. This is Elliot Friedman, Brock, Hockey Night in Canada, who said this about where the Kraken are at right now.
The team CEO, Todd Lywicki, made a bit of a surprise trip to Buffalo today. He was at the game, and people started to wonder, what exactly is up here. His presence was noted. It's not normal for him to be on the road, but he was at that game today as the Kraken rallied from down 2-0 to beat the Sabres 6-2.
I don't know if he was also at the next game where they lost 6-2 in Detroit, but it does sound like things are kind of bubbling maybe around GM Ron Francis. Here's a little bit more from Elliot Friedman on his podcast.
You know, Ron Francis is a very careful, cautious guy. That's who he is. He doesn't act impulsively. And I think there are people in the organization who would like him to be a bit more like that, but that's just not who he is. And I think between all of these things, you know, they're probably going to have to sort out, you know, how they want to proceed.
He also mentioned that it might have been a little fracture about what to do with Hackstall, whether to hire Bilesma. I don't, you know, again, you were in the playoffs a couple of years ago. You've really taken major steps back in each of the last 2 years.
Yep.
You've yet to really grab a hold or do much of anything.
Yep.
You fired your coach. You know, you can start to see some of this writing, right?
Here's a couple things that you can just read, and I read from afar. Number one, organizations in hockey move, right? Coaches get fired. There are a lot of transactions of coaches over the last 12 months. And number two, this process feels a little broken because there's not a ton of talent. There's just not a ton of difference-making talent, which is in any of our sports that we love. Baseball, football,
unfortunately,
hockey.
Your difference-making talent either hasn't been there or has taken a step back. I mean, Matt Moore was pointing this out earlier.
7 goals. He's got 7 goals.
I think it's 8 after the other day.
No, did he have 8?
I think he's got 8. But like Ryan Donato has 13. Guy who was your fourth-line winger a few years ago. Morgan Geekie, former fourth-line winger for you also, who you couldn't wait to get rid of, has 12, 13. There's something going wrong, and at some point you're going to have to figure out how to fix it. That is everything you need to know. 1:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show.
Because I don't think Todd Leiweke, anywhere he has been, from Minnesota to Tampa Bay to the Seahawks, to like he does not sit pat.
He doesn't do mediocre.
He does not do mediocre. He spits lukewarm right out of his mouth.
As he should. Yeah. You can't handle mediocre. Nope. If you're mediocre, you got to find a way to get out of that, and it's not always an easy thing to do. All right, Brock, coming up next. I asked you this question last night. I'm excited to hear your answer. I tried to answer it myself, but
you did a good job. No, you did a good job.
Did I?
Yeah, you did a good job.
Okay.
Absolutely.
It's a pretty simple question, but it speaks to the most important, or one of the most important questions in front of the Seahawks right now. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
How would you feel about an NFL playoff format where you are not guaranteed home field advantage by being a divisional winner? Instead, home field advantage goes to those top 4 teams in win percentage.
I'm with this, man. Reward your work during the regular season. I also understand why the owners wouldn't want to make this shift because you're a division champion. You feel like you have a privilege and you should be in a better situation than some other peasant who went 12-5 and didn't win their division. When in actuality, they're the better team.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
All right, let's talk stats. Let's talk U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. The state of Washington, according to them, ranks 4th in the entire U.S. in the highest concentration of roofers. Yeah, there's literally thousands of roofers to choose from, maybe because of the weather here. I don't know. So how do you pick the right one for your home? Well, let's use process of elimination. Eliminate anyone who's not GAF Master Elite certified. So that's going to leave you with only about 3%. How many then have over 35 years of experience? How many utilize the catch-all system to keep yards and driveways totally clear of debris? How many are family-owned with local roots? And then maybe most importantly, how many have the stamp of approval from the Salk household? Well, that's going to leave you with 1. The roofing company you can trust, Riverside Roofing. See, that wasn't that hard. In a sea of thousands of competitors, Riverside Roofing really does stand out. And guess what? They got openings right now this winter for your roof project. Have them out to your house and get this done. 425-949-8252 is their phone number, or just go to riversideroofingllc.com.
I juggle a lot. And managing constipation with belly pain from my irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, with laxatives and fiber isn't enough. My doctor recommended a way to get ahead of it. Then I said yes to Linzess. Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
The Cantina at Silver Reef is an experience for your senses. The smells, the sounds, the flavors is a night you deserve. Experience the experience at the Cantina at Silver Reef today. Serving traditionally inspired dishes made with the finest authentic ingredients. This is one experience that you can enjoy more than once in a lifetime. Experience it today at Silver Reef Casino Resort in Ferndale, Washington. And visit our website, silverreefcasino.com, to check out our menu.
Cracked windshields happen, and if your car has a forward-facing camera, it needs to be recalibrated. All-Star Auto Glass is the professional choice for windshield replacement, repair, and recalibration. Call All-Star Auto Glass today.
Hey Seahawks fans, Tyler Lockett for Brown Bear Car Wash. We've got the perfect play for a spotless car. With the Unlimited Wash Club, you can keep your car game ready all season long. It isn't clean unless it's Brown Bear clean.
Hey guys, ready to feel stronger, leaner, energetic, and more confident? For a limited time, Revive Men's Health offers 25% off TRT and ED bundles. Plus, get a free month of compounded semaglutide, a powerful proven weight loss medication with the same active drug as Ozempic. Terms and exclusions apply. Don't wait. This offer won't last.
Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Hey, Bill! Got a leak? Need heat? Call Southwest today.
Southwest Plumbing, the one to call.
If it's a new year and a new you, it begins with a new car. At Toyota of Kirkland, they're ready for your resolutions. Come see the beautiful showroom and wonderful team at Toyota of Kirkland to kick off 2025. Check out the wide selection of Tundras, Tacomas, and RAV4s. Get electrified in your ride with Toyota of Kirkland's inventory of Prius and the BZ4X. The best way to start the new year is by visiting Toyota of Kirkland in person or online at toyotaofkirkland.com.
O'Brien.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man, high five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Ooh, up top, Bike Shop. Yeah.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Messethorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years!
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five!
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Hey, let's throw a party this year for the big game.
Oh, great idea. But first, we should get a new TV. One of the top-rated brands. Samsung, LG, or Sony.
Okay, I'll start shopping on the internet and then head over to the Warehouse Club.
Well, but if that's all we do, we'll be sorry.
Why?
Because the best deals on those top-rated TVs are at video only, not online or at the club.
Video only?
Yep. We can save up to $500 if we shop smart.
Or we'll be sorry.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
been having all these conversations about the future of the Seahawks roster, DK Metcalf, Geno Smith, etc., eventually leading into the draft in April. But before you do any of that, you got to hire somebody to run this offense. And so we're going to spend quite a bit of today on that subject. At 8:30, we're going to go around to the 3 places that they have interviews set up that we know of. It's interesting that it's still kind of stuck at 3, but we'll learn about Clint Kubiak, learn more about Thomas Brown, learn more about Hank Fraley. We'll do all of that at 8:30. But I wanted just a little more of a philosophical response from you, Brock. And I spent a little time on it myself just to, so that I wasn't assigning homework without actually doing it myself. But what are the principles that you want this offense to have? 3 is usually a good round number for things like this.
I like to speak in triplets anyway.
I know you do. So I was really trying to play to your strengths here.
Appreciate that.
What are the 3 most important principles that you want this new offense to abide by?
Yeah, and I didn't take your homework and crumple it up and throw it away, but just the way that my mind worked through this, Salk, I actually asked like 3 questions. I visualized being a consultant and sitting in these interviews. And I told you, a number of years ago, I got to sit in on the final interview process for a football coach. And it was pretty instructive for me. I very much enjoyed it. And I think in this case, for these Seahawks, where they're at with their roster and this head coach, I think there's 3 really critical questions that I would ask all 3 of these candidates. And I think their answers would go a long ways in whether I would hire them. Number 1, and you've heard me talk about this over the last couple of weeks. You've heard me talk about this a lot over the last few years in the NFL. How do you protect the most vulnerable position group in the league today? How do you do that? How do you set the group that is set up for the most failure? How do you set them up for success?
That being the offensive line.
That's the offensive line. So how do you go about doing that? I think it is one thing that Shane Waldron and certainly Grubb this year struggled with. It's difficult with Shoddy to go back to those years because Russell took a lot of sacks. But I don't know. We'll see old Warren Sharp's going to do all the data collection this year. And remember, a season ago, a sack on a drive, you had let me frame it the other way. You had 3 times a better chance to score a touchdown when you didn't get sacked. So those sacks are just crippling. And when you are 3rd in the league, as you were this last season, and there are so many Mondays that come in there, Salk, and I'm just like, you can't do it. And when I talk to my offensive line friends who watch some of the games with me, or I chat with Bumpus about this and others, like, how do you just let these guys tee up? How do you let Stone Forsythe lead the league in pressures for like 6 weeks after he got done playing? How can you just put him in a one-on-one again when he can't do the job, right? So you have to find a way to protect that group most. And what is most intriguing about Hank Fraley, and we'll chat about this with John Jansen from Detroit in an hour, a little less than an hour, is that Hank Fraley was the epitome of this, Salk. Hank Fraley was not in any way physically supposed to last 10 years in the NFL. He just wasn't built that way. His genes were not that good. He wasn't that fast. He wasn't that strong. He wasn't that power. He wasn't any of those things. But through scheme and his mind and his acumen, he was able to not just survive, but thrive on some really good offensive lines there in Philly for a whole bunch of years. So to me, that's like at the forefront of it, man. How do you protect? Minnesota couldn't do it last night. And some of that was Sam Darnold. So you got a quarterback like Sam Darnold. What are you going to do? How are you going to protect those guys and protect him so he doesn't get sacked 9 times? And not a good enough job last night, and really been just a bugaboo for these Seahawks for a lot of years. So that's question number 1.
Yep.
Question number 2, and I do ask coordinators this and have the last few years on the college football trail. Who do you study? Who do you study to grow your game? If you want a growth mindset, what do you do? And how do you go about growing your scheme, growing your play calling, refining your craft?
Sure.
Right? Because I think a growth mindset is going to be hypercritical.
Sure seems important to this coach.
It sure does. And part of the reason that, 2 of these guys are in their 30s, I think Hank's the oldest in his mid-40s, but I don't need some tried and true old school Pat Shurmur, Sean Payton, somebody that's got that, play sheet that's bigger than a Denny's menu. And man, I don't need that. I want to know what you're doing. I want to know your growth mindset. How are you going to go back attacking these families in the NFL? What is your run, play, action? What is Ben Johnson doing out there in Detroit? Hank, you're right around it. How does he do it to set it up and make the play action so effective and to stack these plays? And we talk about disguise offensively or defensively. What about disguise offensively? What are you doing to disguise things so that group on the other side?
Isn't that supposed to be one of Ryan Grubb's specialties?
Yes.
Movement and disguise. Wasn't that supposed to be what he did best?
I think he did some good things. I think it was not disguise. It was, we're going to move and shift to get you to show your cards, and then we're going to try to attack it, and I think that was a little more of the element. And
that makes sense.
And you did see a fair amount of that this season and some of the production that followed with it. And then lastly, for me, is how do you command a room?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody does it differently, right? You don't have to be this big ego guy. You don't have to pretend to be anything. But if the quarterback in John Schneider's world, when he walks in the room, you feel it. When that coach and that OC walks in the room, you have to feel that presence. You have to feel that authenticity. You have to feel that conviction that this guy is absolutely in charge. And I think especially with Mike's personality too, right? Mike's handles so much of the defense and so much of the team, and I think that Shane Waldron, unfortunately, for 3 years, just never materialized. Right, that was not an aspect that grew. So I think those would be the three things through this evaluation process that I would want those boxes checked.
Yeah, I mean, I think all of those make sense. And just to recap, the three things are essentially, what do you do to make your life easier on your offensive lineman?
Because Sean McVay does it better than anybody in the league and has for 7 years.
What can you do to be open-minded to new things and a growth mindset in order to get better and year after year as the league continues to evolve around you? And then finally, how do you command a room? Because that leadership potential is going to be important, maybe more so with this team than with some others because of Mike McDonald's commitment to also being the defensive leader on the team.
Yeah,
I think all of those make perfect sense.
Yeah,
I mean, like, how do any of those things not be important to this hiring process? All three of them have to be relevant.
Yep.
I took it in maybe a slightly different direction in terms of the things that I was, sort of hoping they would value. And my three would be number one, just because it seems kind of obvious. It's just a commitment to a run game. You just have to commit to it.
Yep.
You can't run the ball if you don't run the ball.
Your Salk edict.
You can't run the ball if you don't run the ball.
And did those show up in the 6 games this weekend?
I feel like it did.
I mean, did Buffalo make a commitment? As talented as Josh Allen is,
they ran over 200 yards.
I mean, but they just committed to it, and they just wore them down.
Well, it's really hard to run for 200 yards if you don't run the ball.
Yep.
I mean, like, it's hard for Baltimore to run for over 200 yards if you don't run the ball, but they did.
Yes, they did.
Right? I mean, those two teams, and if I had to bet, and then we're going to get to see Detroit next week, right? Like, if I had to bet what teams is Mike McDonald looking at to try to determine what style of offense he wants more of, well, Baltimore's always going to be near the top of that list.
Yeah, he was there a decade.
Right? And certainly I would think Detroit is near the top of that list.
Couldn't slow them down at all.
And they just got completely dominated by Buffalo as well. I mean, the Chargers are trying to move in that direction. I don't think they're there yet, which is why they didn't win this week. But don't you think that's what the Chargers want to be?
100%.
It's just a matter of, how they get there and how long it takes for them to do it. So commitment to a running game. I'm certainly you could add in run game creativity, what kind of style, what kind of scheme, like all of that.
Yes, and I think Mark Schlereth would say.
But isn't that methods, not principles? I'm talking about your principle. The principle needs to be commitment to a run game. The other stuff, is it a zone run game? Is it? That's all principle. Or that's all methods.
Yep, absolutely. So, and I think Mark Schlereth would tell you, Brock, that if you want number one, the easiest way to do that is to run the football.
All right, so our first ones are pretty similar.
Yep.
The second one for me, because the one thing you didn't focus on, and it surprises me a little bit given your background, is how do you put your quarterback in a good position? Like, say what you want, the NFL's still a quarterback-driven league, right? I mean, you still have to do everything with the quarterback in mind. And so what are you going to do to make life easy on that position? And for me, that's putting the quarterback in position to let playmakers make plays. I would love to have a quarterback who makes plays on his own with his legs. I don't need a quarterback who's constantly gunning the ball deep down the field, right? I don't need that. But and those are hard to find. So if you don't find it, what are you going to do to put your quarterback in position to let playmakers make plays? And I do think quarterbacks that run are better at this because of what they do for the running game. because of what they do to open things up with read option or just their threat of getting out of the pocket.
Yep.
Well, when you've got to be wary of the quarterback doing those things, you're putting your playmakers in position on the edges, et cetera. You see it in Baltimore all the time, where the fear and threat of what Lamar can do allows guys to do a whole lot more with the football in their hands.
Yep. Agreed.
So that's two for me. And then the third one, and again, this for me is all about Mike McDonald. What does he value? What did he value in practice? Red zone. Seahawks were awful in the red zone this year. Red zone creativity, right? What are you doing in the red zone? By the way, that seems to be a major problem throughout the NFL.
Yeah, it's studied so a lot. I remember talking to Steve Sarkisian about this a couple years ago, when it was the year they went and actually just 2 years ago when they lost to the Huskies in the semifinal. Had them a couple times early that year, and it was interesting because I'm like, man, I think Sark is a really good play designer. I think he's a tremendous play caller. I think he has developed how many quarterbacks through his decades of doing it, and is pretty renowned at it. And usually those guys are pretty good situationally, but Texas that year was really struggling on third down in the red zone and did so the year before. And he's like, man, we did the deepest of dive, especially on red zone. And man, we studied the best of them, and we studied those that struggled. And you hear this all the time. You got to run the ball, and those teams that can just move people off their spot. And when the opponent knows they're going to run it,
but there's got to be some creativity also,
but
right?
That's number two. It's actually the quarterback creativity. It's the quarterback extending plays. Watch these games. Watch how many times that a Lamar and a Josh Allen and even a Jared Goff and these guys will extend.
That's interesting. So do you think there's a correlation? Would we find a positive correlation between quarterback rushing yards and red zone success?
I think you probably would.
That would be an interesting one. I would like to see that. I would like, someone
Lamar,
smarter than me to
Jaden
do
Daniels, some of these guys that run the ball and are that threat. But also
Josh Allen, like anyone. I would love to see a chart showing me how successful teams are running the ball with their quarterback to how successful they tend to be in the red zone.
Well, let's look at, we can find that during the break. Red zone touchdown percentage. Those teams with the highest red zone touch, that's what we're talking about.
Right, red zone
Scoring
touchdown
tutties.
percentage.
So you got to score
All right,
tutties
we'll go look at that. I'll have some time here in a couple of minutes, and I do want to look at that. I think that's pretty interesting. So if you can be creative in the red zone, if you can put your quarterback in a good position, and you can commit to a run game, great. So those are going to be some questions along with the three that you had, obviously, Brock, as we talk to a few folks at 8:30 and try to determine what this offense is going to look like next year and who's the right person. So when you hear those 3 or even 6 things, which of the 3 names we've heard stands out most to you?
I think, I'm most curious about Hank Fraley.
Yeah.
Because that's just an outside the box. I'm most curious that, if his, centers and quarterbacks are often aligned, right, with the way their mind has to process and the amount of information they got to see and everything that they have got to attack. And, the closer you are to the football, the more of a processor. The smartest guys I played with in the NFL were Pete Kendall and Steve Hutchinson. They were right next to the football. They were New York crosswords kind of guys. Like they were, their mind just operated at a little different level. He's the one I'm most curious
All right, Moore's got our answer, Brock. We've got, how about the top 7? In terms of, top 7. Go a little bit between 5 and 10.
Top 7 teams.
Give me the top 7 teams in red zone touchdown percentage this year.
Baltimore, Detroit, Buffalo, Tampa, Cincinnati, Chicago, and Carolina, surprisingly.
6 of those 7 are pretty good running the ball, right?
Yes.
The only one who's not is Jared Goff, and he has the best offensive line and run game in the league.
Correct. And running backs and tight ends and receivers.
So just to do it again.
Chicago was just okay at running the ball this year.
I didn't know. It's not about running the ball. Quarterback running the ball.
Yep.
Right? So let's look at who those 7 are. Number 1 was Baltimore, obviously Lamar. Yep. Number 2 was Detroit. They don't have a running quarterback, but man, their running game is insane. Number 3 was Buffalo, Josh Allen. Number 4, Tampa. Baker's not quite that, but Baker will,
Baker runs around like
you give Baker any space, right? And then he'll Mike, I'll start you at the end.
They utilize their running backs a lot in the passing game too. They're pretty heavily involved.
And it probably helps that they have a wide receiver that's especially good in those moments, Mike Evans. Who was next?
Cincinnati.
Joe Burrow can certainly run and beat you that way. And they've got 2 ridiculous wide receivers for those moments.
Correct.
Okay. Who are the next 2?
Chicago and Carolina.
Again, quarterbacks that can run.
Yep.
I mean, That doesn't seem that I'm not going all the way with a full-scale research report, but cursory job.
Where was Washington on that? Was Washington close there more? Were they in
They
the top
are
10?
8th. They're next.
There you go.
Unbelievable.
Seattle was higher than I thought. They're tied with San Fran at 13th.
Okay. So kind of just end of, top of the middle of the pack. But when you throw in all the picks and everything else that happened in there, things felt a little bit dicey. Let's do some Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
Blue 88! Blue 88!
We take you to the field as Brock Ewart breaks down 3 football questions as only he can.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Saul.
All right, question number 1 for you, Brock. With all these names for offensive coordinator out there, Brian Schottenheimer's has certainly circulated in the last couple of days. Would you like to have Schotty back in Seattle?
I think that was Greg Bell and Corbin Smith that both kind of hinted at some of that, looked back at their ability to run the football, and man, there's a name synonymous with the run game and being unapologetic about it. The Schottenheimer name, certainly resonated for decades and decades and decades in the NFL. Here is, I think, the reality is that when he was here, and this is the human element to it, this is the other side of it. We just think of them professional. You just see them button up. You just see them in a booth for 3 hours. You just see them at press conferences in Seattle. You don't realize all the other parts that go around with it, and that's called family, and all the components of it, and wife and kids and people that are involved with their husbands coaching.
Wasn't it Schottenheimer said he didn't know what his zip code was?
That's right. Yeah, and I think part of that was at the
story he
time
told
he
us.
was here. He was building a house in Tennessee, down south, where his wife was like, "Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah,
we're not going to do this.
We're done here."
So, yeah, I think the likelihood of the Schottenheimer family, the Schottenheimer wife, the Schottenheimer people saying, you know what, let's give Seattle another try. I think that's coming.
I don't know. You never know. That story was great. He said that he went to the gas station. He put in his credit card to get gas, and it says, okay, what's your zip code? And he had to call his wife because he didn't know his zip code when he was living here.
Yes. Yeah. Not too enamored with all the other aspects. That's part of picking a job too.
Okay.
Now, if you don't have other choices or other opportunities, then maybe you suck it up, and one side lives in Tennessee and one side lives in Washington, and you make it work.
For an opportunity to be an offensive coordinator, people find a lot of ways to compromise their life. Heck, Mitch Trubisky's back in Buffalo, Brock. I mean, when someone comes calling for a job, you just never know.
But it would make the likelihood of that a little slimmer for me when it didn't work the first time around.
Let's do question number 2. You told me earlier that it was all just, for show, but could you make a case for Deion in Dallas?
Yeah, here's the case that I will make, and I think why Jerry Jones is intrigued. And frankly, when I went and watched Deion Sanders practice, it changed some of my perception of this, Salk. Having Colorado 4 times this year, as I did, maybe changed some of my perception of this. I went and watched CU practice. Went up to their facility. You know what I saw? I saw an NFL practice. I saw everybody in line. I saw a stretch line that wasn't goofing around. I saw defensive players wearing their color uniform with their socks up and things tucked in. I saw offensive players. I watched a 2-hour fast-paced practice of attention to detail. I watched competition. I was like, man, that looked like an NFL practice. And I chat with Pat Shurmur 4 times this season. He's like, the thing that people don't understand is Deion is old school. You see all the glitter. You see the, diamond-encrusted whistle. You see all the hype. You see all the promotion. You see all the self-marketing. But what you don't see is this dude's on the phone with Belichick. This dude's on the phone with Andy Reid. This dude's on the phone with old-school guys. He is way more Mike Tomlin than he is some young college football whippersnapper that's going to go market and sell and do it, even though that's what is presented. So the case would be, no, this guy knows his ball. The case would be these players, kind of like the college level, would actually really enjoy playing for Deion. And the biggest key would be, and if I'm Jerry, okay, Deion, what's your staff? Who's your staff? We got 7 jobs open right now. We got all these who are you going to surround yourself with? What's it going to look like? And that would be, I think, the key thing, but a lot more substance than just pomp and circumstance around Deion.
All right, question number 3. Portal's closed, right?
portal is closed.
High school recruiting's all basically done.
I believe so. I think there might be a late signing period
All
where
right,
there's
but
a couple
basically
whales
done.
swimming around.
How'd the Huskies do? Did Jed Fish put together the best class in school history?
Did not put together the best class in school history, but here's a couple things for you, Salt. 247 top overall recruiting classes in the West. So west of the Mississippi, high school kids and transfers. Number 1, Oregon. Number 2, USC. Number 3, Washington. So you're the bronze medal stands up there with an Oregon that you can't really financially compete with, and an SC that still's got a fair amount of money and certainly a lot of pomp and circumstance down in LA. You're number 3. Top-rated portal classes in the West right now. Number 1, Oregon. Number 2, Washington. So you're not looking at 8, 9, 12, 14 out there when it comes to where Washington is ranking, west of the Mississippi. You're looking at it's you and Oregon and SC. And you put yourself in that conversation from a talent acquisition standpoint, Salk, in the high school and college rank, and you got a young little quarterback that can really run. You want to talk about can run now. Damon Williams can scoot and probably attract some guys. And he played with a Noah Fafita, who was a little guy and knows how to play to a smaller quarterback vision-wise. Like, there's some positive things going. And then lastly, we talked about this yesterday. I found what I was looking for. Super West Sports, at Super West Sports. Updated Super West players in the NFL playoffs. Number 1, Washington, 21.
That's amazing.
USC 18, Oregon 17, Stanford still got a bunch.
Oh, this is still just west of the Mississippi?
It is west of the Mississippi.
Sorry. I thought that was number 1 overall.
But more than Oregon and SC and anybody west of the Mississippi.
All right, well, that's good stuff. That is today's Blue 88. I don't know whether I'm buying the west of the Mississippi thing, especially now. Maybe before, when you're in the Pac-12. A little harder when you're playing Michigan, Michigan State, Penn State, the rest of the Big Ten. Those teams are in your conference. So the fact that you're west of the Mississippi, so what? The Pac-12 isn't a thing anymore.
That's still largely, though, your net.
I
right?
get it.
You got to cast your net.
But is that net good enough to compete against the other nets that you're now, sort of in a division with? So, But look, hey, good for him. I'm not taking a shot. Let's look a little more broadly now. You've got to think a little bit bigger than just.
But it gives you a chance. Yeah, if you're sitting there below Colorado and UCLA and ASU, no, it's going to be really difficult. But if you're in that kind of standing, and those are your peers that you're kind of looking at, going, okay,
that's
now it's upon me. Now it's upon my development. Now it's upon my coaching. Now it's upon my scheming to take a good enough talent and make them great.
All right, Brock, the Mariners did what you wanted. Not only did they make a move, they got exactly the kind of player that you've been begging for. Are you happy? Yes. It's next on Brock and Salk.
For Down Territory, going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
What are we going to find out when it comes to the quarterback position during the NFL playoffs?
You don't have to be Lamar. You ain't got to be Josh Allen, but you got to be able to tuck it and run every now and then. Every winning quarterback had at least 6 rushing attempts. Doesn't mean all of them were designed. Doesn't mean that they all broke for 50, but it was 6 rushing attempts and at least 30 to 40 yards, which is crazy to me.
For Down Territory, every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bumpin' Stacy.
Welcome to Staples.
I am so pumped. My business is going to kill it this year.
Awesome. How can I help?
First, a new computer.
With Staples Home and Office Hot Deals, you save big on tech.
And new posters.
Save on custom printing, too.
And,
a new chair?
A chair? Who has time to sit?
Maybe all your new clients?
Now you're talking.
With Staples Home and Office Hot Deals, you'll find huge savings on custom prints, storage, chairs, and tech. And now save up to $175 off your print order. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. Ends 2/1.
Now's the time to shop limited time doorbuster deals.
Siding, windows, decking, and gutters. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit Siding, Windows, Decking, and Gutters. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule a free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto Family.
Hello, hello. Welcome to Lee Johnson Auto Family. This is King. This organization's a special one. They call it the Lee Johnson Auto Family, and it's not just a name, it's not just some cliche. They foster an environment for us to become a family, to work together, to really become close. And they show us in a lot of different ways that they do value us. Is it perfect? No, no place is. But I've been very thankful to be here in the almost 10 years and have every plan to stay here for a lot longer and just watch it continue to grow.
He's fun and professional, which explains why so many people visiting Lee Johnson Kia ask for him by name. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto Family.
After years of wear and tear, Joe had osteoarthritis in his wrists and shoulders.
I've pretty much worked out my whole life. I actually decided I'm going to train for a half Ironman triathlon.
The pain was interfering with every part of his life.
Basically, can't sleep, causing those kind of problems, very limited movement.
Joe had surgery, but it wasn't the fix he was looking for.
The doctor told me, he's like, hey, this is just going to be a partial fix. You're going to eventually need joint replacement.
That's when he decided to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
And they're just getting better. I can basically do full motion. I don't have really any pain.
What kinds of things are you able to do now that you weren't before?
I like to golf, and it definitely has made my golf game not as painful. And sleeping. I'm sleeping better because I don't have that aching at night going on and have to roll over.
So, are you recommending this to others?
Oh, everybody I talk to. Yeah, it's a no-brainer.
Before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Cougar basketball is back.
These guys want to get better at basketball. They want to go as far as they can in the game. They want to get their education. They want to be around each other and build a real family.
Coach Fraley and the Cougs are ready.
We put in so much work all of our lives for this exact moment.
We are Wazoo. It's only on your home for Cougar basketball.
Catch the Cougs all season long on AM 770 KTTH.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to see you on the interview.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Hello! Brock, you got what you wanted. You've been saying it.
Yes.
Now you got it.
Let's be very clear. If I had boxes to check, when we came to the OC, I just kind of gave you here are my boxes to check for the Mariners. You ready? Less than $5 million, utility bat, and 37 or older.
No.
Check those three and let's go.
That's not what you want.
Let's ride.
No.
Let's ride.
That's not what you said
You know what I want? I want 37 plus.
No.
I want utility.
No. You wanted a guy who doesn't strike out and puts the bat on the ball, and you got one.
do.
Donovan Solano, productive player. Did it last year in a lousy hitter's park, right, in San Diego. That's a good thing. 100% not a guy on the rise. I know we've had that conversation about ascending players. He's not that. He's not a long-term solution. As you said, he's 37. He's not someone you get particularly excited about.
My iPhone just said loud environment.
Oh, well, stop yelling.
Sound levels hit 90 decibels. Shut up. I don't really care.
If this was a complimentary move.
I got my guy. I got my dude, okay, iPhone? I got my guy. You know this? He's a barrel master. He puts back the ball. He's 37 and can't run. He's utility. He's what I wanted. Yes. Okay, I'm done.
Are you?
Yes.
Good to hear.
He does put the ball in play. He is a cheaper Luis Arias.
He does have the nickname Donnie Barrels.
Donnie Barrels.
That's his nickname for a reason. He can hit.
It's tatted. You think he got that tatted?
I don't know. That's
Donnie
a good question.
Kind of
He's
like Donnie B.
one of the few Colombian players in the league. It's not a country that produces a ton of big league ball players. Orlando Cabrera, I believe, and a couple of others. What was his brother? Jolbert Cabrera. Like, there've been a few, but it's not. He was on obviously their WBC team. He's supposed to be a great leader, clubhouse guy, veteran presence. I would hope at age 37, he's kind of mastered some of that. He's one of these guys who just keeps getting 1-year deals because he can hit.
He's got a skill set. You know what?
He's got one skill.
This would have been a great third signing.
Yes.
If you'd signed a couple other, made a couple moves, made an impact move, signed an impact bat, and then this is your third guy instead of a Justin Turner.
Absolutely right.
Then fine.
You'd be like, hey, that's cool. Like, oh, all right, you got your third. You signed Alex Bregman to play third. Obviously, you don't have a lot of money left after that.
Yep.
Okay, what do you do? Oh, Donovan Solano, sort of a discount version of Luis Arias. Great.
Yeah.
Okay. Like, I think, honestly, everyone would be like, cool. That sounds great. It doesn't feel that way today, because it's the only move you've made. Now, again, still got a month, right, basically, until spring training, and longer than that until the season starts. So you still have time to do one of those things that has some level of impact. But as of today, yeah, it just sort of rings a little hollow because it's not paired with that impact thing that you said you wanted and said you would be able to go out and get. I played some Jim Bowden sound a little bit earlier, and he says they need a bat, 130 to 40 home run guy. Yeah, I agree. That would be phenomenal. But then he said this, and I just can't see it.
You're in a situation right now with the three best offensive free agents left on the board, Pete Alonso, Alex Bregman, Anthony Santander, are all jobless right now. They haven't gotten the long-term deal they were hoping. Now we're hearing at least two of them are open to short-term deals with opt-outs. That means if the Mariners want to make a run at one of these three guys, they don't necessarily have to commit for 5, 6, 7 years. 3 years with an opt-out. Let them opt out after year one. Try to win this year. Let them opt out. Yes, you have to give up draft picks. I get that. But you're this close.
Do you think any of those three guys, or any of the thousands of hitters across Major League Baseball, are looking to take short-term deals here in Seattle to improve their value as a hitter to get back on the open market and make more money?
Probably not.
How about definitely not?
Well, how about two things?
How about 0.0?
Well, hold on. Help me understand the end part of that. What did he say about draft picks? You'd have to give up draft picks?
Because they are they've been tendered.
Oh, okay. Okay. So you'd have to give up some draft capital.
Right.
Well, what about the flip side? Do you think any of those guys could bet on themselves and go, you kidding me? Nelson Cruz could hit bombs here. And if I prove that I can hit in Seattle?
I don't think so, no.
I prove that I can hit here?
No.
No?
No, I don't think so.
I was trying to spin it.
No, I really don't think so.
I was trying to spin it.
I appreciate that you're trying to spin it. I really don't think so.
All right.
I mean, Alex Bregman certainly knows what it's like to hit here, right?
Yep.
And by the way, Scott Boras not going to do that. No. So really, you're talking about Santander or Alonso, and I just don't see it. I don't see either of those guys. Now, hey, I would love to be wrong. That would be phenomenal. I think either one of those guys is a DH paired with someone like Solano. Great. That sounds good. You got to cut Mitch Haniger. Okay, fine. You eat that money short term. Fine. Like, okay. Like I think that makes your team significantly better. I did throw out one other idea. So Roki Sasaki's not coming to Seattle, and you should go listen to Lyle's podcast on it for Marine Layer because it's good. And he makes some really good points about the amount of time and energy the Mariners say they spent on this idea of Roki Sasaki, the Japanese pitcher, and only to not even, it appears like, get a meeting with him. At the very least, they didn't make his final list of teams. To have spent that much time on it is a tough... It's a tough thing to swallow.
I mean, they got in the door with Ohtani, right? Didn't they get in the door? Weren't they one of the finalists for Ohtani?
Yep.
Yeah.
But here you are a few years later. Roki Sasaki doesn't appear to be very interested. At the very least, I'm not going to say for sure that they didn't get a meeting, but we know they weren't one of the final teams, not one of the final 7 anyway. And the final 3 appear to be the Blue Jays, the Dodgers, and the Padres. Let's assume he goes to the Padres, which is my assumption. I saw Bob Nightingale saying that seemed likely yesterday, which is obviously now making me doubt myself, but okay. Or he goes to the Dodgers, which seems to be the other team that most seem to think. But he doesn't go to the Blue Jays. The Blue Jays obviously are interested in building up that rotation. The Blue Jays had as good a seat as anybody to see Luis Castillo at his absolute very best a couple of years ago when he pitched one of the best games in Mariner history in their building to shut them down and win that playoff game. Or maybe it's George Kirby that they're obsessed with, or whomever who pitched well in that series. But for now, let me take Castillo.
Okay.
Would you trade Luis Castillo straight up for Bo Bichette?
Final year of his deal, right?
Yep. You're only getting 1 year.
Man, he was bad last year.
He was really bad last year.
Real bad last year.
Yep.
But man, was he really good the 2 previous years. And can he run? And is he ever aggressive and fast?
I don't know whether he can run that well, but he's aggressive.
He runs pretty good. Pretty good athlete. Whew.
Would you make that deal?
This would be the anti-Ron Francis deal. If Ron Francis plays it safe, this would be the anti-Ron Francis kind of deal. And then what, move JP to second? Just assume that he's going to play second?
Sure. Or play Bo Bichette at third, since you literally don't have a third baseman today.
Just figure it out.
Yeah. Interested?
Oh, gosh. I mean, interested? Sure.
You want to have that conversation?
Oh, you absolutely want to have that conversation.
Okay.
Dig in further to the much higher level metrics. I was chatting with Lyle about this, I think, off the air, Salk, or maybe when you were gone, about the Torkelson there in Detroit, who they're kind of flirting and putting out there. Like, the next level stuff is bad, bad. Swing judgments and things that after all these years, you've got a pretty good gauge. Like, no, this doesn't get remedied. I'd have to really trust my people, my analysis of like, okay, what did cause this? I mean, what was the major setback a season ago from the path that he was on? I'd have to have a better understanding of that, but just impulsively, and for the fun factor and for the impact and the upside, I absolutely have to entertain it.
He's not a great base runner. He's not a great base stealer, for whatever it's worth. I mean, he's been bottom half of the league in terms of base running value, according to Savant, over the last few seasons. It's really been since 2021 that he's impacted games with his running ability. So take that for whatever it's worth. It's not a... His fielding has sort of been in the same boat, kind of like middle of the pack to maybe a little below that. 2022, he was in the 16th percentile for fielding run value. But again, maybe you move him to third base or second base, and that all kind of washes away, and his defense gets better at one of those positions as opposed to short. And you end up with a guy that when he's good can really, really hit. I mean, just looking at the Savant page, 2022, 80th percentile? Hard to see. Where are my glasses? Jeez, I can't see anything. What does that say? 80th percentile in 2022, 81st in 2023. Last year, not enough to qualify. But if he had been, he would have been, it looks like, about 35 or so.
Yeah.
I mean, so he had a really bad year.
Yep.
But when he's good, he's really, really good at a position where you got nothing right now. So just something to think about, just an idea I want to throw out there. Donovan Solano is your newest Mariner. You can hear a little bit more about him next on Brock and Salk.
Coach McDonald's first season is in the books.
Holy smokes, are you kidding? Leo Williams is going to take it in for a touchdown. Seahawks!
Stay with Seattle Sports as we analyze the new vision for the Hawks and look ahead to the 2025 season.
Gonna run! 10, 5, Gino! Touchdown! Seahawks!
This is Seattle Sports.
JSN makes the catch! Are you kidding me? Holy catfish!
Your home for everything Seahawks.
All right, you want to lose 20 pounds by Valentine's Day? People around the Northwest will do it by starting Eastside Weight Loss Clinic as your New Year's resolution, right? They've done it, so can you. Just a 15-minute phone call is all it takes to get started on this program or see if you're even interested in what it looks like. 15 minutes. You're going to spend that much time in traffic or scrolling your phone today, so why not take that time and just do something for yourself? Worked for me. I did the program. I lost 10 pounds immediately just in the first week. I lost 35 pounds overall in just 8 weeks. Here's what I didn't have to do. Go to the gym and fight for space in January with all the New Year's resolutioners. I didn't take any pills or, injections or anything like that. No boxed fake meals or anything. Nope. Delicious recipes, real food that you buy at the grocery store, and then a group to offer what I really needed, which was the accountability and a plan to follow. It works. Do it for yourself this year. Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. Don't let a 15-minute phone call hold you back. Do it right now. Call 425-588-0080 or go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Ooh, ma.
What was that?
That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right. So we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Hey guys, ready to feel stronger, leaner, energetic, and more confident? For a limited time, Revive Men's Health offers 25% off TRT and ED bundles. Plus, get a free month of compounded semaglutide, a powerful proven weight loss medication with the same active drug as Ozempic. Terms and exclusions apply. Don't wait. This offer won't last.
Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Hey, Bill! Got a leak? Need heat? Call Southwest today.
Southwest Plumbing, the one to call.
If you've been in a wreck or a fender bender,
You have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility, not just where your insurance company tells you to go. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. With over 25 years of auto repair work, they'll exceed your expectations.
we meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
At Accurate Auto Body, all their work is performed by certified technicians, only using OEM parts to guarantee the safety of you and your family. For the best in auto body collision repair and customer service, give them a call at 425-883-2450 or AccurateAutoBodyWA.com. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
Want a simple New Year's resolution that's guaranteed to succeed? I'm talking about doing what I did and reversing that clock on hair loss. The same quick, simple one-day hair loss treatment I received from Advanced Hair begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day, and it's even guaranteed to grow for life. You decide how much and where, and Advanced Hair does the rest. I'm speaking from personal experience. The results have been truly life-changing, and Advanced Hair has helped tens of thousands of folks just like you and me. It's why world-class Dr. Perungo and Advanced Hair are the winners of the 425 Business of the Year. So celebrate this new year with a fuller head of hair and get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off. Schedule your free consultation at 425-449-8185. See what meeting your New Year's resolution could look like with the before and afters at advancedhair.com. 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Not as compelling a game last night as I thought it was going to be. Really, the Rams were just a better team, Brock. They were better offensively. They were better defensively. But it was the defense that I probably had the most to do with it. Sam Darnold couldn't do anything. He was under constant pressure and didn't handle it well either. It's funny, when you give up 9 sacks in a game, that's not all on one thing.
Nope.
But it felt last night watching that game like it was more on him than on the offensive line, and some of that was probably colored by the color analyst in the game. Troy Aikman is generally very positive.
Mm-hmm.
I thought for Troy, he ripped Sam Darnold last night about as much as I've ever heard Troy rip anybody.
Yeah.
He was very down on his movement in the pocket, on what he was seeing and not seeing, and where the throws were, and when they came out, and his decision-making. I thought Troy gave me as much critique as I feel like I've ever heard from him.
Yeah, I think that is fair. And the Rams, if they have a vulnerability, it is on the back end. They've given up a lot of passing yards and plays in the passing game.
That's Cornell Lake's kid they have.
I know.
I didn't know that.
He's turned into a good player. Had him at UCLA a few times.
Loved Cornell Lake.
Oh, so did I.
Such a good player.
Yeah, so did I. Same kind of era as, who was the old Steeler? Rod Woodson.
Yeah.
I kind of put those two
together.
guys. They did. And they played at such a
play almost
level.
corner or safety or Nick. They could play anywhere.
Yep. 9 sacks, Salt. 9. How do you feel, and we have said this a couple times, I think we said it yesterday too, like how do you feel in some of these markets? How do you feel if you're a Minnesota Vikings fan? How do you feel if you're a Pittsburgh Steelers fan? I heard Bump and Stacy talking about this yesterday. How do you feel if you're a Cowboys fan? Like, we get so focused on our team and think that we're the only ones in this circumstance and sitting in this spot that feels a little in between. And then you're like Minnesota, and you've got this amazing defense, and you go on this amazing run, and you got a brilliant play caller, you got one of the best receivers in the game.
But I think you feel pretty good because you've got J.J. McCarthy coming up next year. You've got $70 million in cap space and a first-round pick. I don't know. You feel pretty good.
Yeah, I don't put Minnesota in that camp. Maybe
okay, good.
Dallas,
you got a good head coach. You've got
Pittsburgh and some of these that don't have their quarterback or have.
You seem like you've got a great defensive coordinator. We'll see if somebody hires him, but he didn't make any friends this past year.
Done. 14-3 and done.
Yeah.
And on the road in a neutral game where 50% of those fans were yours and they were making noise, and you just can't get over that hump.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Brock is happy. The Mariners did what he wanted. They signed a guy who puts the bat on the ball. I don't know if he was banking on a 37-year-old kind of utility bat for that role, but hey, he does do one of the primary things that's important to you, Brock. He's not going to strike out as much, and he hits the ball.
Yeah.
He fits some of that Edgar, Dan Wilson mentality of what they're looking for in a hitter.
Platoon guy, going to hit lefties a lot better than he's going to hit righties.
You know
and
what?
Obviously,
he actually doesn't hit them that much better. Credit to Donovan Solano. He has been used more in that role, and he is better against lefties. But he is not strictly a platoon guy. He hits righties just fine.
Okay. Just about without a lot of power, but he does put. But he has a high barrel rate, and he does put the ball in play. And yeah, I think that is something this team certainly did need. Now, what does it mean? Where does he play? how does he fit? Is this a Luke Raley and Solano platoon over there at first?
Feels like his defense just doesn't seem good enough to play him at second or third much, but we'll see. Maybe you don't have a choice. As of right now, you literally don't have a third baseman, so that might be something you've got to do. Again, just think of him as sort of budget Luis Arias. I think that's the best description of who this guy is.
And with
Nothing
a couple
wrong
million
with
bucks you saved in arbitration on Kirby and Logan, these are your couple million bucks you spent there.
All right, well, now you used it, and you should still have 14 or so left to play with. Roki Sasaki, though, is not coming to Seattle. His list of teams is the Dodgers, Padres, and Blue Jays. So that's why I threw out my whole would you trade Luis Castillo for Bo Bichette deal? I don't know who says no.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Both teams say no, to be honest. A little craziness in Dallas. Mike McCarthy's out. He's already interviewing in Chicago. Deion Sanders' name has come up. Brock, I thought you made a compelling case for Deion and a pretty compelling case for how this whole thing is just the two of them using each other for leverage.
Yeah, time will tell a little bit, but there is more substance, and he is beloved down there in Dallas. And at this stage and age, does Jerry Jones finally go, okay, I don't need to be the biggest star? Actually, let me bring somebody in, about the only one. You don't think so?
No.
Even at this age and stage?
Nope. Jerry Jones won't even do anything right.
Did you watch his cameo on Landman? Did you watch those 3 minutes where he nailed it? You didn't?
I didn't. I heard that he wasn't even acting.
It was truly like the 3 most endearing minutes of Jerry Jones in the history of his life.
I saw his press release. Cowboys owner, general manager, and president. Come on. He's a piece of work, man. He really is. And then we'll see what happens next for the Kraken. This season has not gone well. Elliot Friedman, Hockey Night in Canada, pointing out that Todd Leiweke was on the road trip, which is not something you normally see. I think after you fired the coach last year and things don't get any better, there's going to be a conversation next about the general manager, and to see him on that road trip is probably a telling sign. Certainly that's what it told Elliot Friedman. He also mentioned that there may be a little bit of a split in the organization, and that Ron Francis, GM, wasn't necessarily a big fan of firing Dave Haxtell nor hiring Dan Bilesma. So that's not a great plan. Not a great sign.
I mean, just say it correctly, though. Organization.
The franchise.
Yes, the process.
There you go. It's everything you need to know. 1:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. All right. Last week
Hold on 1 second though, before you tease us. I know. Are you rooting for Pete? I find myself rooting so badly for Pete to get back in the league. I really am. I'm rooting for Pete Carroll to be the next coach of the Raiders. Right. I have a strong rooting interest.
I don't think it's going to happen.
You don't think so?
No.
Interview with the Bears and the Raiders. Man, I
definitely don't think it's going to happen with the Bears. But I'll tell you what, as we go around the league, we had so much success last week, Brock, as we went to a few different cities, we thought we would bring it back almost immediately. Nice. So we're going to go to 3 different cities to learn about Clint Kubiak, Thomas Brown, and Hank Fraley. We exceeded Moore's expectations the last time, and so she's letting us do this again. We're going to learn about all 3 of these guys by going to Denver, Chicago, and Detroit. Next on Brock and Salk.
Coach McDonald's first season is in the books.
Holy smokes, are you kidding? Leo Williams is going to take it in for a touchdown. Seahawks!
Stay with Seattle Sports as we analyze the new vision for the Hawks and look ahead to the 2025 season.
Gonna run 10-5, Gino, touchdown, Seahawks!
This is Seattle Sports.
JSN makes the catch! Are you kidding me? Holy catfish!
Your home for everything Seahawks.
Well, I'm going to guess a few of you out there, one of your New Year's resolutions was just to get your house in order, get your finances in order. You know, you've watched inflation run crazy. You've watched your insurance rates just rise, and you're trying to figure out, how in the world do I take care of this? Insurance is stressful. It's confusing. I don't want to deal with it. Well, that is where you got to do what Molly and I and so many others have done. Take the First Mark Insurance Challenge. We heard so many victories that saved people so much money. We decided, why don't we do this? And boy, am I glad we did. It has saved us thousands on our premiums, but most importantly, it's given us just a sense of security that we know exactly what we have covered. Here's how they do it. They fully analyze your current coverage, making sure you're not overpaying for the wrong coverage. Then, unlike you and me, they go to the market. Dozens of major carriers they've worked with for years to find you the best fit. That's it. No stress, no confusion. They're your teammate. And they spent the last 30 years helping thousands of families, including mine, successfully manage the complicated world of insurance. So don't wait a morning longer. Take the First Mark Challenge, totally free, and you might be the next First Mark Challenge victory. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. First Mark, your teammate. that goes to work for you.
At Sound Pain Solutions, some of the most difficult cases we see are patients suffering from failed back surgery syndrome. Bill is an avid golfer, but his pain got so bad he couldn't play and was considering surgery.
My back was killing me. I could not play any more golf. I could not walk more than half a block. I did not want surgery on my back, and I researched many different ways of getting this fixed. Behind that was horror stories from my friends who had back surgery, but it wasn't worth it, and I just made conclusion to that. There's got to be another way.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. We were able to get Bill back on the course without the risk of surgery. We did this using non-invasive, FDA-cleared procedures like non-surgical decompression, laser, pressure wave, and bioelectrical treatments. Now, Bill is back to playing golf and enjoying life. Schedule a free consultation to learn if you qualify for our non-surgical and drug-free treatment by calling Sound Pain Solutions or visiting soundpainsolutions.com.
T-Mobile 5G home internet keeps getting better. Get our fastest connection loaded with benefits. Get T-Mobile's best home internet starting at $55 a month with auto pay on any voice line. Plus, Price Lock. We won't raise your rate on internet. Check availability at T-Mobile.com/home internet.
Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. Guarantees regular monthly rate plan price of fixed wireless 5G internet data with qualifying service. After $15 bill credit with postpaid voice line plus $5 a month without auto pay with debit or bank account. Regulatory fees included for qualifying accounts. $35 connection charge applies. Speeds vary due to factors affecting cellular networks.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with a sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
Storms can be overwhelming, but you're not alone. We're here 24/7 to secure your home and give you peace of mind. Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. From your roof to your siding, windows, and deck, we'll handle it with care and get your home back to better, quickly and safely. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today. We're here for you when it matters most. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
State Roofing, the last roof you'll ever need.
You're free now. Free to fill your feed with impossibly chunky chunkers who chunk harder than you ever thought possible.
Cats, corgis, babies, baby penguins, baby pandas, chunky baby pandas.
Free to make your smart devices do silly things. Free to open a world of remote work and a portal into Gametopia.
Who's the boss now?
Free to be everything you imagine, and then some. That's how it feels to have Quantum Fiber Internet. Quantum Fiber, your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service in select locations only.
You've heard the saying, you never get a second chance to make a first impression. Since 1926, my family's been helping local businesses make great first, second, and long-term impressions. We know how to make your company look good with quality uniforms, logoed apparel, floor mats, linens, and more. If you're paying for linen service or doing it yourself, let's have the conversation. The information and quote are free, but the savings and service can really add up. Visit suplinen.com. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Yeah, we're kind of whip-around guys now, Brock. had so much success with it last week that now we're basically just whip around guys. Like, we can just take this club out of our bag, I would think, now whenever we want, right? Heads up. Hold on.
Stay on the clock. Prove to Kyle. We can stay on the clock. We can do 3 interviews in
I think so.
20 minutes.
I mean, I think we're capable of it. I mean, we're going to try it again today. Last week, it was to preview all of the playoff games. Today, though, we have a specific goal in mind, and that is to learn about the 3 known candidates for the offense coordinator job here in Seattle. We're going to start with Clint Kubiak, and so for that, we're going to go to Denver. Mike Liss, K9 News. And Clint wasn't there this past year, but the Kubiaks are obviously staples in Denver, and Clint was there a couple of years ago. So, Mike, thanks for taking a few minutes with us. We appreciate it.
Sure. How you guys doing?
We're good. We're, trying to see what this offense in Seattle is going to look like next year, and Clint Kubiak's name came up. What do you make of Clint?
I like Clint. I like his demeanor. I like his personality. I liked his dad. Everyone liked his dad as a head coach. It's sometimes in the media and the press, it's hard to like the head coach. But Gary Kubiak was a guy everyone liked, and Clint has the same type of demeanor. And it's obviously the same system that his dad ran for so many years. Gary ran the same system from Mike Shanahan. You tweak it over the years, but you're definitely West Coast. The wide zone, the play action boot. Those are the kind of the staples of the offense.
What happened a couple years ago? He was a part of that Nathaniel Hackett staff. The whole thing obviously imploded there in Denver, along with a character that we know pretty well in Russell Wilson. What role did or did not Clint play in that?
Yeah, he came in with Nathaniel Hackett, and Hackett was calling the plays to start the year, and they had trouble with time management, getting the playoff in time, and now they
10,
blamed
9, 8, 7.
Yeah, it was that. Yeah, it was that game. But here's the deal: I always thought the problem was Russ, and not Hackett. And that really proved to be true the next year when Sean Payton came in and they had the same problems.
Yeah.
I think, Russ was trying to expand his role as a quarterback. He was trying to become Brady and Manning, call the plays, run the system, have all this input, basically become a coach as well as a quarterback. And that wasn't what he was suited for. He wanted more passing, less running. Russ needs more running, and the play off of that. So that wasn't Hackett got blamed for that, and so I'm not sure exactly what point of the season, but it was about 5 or 6 games into the season. George Payton decided to take the play calling away from Nathaniel Hackett and gave it to Clint. And Clint had it for about 8 or 9 games. It went well initially, and then it didn't go so well. And then when Jerry Rosberg was the interim coach, he gave it to Justin Alton, who was the offensive coordinator, in title only for a while, and he actually was the offensive coordinator the last 2 games of the season. Clint Kubiak all along was a quarterback's coach. He's proven to be a real good quarterback's coach. His record is inconsistent as an offensive coordinator, which includes this year with the New Orleans Saints. I mean, I thought he was gangbusters the first 2 games, and then it fell apart for him there. So I think he's good. I like the offensive system. It still works in the NFL. He would have his dad, I think, still in his ear for consultation. So I think he would be a good choice.
You're trying to trick us. Wily old veteran, right? Been in this game a long time, trying to trick us into talking about Russell Wilson, and it's not going to happen, Mike. You're not going to tempt me into spending the next couple minutes talking about Russell and the mistakes and how he wanted to be God and all of those things. That's just not going to happen. You're not going to get me. I'm going to stay focused on Clint Kubiak. No, seriously, I really need to. I can't get into the Russ thing. No. We'll be here for the next half hour.
Yeah, he's more taboo here.
I'm sure he is. Can Clint commit? Can he be a guy who commits to a run game like the Shanahans did early in when that offense really took off? Can he commit to being a run first kind of guy playing for a defensive minded head coach?
Yeah, he definitely can. In fact, I think he prefers to. The one problem that they had here was, I don't know if they didn't have quite the tight ends, or they didn't have the offensive linemen, or didn't have the running backs. The running game just didn't work here, and he had to get out of it and go to the pass more than he wanted to when he was the offensive coordinator here. So, they've had trouble for all the talk about the Broncos not having a quarterback the past 7-8 years until they got Bo Nix this year. They haven't had a 1,000-yard rusher. I knew this at one point, but I think it goes back to, Philip Lindsay got it in 2018 and 2019. Before that, I think it went back to Tatum Bell. So they haven't had a running back in a while here, and his system is that vaunted Shanahan Kubiak one-cut zone blocking system just hasn't been there for Clint when he has had a chance to be an offensive coordinator.
I was hoping you were going to say went back to Sammy Winder. It's been a little while. Just go all the way back to Sammy.
Sammy Winder was the best 3.33 yards per carry back in NFL history. I always said that's basically what he averaged. But if you gave it to him 3 times, you would get that first down.
He also had the best touchdown celebration I remember. He sort of like rocked back and forth with his leg. I always kind of appreciated
Mud. Yeah, Mississippi Mud, they called it. The Mississippi Mud Dance.
All right, well, we got to run. Let me ask you the last quick thing here. Because Brock,
we got to stay on.
Would you chill out? We've got a moment. Brock asked this earlier. Can he command a room? Is he one of those guys who can command a room?
Yeah, I think he can. I'm not sure about the head coach level. Can he command the room? He does. He is a serious, no-nonsense. He's quiet by nature, but he's got that. He does have that personality like his dad, where when he talks, you believe that he knows what he's talking about. And so in that way, I think he can command a room.
Great stuff. Hey, we appreciate it, Mike. Thank you so much. Appreciate a couple of minutes from you, and I'm sure we'll talk again.
All right, go get him, guys. Good luck with the OC search.
All right, there you go. There's Mike Kliss in Denver. We will go, another about third of the way across the country, Brock, from Denver to Chicago. Lawrence Holmes, 670 The Score in Chicago, where he works with our buddy, Matt Spiegel. Brock, who I know you know well as well. Lawrence, thanks for taking a few minutes. Matt was raving about how much he's enjoying working with you.
Oh, he's so sweet. I'm excited to talk with you guys, especially Brock, because Brock and I have a couple of connections. Brock, I do a post-game show here in Chicago with Olin Kreutz.
One of my favorites. I'd say nothing bad about Olin ever. I love him. He's the greatest teammate ever. You just let him know that.
You're
right?
afraid of him. I was on that pregame show a couple weeks ago, and I said Brock is terrified of Olin to this day.
Love that guy.
Hey, he is one of the best life coaches in the world, and yes, everyone's scared of him, and they should be. He's a good man. And Brock's worked with my guy, Jason Benetti.
Oh.
There we go. There we go. Two of my favorites right there, man, on the other end of the spectrum.
For two different reasons.
Yes. One of the toughest, baddest boys there is. And then Benetti. One of the nicest,
and then Olin
Kreutz.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, one of the sweetest, kindest people in the world, and Jason Benetti.
That's right.
Funny. All right. Well, let's. We need a moment or two here on Thomas Brown. We got to see him a little bit as a head coach playing the Seahawks, and seemed like he got a little muddled late in that game on how to handle some of the decisions that needed to be made. But that's not the question here. The question is, can he be an offensive coordinator? What did you make of what he did and his crazy rise from passing game coordinator to head coach over the course of this past season?
I really hope that he gets an opportunity to be someone's OC. And I don't know if it'll happen here, depending on who the coach is, but I think that he made some headway with Caleb Williams. And the reason that I believe that is that things were going sideways with Shane Waldron. I had never heard of a team not having a first 15 or first 20, some sort of list of scripted plays, and apparently that's what was going on with the Bears. And I think that put Caleb in a bad spot early on in the season. When Braun got the job, he started to kind of work through some of that mess. And hard coaching was something that he mentioned, and Caleb talked about it too, because they didn't really have a relationship until he became the OC. And I think that Thomas Braun did a really wonderful job of kind of stripping things down. And remember, it wasn't his offense. They were still running Waldron's offense. For those games where he was only the OC, I thought things were moving in the right direction. When he became head coach, to me, there was too much stuff for him to juggle.
Longtime college guy, right? And then gets into the McVay tree and becomes a branch of that. Coordinated, what was it, in Carolina before Chicago. So why is he one of 3 finalists for the Seahawks? What would be kind of his greatest strengths if you were to look at why he's on this list with Clint Kubiak and Hank Fraley?
Former player, great in the room. Everyone that interacted with him over the last couple of months say that this guy holds players accountable. He is passionate, and it comes across when he's talking to players. So what you're getting is someone, Sean McVay thinks so highly of him that he's been pushing, like trying to elevate this guy. And that says something to me, that whether it's Sean McVay or Kevin O'Connell, both of those guys have gone out of their way to tell you that Thomas Braun knows what he's doing. I really think that he needs a situation that works where he can develop his own offense. What happened to him in Carolina wasn't fair. What's happened with him here in Chicago has not been fair. I think this guy is a future head coach in the league, but he needs some time to be able to do his own thing with an offense. That's why I think that he should be considered.
He was a passing game coordinator. What is his relationship with the run game, which seems to be a pretty important deal to a defensive coach like Mike McDonald?
Yeah, that's one of the big issues that all of us here in Chicago have been wondering about, and it's chicken and the egg. Their run game took some steps back. Now, obviously, you're taking Justin Fields out of the run game with him moving on to Pittsburgh, and that was a big deal. They didn't always look as stout running in between the tackles with DeAndre Swift, but that's not really what DeAndre Swift does. There were so many issues with the way that the roster was constructed that I'd be lying to you if I said that I knew exactly how Thomas Braun would make a run game go. But he is a former running back. So even if there are things that didn't go well for the Bears, I think he has a better idea than maybe what the Bears show.
I'm going to try to dig this up here quickly. Number one, as we've been in this conversation, Salky and I, number one on my list is a guy that understands how to protect the most vulnerable position on the team, and that's the offensive line, the more vulnerable position in all the NFL, and that's the offensive line today. I'm looking at Caleb Williams' sack numbers. I'm going to put my Ebenezer's on here. Let's see. 68 sacks.
Hey,
16 more than C.J. Stroud, 18 more than Geno Smith. 60.
To be fair, I think Sam Darnold had that many sacks last night. So let's be kind.
He was knocking on the door of David Carr. I mean, like, he was really things are bad. But, and this is to Thomas Braun's credit, I think, Thomas Braun made it. He explained it. He was very honest in talking about the sack totals and how some of that, a lot of that, could be on Caleb himself. And Caleb was okay with it. Like, he didn't bristle at the criticism. And that's what I mean about Thomas Braun being a guy that is truthful in the room and can get people behind him in that way. Caleb went out of his way over the last couple of weeks to say, look, I know the numbers look really bad and people want to blame the offensive line. A lot of this is on me. Whether it's Brock, go look up how many, like, free rushers the Bears had. And that's something that can be on Caleb, where he's not sliding protection one way or the other. It was. And I know I'm painting like a terrible picture here in Chicago, and it was rough. Yeah. I think that there was an acknowledgement because of Thomas Brown that Caleb's role in his own protection needs to be improved.
30 seconds. Pete Carroll going to be the head coach in Chicago. Is there any chance that happens?
I think there's a chance of it. I mean, look, if you look at who they're bringing in here now, I'm curious on how this Ben Johnson thing is going to go. Like, I thought Jacksonville might be the place where he lands, and now he's got options all the way around the country. He's got options. What's your backup plan? Is it Mike McCarthy or is it Pete Carroll? We shall see.
Love it. Hey, Lawrence, we appreciate it. Say hi to our buddy Matt and, Brock's
give Benetti a hug and then
friend,
punch Olin. Yeah. Or maybe the other way around. Punch Benetti, give Olin a hug.
Olin.
See what happens.
Why are you trying to get me killed, Brock? What's the matter with you?
Yeah, just punch Olin Kreutz and then insult his family while you're at
Punch Benetti, hug Olin.
I would insult his family. I've heard he takes that really well. All right. Thank you, Lawrence. We appreciate it. All right. We'll go from
Thank you.
From Chicago to Detroit, not really all that far, to be honest with you, and talk to a former Lions tackle, big-time radio star there, Detroit 97.1 The Ticket, post-game show as well, John Jensen. John, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. How are you guys doing out there?
We're just spinning around the country trying to figure out who the next OC is, and we saved you for last, John. You're kind of batting cleanup here.
Is he on the list of people we call friends of Brock?
John Jansen?
Yeah.
He's a friend of mine.
Oh.
Am I a friend of his?
Yeah. This is how close Brock is to me. Every time he texts me, I text him back almost immediately. And when I don't, within a half an hour, he texts, "This is Brock Hewitt." Like, I don't know who the hell I'm talking to.
Uh-huh. Smart. Well, he knows you're a former offensive lineman, so you know.
Important. I'm so important. You didn't text me back right away. How dare you?
I think he just thinks you're an offensive lineman, and Brock believes that all offensive linemen probably have enough brain damage over the course of their career. They don't know how to work their phones that well.
I never said the cadence once. Not on one. It's on one, boys. It's on one. You have to repeat it for the offensive lineman. Make sure they know. I'm just looking out for you, JJ. Yeah. That's it.
All right.
All that head trauma just to protect jerks like you.
That's right.
Sounds about right. Yeah. Tell us about another guy who played that position pretty darn well, and that's Hank Fraley, who's been, the offensive line coach there. Not the run game coordinator, but the offensive line coach, and one of the three candidates we know of to be the offensive coordinator here. What do we need to know most about Hank Fraley?
Well, we certainly don't want Brock's opinion on him, knowing that he's an offensive line coach. But here's what I know about Hank, because I've known Hank, since he played for the Eagles. I was playing for Washington. We our paths crossed a bunch of times, and he's a very cerebral guy when talking about the game of football. He's open to new techniques, new ideas, new schemes. He's always talking about, different things. And obviously he's not the one that's calling the plays here. And Ben Johnson has talked about some of the, quote unquote trick plays that his cupboard is there's no end to it. Part of that is because he's got great minds like Mark Brunell, who I know you guys are obviously familiar with there in Husky, country. He was a former teammate of mine at Washington. All of these different guys, their thoughts, their ideas go into making the Lions offense as dynamic as it is right now. And you can't be just a good position coach. You've got to be a good offensive mind to be on Dan Campbell's staff. That's what Hank is. And I love his temperament. He's not a guy that's going to fly off the handle. He's not going to be overly emotional. It's all about fixing it in the moment if issues arise. And as much as I would hate to lose him as an offensive line coach, we all know that his destiny is much higher than just position coach.
Does he give you Andy Reid vibes? Because from afar, I kind of feel some Andy Reid vibes.
Well, he's much more handsome than Andy Reid is, which we all know goes into calling great plays. But, yeah, I don't think you're far off in that where, you know, when Andy Reid is on the sidelines and he's calling the offense, he's very calm, he's very measured, nothing rattles him, loves to have fun, and calls, obviously, a great game. Now, he's got all the tools to work with. But here's the one thing I like about Hank and his demeanor on the sidelines. As much as, you know, we love Jared Goff here, we know he's limited in terms of his athletic ability. But he's not limited in what he can handle in the offense. He's not limited in what he can handle for protections. And, you know, while Hank's not calling things, he is the guy that is putting together protections. He's the guy that gets to orchestrate everything from behind the scenes. And I'm super excited, whether it's in Seattle or if Ben Johnson goes, maybe it's in Detroit. He's going to be calling plays, and I can't wait to see what that offense ultimately looks like.
This may offend you, John, and if so, I apologize. But I feel like the offensive line is the most vulnerable position group in all the NFL. And we have watched for years here, and this year and some of the years before it, you know, an offensive line struggle with so many sacks and guys put in positions. To me, as I watch it, that's unfair to them. You're just setting them up for failure. If you're asking him to one-on-one block that guy and to pass set and to be in the shotgun all the time that you're just not protecting at times your most vulnerable group. I think I know the answer to this because Hank played 10 years in the league and was not the most gifted guy athletically. How far do you think he goes in protecting that group and making that group shine?
Well, it's easy to do when you've got, you know, Frank Ragnow, who's, you know, an all-pro. You got Penei Sewell, who may be the best tackle in the country. You've got Zeitler, who's, you know, a veteran of a decade's worth of NFL experience. Glasgow, Decker, like, he does a great job of protecting those guys. They also do a nice job of protecting him. I mean, good players make coaches look great. Yeah. But, you know, you're right. And in regards to the offense, like, I would love to play in this offense because it's a run-first offense. They run the ball more than they pass the ball. And even when they throw the ball, it's a play-action scheme. So you still get to fire off the ball. This is a lineman's dream. And, you know, when you look at protections, he never leaves anybody on an island. There's times when Penei Sewell, because of his talents, because of his abilities, yeah, he's going to be one-on-one against the Bosa or against the pass rushers, but it's because he can handle it. And then there's other times where he's going against those guys or even lesser rushers where you're going to have a chip from a running back or you're going to have a receiver or it's the motion that goes that slows things down and makes a defense think. All of those things go into designing protections, and he does everything that he possibly can to put them in position for success. Now, ultimately, they got to go out and do it, but he puts them in position for that success.
John, you're a radio guy, so you know when I say we only have 30 seconds, I mean we only really have 30 seconds. But last quick thing for you, all of that stuff with the running backs, the offensive line, the running game, et cetera, does he know how to coach a quarterback? Does he know how to develop a quarterback and put him in a good position to be creative in the red zone, all those types of things that modern offensive coordinators need to do?
Well, you look at his experience as a player. He's played in front of some really good quarterbacks. And, you know, it all comes down to protection. And if you've got time to throw the ball, you can make a lot of quarterbacks look good. But, yes, in terms of technique, in terms of development, you hire a good quarterback coach that can come in there and do those things. You know what you're good at, and you know what you need to delegate, and I think that's exactly where Hank's at.
I love it. John, thank you, mostly for just making fun of Brock, but also for some great information there on Hank Fraley.
Johnny. I'll text you later.
Yeah, and then probably text him again.
You give me a shout anytime. I'm willing to throw Brock under the bus as many times as I can.
That's awesome. And by the way, kudos to you guys. It must be so much fun. Congrats getting to watch that team and everything that's going on. I know a lot of the country's rooting for them to go all the way and after all the years of heartache. So have fun with it, and we will talk again.
Thanks, Johnny.
Sounds good.
All right, Brock.
Thanks.
Well, that was all right. I got to tell you, if these are the only three candidates for this job, this shouldn't be a very hard conversation. That's next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
As I watched these, I was just picturing the Seahawks and how would they match up against this team? How would they match up against Tampa Bay and Washington?
Weekdays 2 to 7.
The one thing that stood out to me was it just looked like really good offensive line play. That was pretty noticeable. Another thing that stood out, mobile quarterbacks. And I'm not saying you need to be like Lamar Jackson and run for 915 yards. I mean, he is very unique, but I would like to see Geno be more mobile.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. Call 800-885-3663. That's 800-885-3663. 800-885-3663.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast local service and an industry-leading 96% customer satisfaction rating, it's no wonder.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Get 50% off all windows plus no interest or payments for 2 years. Hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION.
My friends swim no matter the season, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now, thanks to Skyrizi and clear skin, count me in. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
At Shane Company, we'll help you create a ring as unique as your love story. We have the biggest selection of diamonds in all shapes and sizes, and center stones in an array of colors, including sapphires in blue, pink, green, lavender, and more. Just the other day, a couple picked out a blue sapphire that perfectly matched her eyes, and they left knowing her ring was truly one of a kind. That's what happens at Shane Company. Come check us out. You might just fall in love with something unexpected. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Breast cancer is a tough battle for anyone to fight. But if you can't afford treatment, can't work, or can't feed your family, that diagnosis can be devastating. I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda, and I am proud to be part of Northwest Hope and Healing's mission. We provide a lifeline for breast and gynecologic cancer patients. We cover essentials like food, utilities, and childcare, so patients can focus on healing. Over the last 25 years, Northwest Hope and Healing has distributed nearly $3 million to thousands of local cancer patients. And you can help us make a difference in our community. Join us on February the 1st for Cork, Fork, and Support, an afternoon of fine wine, inspiration, and community support at the historic Hollywood Schoolhouse in the heart of Woodinville wine country. Get your tickets now for Cork, Fork, and Support on February the 1st. Go to nwhopeandhealing.org to learn more. That's nwhopeandhealing.org.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get his freaking out!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Now, sometimes you got to be wary of buying the product based on the salesman.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you got to be wary of buying the product based on who's selling it. And we just had 3 different sales pitches for the 3 known candidates for the Seahawks offensive coordinator job. And I got to take that into account as you weigh, what to make of those 3 options. But if those are truly the only 3 options, and I'm sure that's not the case, but they're the only 3 we know of right now, and those 3 are the only 3 sales pitches I'm going to hear, the choice seems pretty easy. Mm-hmm. I'm hiring Hank Fraley over Clint Kubiak and Thomas Braun. And it's quite frankly probably Fraley, Braun, Kubiak in terms of my desire to hire them.
Yeah, they all have their strengths. I think that's what that 25 minutes illustrated. Once again, we spanned the country, and we nailed it. We pretty much stayed on clock. I was a little nervous there with the first one, but we pretty much stayed on clock, Salk. So job well done. You're the pilot. I'm the co-pilot. I just fist pounded you.
Co-pilot got a little mouthy at some point in there.
Yeah, got a little hairy.
Started talking about mutiny and taking over the plane.
That's okay. Yeah, you were in control. You did a good job. Each of these guys have strengths. With Kubiak, the strength, and you heard that from Mike Kliss, is if you want the West Coast family, if you want the Shanahan and outside zone and one-cut family, and that's the offense that you want, and if you're Mike McDonald and that gives you the most problems, this guy he was born into it, and he's been around it for decades. And he's how did he say it about him? He's pretty, not stubborn, but he commands respect with that. Like, he knows he's serious by nature, and he knows this.
Who was it who said this? It was Matt Hasselbeck. This is just kind of ringing in my ears.
Okay.
Matt Hasselbeck, a week or so ago when he joined us, saying that some people think that zone blocking scheme is soft. Some people think it's a little bit more finesse, a little bit more soft, and that those same people seem to think that the gap blocking schemes are a little bit tougher.
Well, think about it. Think about what's asked in those two schemes. Right?
Pulling and power and all those. I know.
You got to hammer down. You got to pull around. I mean, there are massive collisions versus just kind of movement. There's still collisions, but
it's hard. It's hard for me to get that out of my head.
And the hard part, too, is you wonder when he said, man, it's been a decade in Denver, right? A bunch of them have tried to do it. Well, you know what else happened, unfortunately? A rule change happened, where you can't cut guys down like you used to be able to do
on the backside.
Don't tell Mark Schlereth that system's soft and finesse, because when he played, and you're chopping dudes' legs in half, and you're putting your face mask right in their thigh pad, like like the big boys he had to do.
All right, but
There's
now
nothing soft about that.
It's hard, man. That's kind of ringing in my ear.
Okay, number two. So that's I think one with Kubiak. That is his strength, though. That if you want that family, this dude knows it inside.
And Braun was intriguing. Braun was definitely the second most intriguing, I thought, there because of, what he said he did once Waldron was gone, and he kind of, rose up, and the amount of respect that he commanded in that locker room. I think that
would have been his strength. If I cut through the 7-8 minutes with each of these guys, the strength of Kubiak is that he knows that system inside and out. There's no fluff about it, and he's serious about it, and he knows it, and knows every detail of it because he's lived it his whole life.
That's what you want. Those guys are out there.
Okay. Number 2, Thomas, if you want a guy that can challenge players, relate to today's younger players, if you're going to have a young team and you want somebody to command and be authentic and demand,
I just don't think they
I
need
think that's
that.
his strength.
I'm not like, he seems like someone who's going to be a better head coach than a coordinator eventually. He may not be there yet, right? And he's going to have to learn some of that decision-making stuff that seemed to be too much for him when we watched that game a couple weeks ago. But I don't know that I hear like a brilliant offensive-minded quarterback or coordinator there. What I hear from Lawrence Holmes was much more of a leader, which is great. Those guys are awesome to have, but I don't know whether that's what this team needs right now as its offensive coordinator.
And then with Hank Fraley,
he checked 4 of the 6 boxes that we had.
He did. He checked every single one of mine.
Well,
when John Jansen said he's a lineman's dream,
yes,
I would have loved to play in the
that
system. It is a lineman's dream. Okay, so check that one. Secondly, he's got a growth mindset. He said that.
Yep.
When he talked about all
he
the
said
creative,
he was open to lots of new ideas.
And when Dan Campbell, again, just don't look at the cover. Inside of it is like, man, I need guys that do want to grow and do want to challenge and do want to innovate and do these things behind the scenes. He's doing a ton of that.
He mentioned his temperament as well, specifically, right? That speaks to your need for commanding a room.
Yeah, you walk in and you've done it, man. You played 10 years in the league. Like you have been there and done it. You've been on successful teams. You've been on winners, right? Just about everywhere you have been, you have won. And you've been a part of that thing and, frankly, the center of a bunch of that.
He only had one of my 3. He had all 3 of yours. The one of mine he had was a commitment to the run game. He said he is a run-first guy specifically. So, okay. The 2 that were maybe a little bit more question marks were, could you put the quarterback in a position to let playmakers make plays, and could you have that creativity in the red zone? I don't know if that's going to be his thing, although it does sound like he's pretty.
Where did they rank? Where did Detroit rank with a very?
I mean, they were pretty good, but they also had Ben Johnson, who's one of the most creative guys around. So I don't know how much he's learned from Ben Johnson. Maybe there's quite a bit, and maybe you do need to pair him with somebody who can be a really creative passing game coordinator. Oh, by the way, what was the report from Burt Breer? He's talking to potential passing game coordinators to pair with. Because he knows that's not his strength. Sounds a lot like when Sean McVay had Wade Phillips on the phone ready to go in his interview with the Rams.
Yep.
Look, there may be more candidates for this job, Brock, in which case I'd like to hear more about them because none of these 3 seem perfect.
No, and Hank's never done it. The other 2 have at least done it.
Yep.
And we know how difficult that job is, how unstable that job is, how little patience. Ryan Grubb was a one and done.
None of them are perfect. But based on what I heard today, and based on what you and I have both kind of thrown out there as our most important principles, I think that if these are your 3 options, it's really just one, and it's Hank Fraley.
Yeah. And you know what, man? John Jansen could say, I poke fun at the linemen. I could say they were the kids in the swimming pool that wore their T-shirts, unfortunately, when they were 12. I love linemen. I do. I always have. And I am shaped in my football life by playing for and having the most fun and the most enjoyment with an incredible offensive line. That in 1996, I was gifted to play behind some of the greatest dudes, some of the baddest dudes, some of the most physical dudes. And when your identity of your football team is that, see also Detroit, see also Baltimore, see also Philly, when that is the identity of your football team, not only do you love to play quarterback, man, you love to be a fan of them. Because every week you may not win, but every week, man, you're going to go in there to do some damage against your opponent.
All right, coming up here at 9:45, we've got to answer the question, Jerk. So if you guys want to send questions in, please do. I'll start looking through those now. 866-979-3776. No.
What in the world?
Did I hate Twitter? It's just dumb.
Were you playing hockey last night, or was that the night before?
No, it was last night. It was yesterday afternoon.
It was hockey last night. Hockey night in America.
It was at like 2:30, so I don't know about last night.
Hockey afternoon in America.
It was hockey afternoon in Seattle. 866-979-3776. Any question on any subject, we'll answer those at 9:45. We can talk all we want about running game and linemen and everything else, but we all know one thing is still more important than everything else, and we're discussing it in 20 minutes after everything you need to know next.
Four down territory. Going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
What are we going to find out when it comes to the quarterback position during the NFL playoffs?
You don't have to be Lamar. You ain't got to be Josh Allen, but you got to be able to tuck it and run every now and then. Every winning quarterback had at least 6 rushing attempts. Doesn't mean all of them were designed. Doesn't mean that they all broke for 50, but it was like 6 rushing attempts and at least 30 to 40 yards, which is crazy to me.
Four down territory. Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
Man, it's brutal seeing those temperature gauges in the 30s. That was definitely the case this morning. And it can get cold in your house, right? It can be drafty. If that's something you're noticing, or you're noticing that your utility bills are a whole lot higher, could be because your attic or crawl space aren't insulated well enough. So here's why you call Crawl Pros. They'll come out, do a corner-to-corner inspection of your crawl space and attic hatch for free, and then you may get help paying for any changes that need to be made. Utility companies have these great incentives right now to help with the cost of having your home properly insulated. So if you're a PSE customer and your home was built before 1990, how about receiving a rebate on up to 95% of the cost to properly insulate your crawl space and attic? That is huge. Don't wait. Take advantage of these incredible rebates today. Call Crawl Pros and learn what's going on back behind that crawl space or attic hatch for free, and then what energy rebates you're eligible for. If you're worried about critters, mold, water damage, insulation issues, or anything else related to your crawl space or attic, schedule a free corner-to-corner inspection at crawlpros.com.
You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service will help your company with logoed apparel, uniforms, floor mats, linen, and more. Give us a call. We answer the phone. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do. Visit suplinen.com.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
James Schwartz for Techline Roofing. For your best shot at a new roof, trust Techline. With the strongest warranty in the business, Techline Roofing has you covered. Trust the team I trust. Trust Techline Roofing.
Dave Wyman with an important message for those recently diagnosed with prostate cancer. Several treatment options are available, and gaining an understanding of each of them can help you make an informed treatment decision. When searching for the most advanced treatment, excellent outcomes, minimal side effects, and a short treatment course, CyberKnife at Swedish is top of the list. CyberKnife is a non-surgical treatment utilizing a robotic radiosurgery system to deliver radiation beams with sub-millimeter accuracy. The targeted radiation adjusts robotically in real time to tumor and patient movement. Swedish CyberKnife patients report a better quality of life both during and after treatment. Swedish CyberKnife treats patients from all over the Pacific Northwest. If you, a friend, or a family member is diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider Swedish CyberKnife. Go to swedish.org/cyberknife-prostate. That's swedish.org/cyberknife-prostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
Are you tired of having your money locked up in an annuity for 5 to 7 years? A CD that is only paying 4 to 5%? Or how about that underperforming IRA that you've lost track of? Hi, I'm Scott Rureka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. Our Legacy Northwest Fund is a 9% fixed income fund that only requires a 2-year commitment. And we are now opening our flagship fund to new investors. Legacy's Northwest Fund has had excellent performance with 0 investor losses for 16 straight straight years. I challenge you to find a better fixed income opportunity in the marketplace today. Come join the over 1,000 local investors with over $200 million invested.
Legacy's Northwest Fund is now open to new investors and paying 9%. Invest smart, invest local, invest with Legacy Group Capital. Visit LegacyG.com. LegacyG.com. Legacy's Northwest Fund is available to accredited investors only and paying 9% APR. Terms and conditions at LegacyG.com.
Hey guys, ready to feel stronger, leaner, energetic, and more confident? For a limited time, Revive Men's Health offers 25% off TRT and ED bundles. Plus, get a free month of compounded semaglutide, a powerful proven weight loss medication with the same active drug as Ozempic. Terms and exclusions apply. Don't wait. This offer won't last.
Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Got neighbors? Big Trees can help. This is Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. If you've been considering planting trees to add privacy, look no further than Big Trees. Privacy trees fill in empty spaces, help to define property lines, and add curb appeal. Learn more about Big Trees' big supply of privacy trees at BigTreeSupply.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Think the Rams could upset any of the big teams left in the NFC? They play the way they did last night defensively, they're going to have a shot to do it, right?
Yep. Well, I don't think there's any question. I think when you've got the quarterback, you got the coordinator, and you got a front that can really affect the quarterback. And last night, I mean, it was one of the most affected QB games in playoff history. They sacked Sam Darnold 9 times last night. 9.
For like 80-something yards, too.
Yes.
I mean, that is a remarkable number, and one of those sacks even led to points.
Darnold balls out. Picked up by Verse. Off to the races. And gone for the touchdown.
I had a little Jared Verse conversation earlier, Brock. Are you bummed at all?
Are you have envy? I mean, they're different guys.
I
You're
know.
asking them.
I know.
I mean, that's the hard thing. If he were an end, if Byron Murphy were a D end, and it was apples to apples, it'd be a lot easier to be critical and to criticize.
I'm not criticizing. Can I be envious without criticizing? Can I wish they had done that without criticizing the move they made? I don't have a problem with the move that John Schneider made, drafting Byron Murphy.
Mm-hmm.
But in retrospect, a year later, I think it's hard not to look at it and say that Jared Verse would be better, no?
Yeah, and that you could have maybe gotten the second round. Well, you traded your second rounder for Leonard Williams. He didn't have a second round, but certainly their combination and what they did this year and what they did the year before is truly awesome for
and
them.
the argument that's going to be a little hard is like, oh, well, they have Boy Mafe and these other guys. Like, yeah, Verse is better than those guys. Verse looks like he might be a superstar.
Mm-hmm.
And those other guys are good, as is Byron Murphy.
You know who Verse looks like? Khalil Mack. Where you just can't really block him.
By the way, we now know it's Khalil Mack.
Oh, we do?
Yeah.
Oh,
there's a whole conversation in that playoff game about it the other day.
Oh, interesting.
I heard it right before I fell asleep. In any event, the Rams are in. The Vikings are out. Rams will take on Philly. Detroit is hosting Washington.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Mariners have a bat, Brock. His name is Donovan Solano. What percentage of our listening audience do you think had heard of Donovan
1%.
Solano? I said
1%.
2.
1 or 2%.
I suggested 2%.
Sadly, I did not.
You didn't know him?
I was in the 98%.
Oh, he had this great game against the Mariners just a couple years ago. Oh, there was one from 2014, but here he was in 2021 when he was with the Giants.
Comes home on 3-1, swinging a line drive down the left field line, fair ball by a couple of inches. Crawford comes down the line and scores easily. Yastrzemski hits the bag at third. Throw comes in from Fraley. Play at the plate, not in time. Headlong slide from Yastrzemski. And Donovan Solano picks up his third hit tonight and puts the Giants in front 5-3.
All right, I just want to be clear. Mm-hmm. He's been in the league for a while, but that's not Carl Yastrzemski that he's driving in. That's his grandson. I just want to be clear. It's been a while, but not quite that long.
Because the other highlight you played was from 2014.
The other highlight was from 2014. Carroll was not playing in 2014 either. He had, I think, hung him up about 83, 84.
Kind of confused him. Honestly, when the name came out and Morris sent us a text, you were napping, so Lyle and I responded right away.
I think I was playing hockey.
Oh, you were actually playing hockey. And I did have a level of like, hold on a second. Is that Serrano for Major League? Pedro Serrano?
No.
Or is that Soler? Wasn't there a Soler
Jorge
last year?
Soler.
Yeah, Soler and Serrano gives you
Donovan Solano.
There you go.
Yeah. Well, he can hit. He's really just sort of budget Luis Ariz. Right? I mean, like, I don't know how better to say this. He's older. He's not quite as good.
37.
But he hits for a really high average and doesn't do anything else.
Yep.
That's Luis Ariz.
He puts barrel on the ball.
Yes. Really, really well.
Yeah,
really well.
I don't think you're getting anywhere near the power of Soler or Pedro Serrano for that matter.
No, he's not.
No.
But he could probably hit a curveball better than Serrano.
Oh, yeah.
Well, Serrano couldn't hit the curveball.
No, the bat was very afraid of it.
Yeah. Yes,
you also get a pretty good clubhouse presence, which I think you got with Serrano in his own way.
You think you still sign Justin Turner, DH, first base, or is this kind of take that
I don't
out?
think you can have two guys of that age and ilk on your team at the same time. I don't think that works, at least not for me. I would be critical of now adding someone like Justin Turner. This is your Justin Turner for less money and with a different skill set. Really good at putting the bat in the ball and no power and not a lot of defense, as we said, a lot like Luis Ariz.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
A couple other kind of notes, I guess. Roki Sasaki's not coming here. I asked you earlier, Brock, and Lyle. Lyle, I haven't gotten your answer yet. So Sasaki is down to the Dodgers, Padres, and Blue Jays. Assuming he goes to one of the California teams, and I'm still betting on the Padres, would you offer Luis Castillo to Toronto for Bo Bichette?
I said I would entertain it. In the end, I don't think I can pull that trigger. It makes your team worse with significant risk.
Okay.
Not unless you are confident you're getting an extension done with them. That's it.
I don't know how you could possibly be confident about that.
Right. So then the answer is no, because Bo Bichette has a year left on his deal, had an awful year last year. It doesn't work.
Yeah. And Luis got 3 years still.
I love Luis, but I would entertain it. I would definitely want to think about it and see if I could make something like that work.
I mean, I'd be intrigued, but Bo Bichette was a 71 WRC plus last year.
I know. But
in the 2 years before that?
Really good.
You know what his upside is.
Of course.
It's significantly higher than most everyone on your team right now.
Right.
Just gotta have that conversation. Speaking of upside and not having enough of it, that's been one of the Kraken's big problems. They just don't have enough guys with major upside. This cut from Elliot Friedman's going to stay with me for a little while because there's one guy, General Manager Ron Francis, who's put this whole thing together since the beginning.
The team CEO, Todd Leiweke, made a bit of a surprise trip to Buffalo today. He was at the game, and people started to wonder what exactly is up here. His presence was noted. It's not normal for him to be on the road, but he was at that game today as the Kraken rallied from down 2-0 to beat the Sabres 6-2.
That's probably not a great sign for your general manager. And then I didn't like hearing this either from Friedman. This were a couple names that he brought up on his podcast as potential trade targets for the Kraken to deal.
I've heard Burakovsky a bit out there. I've heard Bjorkstrand a bit out there. And, the big challenge for Seattle is they simply just don't have a huge prospect pool yet because they haven't been around that long. So I just think it's a bit of stress, a bit of frustration right now, and they're trying to navigate how they're going to get through it.
Well, it's really hard for me to imagine you're going to get much of a prospect back for Andrei Burakovsky, who, quite frankly, I'd be fine with them just cutting. As for Bjorkstrand, I think he's a pretty good player, and yeah, you could probably get something back for him. He would help a team, I think, a lot heading into a postseason. But yeah, it hasn't been that long, but didn't you do all these things and trade all these players and have all these draft picks? Like, you should have some prospects, and you don't.
And this is not a financial situation, right?
No.
Hasn't Ron Francis really from the jump been given every resource imaginable?
I mean, it's a salary cap
facility,
league, so
top-notch
that's not
workout
it.
facility. There's a salary cap, like the cash on hand. Like, this is not any of those conversations,
No,
right?
I mean, you got to get lucky. You got to get the right player. You got to have the number 2 pick or the number 5 pick in the right season.
And when you get Beniers and your top picks are Beniers and Shane Wright,
you got to get them right, or at least one of them. And right now, neither of them are looking like they are going to be star players in this league. That's everything you need to know. Quarter past every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. I hope I'm
back
wrong.
And look at those drafts. If you come back and look at those drafts like we do in Major League Baseball, wow, you could have taken Mike Trout. Oh, wow, you could have taken Jared Verse. Oh, wow. You go back and look at those drafts and see, was it just unfortunate circumstance that there were not those caliber of players?
I haven't gone back. Okay. I probably need to do.
Can you do that? A little homework for you?
Yes,
Can you do that?
I will try to do a little homework tonight on some of the guys that they could have had in those spots. All right, answer the questions, your questions, please. Now is the time. 866-979-3776.
866-979-3776. You know the number. 866-979-3776.
Don't think it helps when you do that. But I would love for people to send in questions so that the last few minutes of this show aren't awful. And you can try to ignore Brock and his silly voice.
One more time. 866-979-3776. The Brock and Salk Show.
Really doesn't help when you say it like that. But let me say it with a little bit of clarity. 866-979-3776. That's the Mac and Jack's text line. Any question on any subject, we'll answer them after I play 3 cuts that Maura wanted me to play for one specific purpose. We'll do it next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
How would you feel about an NFL playoff format where you are not guaranteed home field advantage by being a divisional winner? Instead, home field advantage goes to those top 4 teams in win percentage.
I'm with this, man. Reward your work during the regular season. I also understand why the owners wouldn't want to make this shit because you're a division champion. You feel like you have a privilege and you should be in a better situation than some other peasant who went 12-5 and didn't win their division. When in actuality, they're the better team.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
Homes are being pounded by so many rain and windstorms this winter, you've got to take care of it. It's Bob Stelton here for Asset Roofing. If you've noticed damage or maybe you're curious about how your roof is holding up, the smart thing is to have Asset Roofing do a quick inspection. They recently did one for me, and as always, I was glad to know exactly what was happening up there. There was a little bit of moss growth, especially since I'm surrounded by trees, so it's a pretty common thing, but it's something that should get taken care of right away, and Asset Roofing explained it's an easy fix that will prevent expensive damage down the line. In between storms, have Asset Roofing inspect your roof just to make sure everything is okay up there. It's a quick appointment that will most likely give you peace of mind and save you thousands later. Remember, you're either hiring a liability or you're hiring an asset. Head to AssetRoofingCo.com. That's AssetRoofingCo.com.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing, excellence is on the house.
If it's a new year and a new you, it begins with a new car. At Toyota of Kirkland, they're ready for your resolutions. Come see the beautiful showroom and wonderful team at Toyota of Kirkland to kick off 2025. Check out the wide selection of Tundras, Tacomas, and RAV4s. Get electrified in your ride with Toyota of Kirkland's inventory of Prius and the BZ4X. The best way to start the new year is by visiting Toyota of Kirkland in person or online at toyotaofkirkland.com.
Hey Seahawks fans, Tyler Lockett for Brown Bear Car Wash. We've got the perfect play for a spotless car. With the Unlimited Wash Club, you can keep your car game ready all season long. It isn't clean unless it's Brown Bear clean.
The Big Seattle Boat Show, January 31st through February 8th, with big selection, big discounts, and big fun for everyone.
The Boat Show, the Boat Show, the Big Seattle Boat Show.
Details and discount tickets at seattleboatshow.com.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with the sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? It seems impossible to find them. Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go. ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Collectors, Front Row Car Show is returning to Tacoma. Join us at the Greater Tacoma Convention Center on January 18th and 19th. Baseball, football, basketball, and hockey cards, plus collectibles such as Pokemon, Marvel, Star Wars, and comic books. SGC, Beckett, CBCS, and JSA will be there. So bring your cards, comics, and autographs to sell, trade, or get them graded. Hundreds of bidders, thousands of dollars in free prizes. Don't miss it. Front Row Card Show, Greater Tacoma Convention Center, Saturday and Sunday, January 18th and 19th, 11 to 5. For more info, go to frontrowcardshow.com. That's frontrowcardshow.com.
For Down Territory, going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
Lowe's knows how to help make your Super Bowl 59 party a touchdown. Let us help you prep your home to host with top brands like Charbroil, Blackstone, and LG, so you can be the MVP of game day. Plus, use the Lowe's app to find what you need for a seamless shopping run. Or huddle up with our Lowe's Red Vest associates to help make all your game time hosting decisions.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide, based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
This is Brock and Salk
weekdays 6 to 10
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
We can talk about offensive coordinators. We can talk about wide receivers and offensive linemen, but we all still know that at the core, Brock, you got to have the quarterback, right? I mean, nothing works without having the right guy as the trigger man for your offense and as the leader of your football team. And we talked yesterday about Jaden Daniels, right, who is special. There's no doubt. That kid's special, right? The accuracy, the arm, the running ability, the leadership. They're calling him a unicorn. And Joel, my buddy Joel, who grew up in Washington, now lives in Phoenix, sent me a note from Cliff Kingsbury saying, hey, are you interested in maybe moving on to a head coaching gig again? And he was like, it would take a lot to get me to leave this kid. Not this job, not I'm happy here, just I don't want to leave Jaden Daniels.
Yeah,
he's so special that he makes everyone look good, and I just want to be around him.
Yeah, erases a lot of ills. Erases some protection issues because it's not as if Washington's O-line is loaded with the Penei Sewells and the Ragnows and some of these guys around the league that you see with many of these teams left. He's making them better. He's making the run game better. He's making the red zone better. He's making late game. Just put the ball in his hands. He's got a calm, cool, collected manner to him. He's making Dan Quinn's decision-making to go for it on fourth down. He's just erasing so many of the other challenges.
And then what did we say? Eighth in the
have.
red zone, right?
Yeah.
I mean, just all of those things come together. All right, so that's one. Mike Vrabel just took the New England job, right? What did he say when he took the gig? Drake May is a big draw for him to take that job.
Yep.
Now, I think there's some other draws, like, he played there and everything else. Like, I think there's Belichick's legacy, but does he take that job without knowing that Drake...
Jacoby Brissett?
Right, probably not.
No.
Probably going to interview other places and, choose which one suits him best. But Drake May, I like the skills. I like what I saw this year. Yeah, I'll take that gig. We heard Ryan Clark last week say that Antonio Pierce probably lost his job. Why? Because the Raiders are the one team in that division that doesn't have a quarterback.
Yep.
Right? They don't know who their guy is. They're going with Farva. They're going, I mean, like, they don't know what to do. You'll get that joke next week, Lau.
That's good.
And as much as we know teams want to run the ball right now, this is some from what Maura told us last night, and I agree with her 100%, you still got to find your quarterback. You still got to find who your franchise guy is going to be. John Schneider, when is this cut from when he was asked about the long-term plan? This is John Schneider talking about...
This was right after they picked up Sam Howell.
Okay, so this is last year after picking up Sam Howell. John Schneider asked about the long-term plan.
Well, we just traded for Sam Howell. He's got 2 years left on his contract. He's, 2 years younger than a lot of these guys. Gino's here. I mean, we have a really cool room right now. We're trying to add a couple guys right now, and we'll continue to work it. So, we'll see where it goes. We're always looking at that position. I can't tell you what our long-term plan is because I honestly don't know, but Sam is a huge part of it because we made a major trade to get Sam before we got here.
Do you think you still feel that way now?
So that was after the draft, right? And they added Jaron Hall, a guy that I liked actually out of BYU a couple years ago. Went to Minnesota, practice squad. They picked him up, and he was on the roster for most of the season on the practice squad as well. I don't see the upside of Sam Howell that I think many teams, not just the Seahawks, that many teams felt like when they traded for him. Okay. There were 4 or 5 other teams that likewise, including the Rams, who were interested in trading for him as a young guy that would cost you nothing. Now it costs a 4th-round pick, and that is something. But, having a little taste, watching a little practice, seeing a little preseason, obviously seeing the struggle in the one regular season game, the size, the lack of, the lack of anticipation. If you struggle with Sam Darnold, you struggled, I think, watching Sam Howell. I think
that's probably true. Here's more from Schneider before last year's draft.
I would assess this year's class. It's a good group. Greg, I've told you guys in the past, having grown up in the Packer organization and worked for Ron Wolf, not 14 drafts, only drafting 2 quarterbacks, is not something that we're necessarily proud of. It's just it's happened that way, and every year it's a goal to try to acquire a quarterback, and whether that's a draft, free agency, whatever it looks like. But yeah, this year's draft class is a cool group. A lot of variances in there.
Yeah, last year's class was an elite crew. Right, led by now, as it turns out, Jaden, and then Drake and Caleb and Penix and Bo Nix. My gosh, I mean, JJ didn't get to play with the knee injury, but man, it was a really cool crew. Now, excuse and explanation, if you want one, is part of the reason over 14 years you haven't done the Ron Wolf thing. Is the Ron Wolf thing's not really relevant anymore. People aren't taking 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th round quarterbacks like they used to. Right, that mid-round quarterback, has largely evaporated, and they all get taken and run up. Like Jackson Dart's going to get taken in the 1st round, where maybe years ago, Kaepernick and Andy Dalton, 10, 12, 14 years ago, certainly 20, 30 years ago, you could take Brunell and Hasselback in the mid-rounds and
doesn't there have
develop.
To be an in-between, though? And I think, excuse explanation side, I think you could also say, look, Russ didn't want that around him, and that would have been problematic, potentially, to have drafted somebody in a higher round while Russ was still here.
I mean, he didn't want him to go watch Josh Allen's workouts.
But Brock. 2? I mean, like, all of those are good points, but 2? And especially knowing, they traded Russ now, 4 years ago? I mean, 2?
Yep.
Like, at some point, that number, by John's own admission, is one not to be proud of. So,
but the quarterback production over those 15 years, is pretty good. Proud to be, is something to be proud of, and why you've won pretty darn consistently year in and year out, been in the playoffs the majority of those years.
God, I'm really struggling with this whole thing and what to do. And
you know what I'm struggling with? And it's funny because the Kraken, I'm sorry to cut you off. Go ahead.
No, it's fine.
No, you
No, after you, sir.
I'm kind of I'm not even struggling, but it just kind of hit me like some of these things do between my wide set eyes. Like, man, I wonder if it's the Mariners, it's the Kraken, it's a little bit of the Seahawks. Like, can you be great without being risk-taking and impulsive? just to do the right thing, just to play to budget, just to play to the market, just to play to the right valuation? Like, can you just, or in this day and age, do you just have to swing for it?
Well, I guess what I would tell you, Brock, and your question relates actually to what I was going to say. I'm really a little bothered by something I've heard from you, and Wyman said it yesterday as well, or maybe it was Bob, but I think it was Dave. This idea that going and taking a big swing for a quarterback is risky and it might not work. Because it's true. I'm not disagreeing with the statement. Of course it is. It's majorly risky. But why don't you account for the similar risk in doing nothing? Mm-hmm. Why is staying in the middle not risky? Mm-hmm. Because the floor is better? Okay. At the end of the year, you're still upset. At the end of the year, you still haven't accomplished your goal. At the end of the year, you're losing your last game, or worse, not making the playoffs. Like, without that big swing, there's major risk inherent. It's just talked about differently. Yeah. There's a tremendous amount of risk in staying with Geno Smith next year. It's a different kind of risk, right? But there's risk in being the same thing over and over again. You know already what it is. To me, that's risky. I don't want to be a 10-win team again next year. And I don't want to be another year down the road of not finding your quarterback and waiting and wait. Like, all of those things have risks as well, right? So, yes, it is. The ideas I have are risky. They involve oftentimes swinging for the fences, and there's a huge level of risk. But there's risk in not doing that.
Yeah. I think the counter to that and the challenge of that, and you can poo-poo it all you want and say terrible organization, terrible organization, terrible organization. Well, it's the chicken or the egg. I mean, New England was a terrible organization, for decades and decades and decades, and obviously got the right ownership and the right QB.
But what happened first?
What happened?
Right ownership, right coach, right QB. It happened in that order. Mm-hmm. You get Kraft, you get Parcells, you get Bledsoe. Mm-hmm. And then eventually Brady and Belichick. Yeah. Like, that's the order. They didn't get the quarterback first and then everything else sorted out. Yeah. You got the right owner, you got the right coach. Yeah. The Jets don't have that. The Browns have never had that. I mean, like, you've got to have those things in place. Washington got the right owner, then they got the right quarterback. Now they're good to go. Mm-hmm. I mean, like, without those things in place, and you do have that. You do have some of that organizational stuff. You are in a position to take some of those chances. Like the Rams did once they moved to L.A.
But the danger is when you get on that, it is typically not a short term, right? You just get on this carousel. The Broncos for a decade ran through Broncos were a great organization. Now, obviously, Pat Bowlen and some of the struggles at the very end, and they sell.
And John Elway running it terribly. John Elway had no idea what he was doing.
I mean, I guess he took him to 2 Super Bowls and won one, right? I mean, he was able to get Peyton Manning.
When he had Peyton. When he had Peyton.
But he was able to get Peyton.
Right, but other than that, in terms of looking for talent and stuff, it didn't seem like John had any idea what he was doing.
Yes, but you just look at these teams that once you...
Height. Elway wanted height. That's what he valued above all.
Height, yes, exactly.
It's the old Graz, right? Graz, and I butchered it in the UW-Iowa game.
You don't get sick of winning.
Never get tired of winning.
But you're not winning at enough of a level. I am tired of it. I'm tired of winning 10 games. Sorry, Graz. I'm tired of that.
All right.
My goal is for the team to win Super Bowls.
Maybe we need to chat with the Graz.
I'm always happy to do that.
Can we do that?
But I just...
Yes, please.
I miss the Graz.
Always and forever. Do we have time tomorrow? We could probably find time tomorrow.
If we can find time to spin around the globe as we've done and span the globe, can't we just span Seattle like a couple blocks away?
Later offering.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Like 9:30 tomorrow? What do we have tomorrow? Yeah. Can we do like 9:30?
We could probably do 9:30, leading into trash takes at 9:45.
Yeah.
We can tell Graz about you being the trash master.
I was looking up hats, by the way, to be the trash master. A hat that would say trash master on it.
Yeah.
How much would you spend for a hat that says trash master?
$100 for you.
Really?
Oh, wow.
Oh, well, you can get one half the price. Then $52 is going to feel like a steal. Brock, you're all in on this. I was unwilling to spend $52
you want me to go to Lids today
on a trash master hat.
I'll go to Lids today. I'll get
can't
that
expense
sucker
that?
sewed
I
in there.
don't know. I have a meeting with Kyle afterwards. I actually have on my list of things to ask him is, can I expense a $50 trash master hat so that we can make this bit look better on video?
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's get the Graz, because the Graz is going to give you decades and decades and decades of experience that you and I don't have.
Yep.
And he's going to have an opinion about this. And he's got, honestly, like years of watching it. Like, okay, you want to take that step off of winning to take this risk to win more.
Mm-hmm.
Why? How so? How do you go about that? Who has done that well? Right? Who have been some that you can point to and say, no, this team was stuck right here. They were stuck in that 9-10 wins.
It's just sort of funny when I think about the teams in the division. The Rams were good. They got bad. They got good again very quickly. Good organization, good coach, etc. The Niners were good. They were bad. They were good again very quickly. Now they're bad again. My guess is they're going to be good again pretty quickly. Why?
Mm-hmm.
Good coach, pretty good organization. I mean, when you have some of that, I feel like the process doesn't have to take forever like it does in baseball. It can be pretty quick. You're not suffering necessarily for decades on end. Yeah, if you're the Jets and you're the Browns and you don't know what you're doing. But heck, even the Bengals pulled themselves out of that, Brock, by getting to the bottom and getting the right guy. Even the Bengals of all teams went to the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
Can happen, but it really is hard to do without the right guy at that
time,
spot.
right place as well. Washington, right time, right place. Jaden Daniels. Cincinnati, right time, right place with Joe Burrow.
Yep.
Like, you better be at the right time and right place. And it better not be this year, because I don't know if old Cam and Shadeur are those kind of guys.
This is Brock and Salk's Answer the Question, Jerk.
Keep asking questions. Come on, I'll answer them. Come on, I'm here. I'm going to answer your questions, dang it.
Answer my question! The question, jerk!
Well, don't just stand there. Answer the question, jerk!
This is kind of true. Salk's opinions are just about what makes his job easier or more fun, not what's best for the franchise. Check Kraken coach, where he never acknowledged how he was pumping up Dan Bilesma at the beginning of the season. Well, I do think he's better than what they had here before, but they still don't have any talent. What about Grandmaster trash? Good boy. All right, Brock, we got some questions here.
Some good ones flow in?
Yeah, a bunch came in today, sports and otherwise.
All right.
You want a couple sports ones to get us going?
Sure.
Brock, when are you going to get on board with Mike and call for a DK trade to get an offensive lineman? When is that going to happen?
When the market's right.
Okay.
When the opportunity's right.
Is the market right now?
Like right now? No, there's a plan right now.
Okay. But
like
right-ish?
now, no.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, here's another one on DK. Jerks, the Patriots call. They offer their 4th overall pick for DK Metcalf and the 18th pick. Do you accept?
Come on.
You taking that deal?
Yes.
Yeah, shut up. You got to give up 18, too.
Oh, come on.
DK and 18 for number 4. Yes, right?
Oh, you're giving up DK and your 18th pick.
For number 4.
Their 4th? Yeah.
Are you giving up DK to move up from 18 to 4?
Yes.
In this year's draft?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so, too. You could always move back down if you
That's
want.
100%.
I mean, yeah. And maybe you could find a way to get one of next year's ones. That would be the key.
Yep.
Yeah, I'd like that. Sure.
Yep.
I'm pretty interested in that. Yep. Another Patriots-related question. What do you think of Josh McDaniels? Came in here with Josh Jacobs a couple of years ago, ended the Pete era by running for 300 yards, was one, obviously the offense coordinator with the Pats during the stretch of time where Mac Jones looked like a pro, multiple power run game, great offense, throws to the backs. Would you want Josh McDaniels as your Joshy boy? Not as a head coach.
You said the doink field goal reminded you of Clayton. He would rise from the grave to protest Josh McDaniels coming
but
here.
not as a coach,
The
just
entire
as a
time I
coordinator.
worked with John Clayton, he hated Josh McDaniels
boy, did he
so
ever.
much.
Man,
That might be the
did he
person he
ever.
hated the most.
Must have denied him an interview, unlike
Must have burned the bridge.
Jameis or whoever else it was that John
Must
loved.
have burned the bridge.
Would you do that?
Intriguing.
Would you have any interest?
He is a great mind.
Great offensive mind.
Yeah.
Would it fit with Mike McDonald?
The ego would be probably challenging.
Probably would.
Yeah.
But the offense would probably fit.
The offense would fit.
I'd be interested in that conversation. Yeah.
Yep.
Jerks, this one is for Maura. After moving up to be the producer on the Brock and Salk show, I mean, that's been, 3.5 years now, has Maura increased how often she consumes alcohol or the amount she consumes per sitting?
I guess maybe they thought moving back to Justin's share was moving up.
I don't know. But has working with us raised your alcohol intake?
No.
That's good to hear. That's mostly because you can't drink during the week because you got to wake up too
My
early.
anxiety level, maybe, but I don't resort to alcohol.
I can see that, yeah, because we're always yelling at you on the show, blaming you when anything goes wrong.
Very demanding.
Yeah. forcing you to book thousands of guests every week. I can see that, yeah.
Don't think we
the
can stay on
anxiety.
schedule.
Every time you walk in the morning, we demand to know what's going on.
You love technology. We love
Brock likes to out your personal life on the air.
That's true.
Yep.
Yeah.
How is Chris?
He's
You guys good?
good.
How many months
We're going
now?
on vacation. You guys are just going to say it's Iowa.
You guys are going to Iowa together?
No, Chris doesn't want to go to Iowa. No,
We're
you
going
ain't
to
going
Mexico.
Chris much more of an Arkansas
Is this your
kinda
first
guy.
going away vacation?
Oklahoma, maybe.
It is.
Whoa, it's a big step. Big step.
Ridiculous.
You know what can happen on
Don't worry,
vacations
Brock.
away.
They've got 2 different separate hotel rooms. Everything's
Good.
going to be fine.
Very good.
Answer the question, jerk. What's the hardest part about being a radio show host?
Well, you both had to think that hard.
Yeah.
I think there's a
Means
couple.
You love your job.
I do love my job. There's not that many things about this job that are that hard. I think the hardest thing, honestly, is when your favorite hobby becomes your work, to maintain the same level of love and passion for it forever when it's a must as opposed to an escape. It's not impossible, by the way. That's not like the hardest thing in the world. But what's the hardest thing about this job for me? I think it's maintaining that same passion over the years.
I think it's just balance, right? Just trying to.
Because you could do it all day.
You could do it all day.
Yeah.
You could sit there all day and read all day.
That's true.
I could sit in the bathtub for 6 hours this afternoon.
Yeah.
And I could watch videos and I could read blogs and I
Really
could check. Like it's
Pruny,
crazy.
though, at the end.
What's that?
You'd be very
Oh
pruned.
yeah.
That much time.
Be like the guy in Hall Pass, just pass out. Yeah. Yep.
But honestly, it's a really great job. I mean, like, I can't imagine complaining about this gig. It's the kind of job a lot of people would love to have, and I feel very, very fortunate, insert joke here, to have it. I mean, I think it's a pretty good gig.
I can't believe you didn't say the wake up time was the worst part.
Well, but that's not being a radio host. That's just hosting this stupid show.
Time-wise. Like, you're not calling me stupid.
I didn't say that when we did 9 to noon. That was
No.
phenomenal.
Great.
Yeah. I didn't say that then.
Uh-huh.
Here's an odd one, Brock. Answer the question, jerk. Thai or Indian curry? You like Thai curry or Indian curry?
Yeah, I like Thai curry a
Same.
little bit more.
Yeah.
The Indian curry sticks around with you a little bit.
It can. It's grown on me, though. When I was younger, I was really anti-Indian curry. And I don't know, in the last 10 years, it's kind of like, I don't know, I'll start craving it now and again. I kind of like it. Took me a while.
Curry?
I'm stung a little bit because they had to wheel me out of the Indian curry buffet one time because I
Why?
ate so much.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
I thought you had a Paul Pierce situation.
No. Get a wheelchair. Get a wheelchair for that guy. Just wheel him. I think I just laid on the floor. I had like goat in me, lamb in me. It was just a bad deal.
I don't eat a ton of curry, but if I get Thai food, I usually get pad see ew or something like that.
No, you're a pad see ew guy, huh? More than pad Thai.
What's your favorite color Thai curry?
I like the coconut one usually.
You do?
Yeah. But
is it coconut in all of the red, yellow, green?
Well, they have one, like a white one, I think, that is coconut curry.
Oh, interesting.
Heather always goes, I think, green curry.
Yeah, I go
The
green.
pineapple prawn one.
Oh, that's good, too. Anything with pineapple is a pretty good call. Answer the question, jerks. How was hockey practice? Yeah, so it wasn't really a full practice yesterday. I just went to a stick and puck drop-in with a friend who does some coaching and one of the dads on Cecily's team. It was great. Had a ton of fun. But I got a couple of obstacles I've got to get past. I got to figure out how to hold the stick in my left hand. I'm struggling with it. So if I can figure that out, and then obviously the time of the games and all that, then I would like to play. But those are pretty big hurdles right now. See if I can get that done.
Any truth that Todd Lewicki was also out scouting?
Todd was not. No, there
He
were
was not
6
out there?
people there.
Okay.
There's me and Jonathan. Then there was like 2 random dudes, and then this high school couple, guy and a girl, who were phenomenal. I mean, they were really, really good. I guess she plays like on a big 18U team. They were good. Whistling pucks around the ring, so you're like, you kind of had to keep your head on a swivel so you didn't get taken out. It was pretty fun. I was sweating, honestly, before I even got out on the ice. I mean, just putting on all the gear.
Oh, yeah.
Sweating like a pig. I think that'll pretty much do it.
That's it?
Yeah, I mean, there's some other stuff, but that'll pretty much do it for today. I want to make sure that we turn things over to our friends, Bump and Stacy. Make sure they got a lot to say today, bro.
We got DJ tomorrow. Let's get the Graz on tonight.
All right, we'll call the Graz.
I like that. See if
And then
the
we'll
Graz
have
is
trash
out.
takes with the Trash Master.
I got to find the trash take. That's right.
Did you book Dan Orlovsky later this week?
Yeah, 9:30 Thursday.
Okay.
Pelissaro, Orlovsky.
That'll be a good day on Thursday. Pelissaro and Orlovsky.
Uh-huh.
Friday, we'll have G from Atlanta as he gets ready for the national championship game for some.
Maybe Jason Garrett? Did you watch that little documentary that I sent you that he did on throwing?
No.
Take 20 minutes a day.
20 minutes?
Take 20 minutes.
What?
You can't complain about
gave you
not
2.5
being able to watch a
hours.
movie.
You know what? I should have yesterday because I got to Avery's school super early to pick her up, and I could have just sat and watched it.
Could have.
I think I just flipped through Instagram reels of Frenchies instead. Huge mistake. Blew that one. The other hardest part of this gig, working with Brock and his high expectations. All right. We'll see you guys tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Stick around for Bump and Stacy next, and you should know that the hay
barn
is in the barn. See you, everybody.
Get to the chopper!
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
Bump, you were watching these wild card games, and you kept thinking to yourself, man, Mike McDonald must feel so validated right now.
The top 10 teams in the league when it comes to rush attempts. Tampa Bay at 10, playoff team. Atlanta, Indianapolis, Buffalo, Pittsburgh, Green Bay, Washington, Detroit, Baltimore, Philly.
So all but 2.
So if I'm Mike McDonald, I'm thinking to myself, I'm validated, making an educated decision to let Grubb go.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Well, this week's First Mark Challenge victory goes to Robert. Robert, why did you call First Mark Insurance?
I heard an ad, and my wife and I had just got our policy renewals from our previous provider, and everything had gone up quite a bit, 30-40%, so I thought I'd give it a try. It was a pleasant experience, very easy. It only took a couple of days to get the good news back.
And were they able to save you money?
Yeah, we were able to save well over $1,000. Not only did we save money, our agent found that we had some gaps in coverage, and they were able to not only save money, but improve our coverage.
Well, now you can be a good friend, and you can tell everybody about it.
Well, I have. I've, in fact, passed it on to a couple of my good friends, and they're taking the challenge as well. So it's been great.
Robert did it. My family did it. Now you got to do it, and it's totally free. Go take the First Mark Challenge today. See how much they can save you and how much better your coverage will get. Maybe you could be our next First Mark Challenge victory. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. Firstmarkinsurance.com.
Stream every Seattle sports show with the Seattle Sports app. Brought to you by Fred Hutchinson Cancer Center Proton Therapy. Get new videos, podcasts, and articles on the Seahawks and Mariners from your favorite Seattle sports personalities daily.
You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service. 98 years providing logoed apparel, uniforms, floor mats, linens, and more. Give us a call. We answer the phone. Superior Linen Service. Visit suplinen.com.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Hey guys, ready to feel stronger, leaner, energetic, and more confident? For a limited time, Revive Men's Health offers 25% off TRT and ED bundles. Plus, get a free month of compounded semaglutide, a powerful proven weight loss medication with the same active drug as Ozempic. Terms and exclusions apply. Don't wait. This offer won't last.
Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
At Shane Company,
Our engagement rings are the perfect blend of design, function, and beauty, each one a unique work of art. We meticulously craft our bridal jewelry in our jeweler's workshop to the highest standards, expertly setting each diamond by hand, ensuring the structure is perfectly balanced, and sizing everything for the perfect fit. Shane Company offers a free unmatched lifetime warranty because your engagement ring is an heirloom that was made to last. You'll cherish your ring today, tomorrow, and forever. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Now's the time to shop limited-time doorbuster deals during Pro Savings Days at Lowe's. Save $50 on a Little Giant King Combo 6-foot ladder. Was $199, now $149. Plus, save $100 on a DeWalt XR 20-volt Power Stack 5-amp-hour battery. Was $199, now $99. Get these can't-miss deals now before they're gone. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Doorbusters valid 1/13 through 1/15. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
Febreze. So my home is also my office. And before I can focus, every room's gotta be clean. That means tidying up, then spraying my Febreze Air Mist. Ooh, that's fresh. Febreze Air Mist scents are all high quality. They fight any weird funk, and they give my air an instant boost of freshness. So not only does my home smell good, I feel good too. After I Febreze, it's time to start my day.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Rams upset the 14-win Vikings last night, sacking Sam Darnold 9 times and beating Minnesota 27-9. The Vikings finished with just 4 total losses this season, including that wildcard game, to the same 2 teams, the Lions and the Rams. The Rams will advance to the divisional round to face off against the Eagles on Sunday, January 19th.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now.
Happy Tuesday for everyone except for Vikings fans. What a heartbreaking loss, man. 14 wins, your most wins since 1998, the most wins for any wild card ever in the history of the NFL. You go to a neutral site in Glendale, Arizona to face I would say, not very ideal Rams team. They had some of their best games this year. One of them was against the Vikings in a win. Obviously, a great performance against the Bills. But this was not a dominant Rams team. This was a Rams team that got in by virtue of a tiebreaker against the Seahawks. And then they just blow you out of the water. 27-9, the final score.
Man, we knew coaching was going to be big in this situation. And the Vikings, it was a neutral site, but the Vikings fans were deep. I was looking at the crowd. There's a lot of purple out there. The Rams showed up as well. Big ups to the Arizona Cardinals for renting out the stadium for the Rams. They put as much blue out there as possible for them. Try to make them feel like home. But at the end of the day, that Rams defense is something special. It's scary right now. So big ups to Walsh. I believe not Walsh, sorry, Shula, the defensive coordinator over there, grandson of you-know-who. He got those guys dialed in and ready to go. The Rams are the perfect example of playing your best ball towards the end of the season.
Yep.
You want to come out hot like the Seahawks did. You start 3-0. You're feeling good. You're looking at the Rams. You're laughing at them. These guys struggling over there, but they're banged up. They got healthy and started playing ball at the right time. And the Rams were just overwhelming last night.
They were overwhelming. Someone texted into the Mac and Jacks text line, but are you surprised? It's the Vikings. They always screw up late season or in the playoffs. I would say the Vikings either mess up or things get messed up for them. They are one of the unluckiest teams I've ever seen, I swear. But I am a little surprised. Now, this was the one that was closest. I want to say Brock took the Rams. There were a couple people here that kind of favored the Rams or thought that it might happen. Matt, you might have taken the Rams, I think, but you made your bracket choices based on
if I liked the city.
If you liked the city. You said you liked L.A.?
Yeah. Okay. Buffalo's winning the Super Bowl because of the wings.
Okay,
because of the
that
wings.
makes sense. That makes sense.
Complete sense.
You know what? You might end up being right. But this was basically Minnesota's one of their single worst performances. And it was one of the Rams' best performances. The Rams played their best football at the right time, and Minnesota played their worst. So to this listener's point, yeah, the Vikings kind of screwed it up late. But I think it's fair to have expected that the Vikings would play better than they did. I mean, look, the Rams offense only twice this season scored a touchdown the first possession. Remember how we kept saying that with the Seahawks? We kept going, they went like 21 games without scoring a touchdown on the opening possession. The Rams are right there with them, have only done it twice this year. And this was a third time.
But that first possession was something beautiful. We saw screens. We saw the run. We saw the intermediate throw. We saw Matthew Stafford step up in the pocket and check down. I'm looking at Matthew Stafford, and it felt and looked like he had a sip from the fountain of youth. Like something about when these veterans get into the playoffs who have been there and who have done that, to where things just start to calm down and you start to see a clear picture. I was also a bit confused with the amount of pressure that Stafford didn't receive. I thought Flores was going to come out early. The team that blitzes the most in the NFL, the Minnesota Vikings, I thought they were going to come out early and just get to him. I'm watching the game. I watched the replay. These backers are getting there, but they're not flying downhill the same way they did against us, the same way they did against other teams throughout the NFL. And I think that's because of the respect that they have for the illusion of the Rams offense. They're going to motion. They're going to be under center. They're going to play action. They're going to get the tight ends involved. They're going to get the wide receivers involved. If you are an eligible receiver, you are going to touch the football in that Rams offense. And I think that is what slowed the Vikings down. Then you get popped in the mouth a couple times to start. Your play caller starts to question a couple things as well. It was vital that the Rams got off to the start that they did to take the life out of the Vikings offensively, and then their defense goes down and shuts them down as well.
I listened to a lot of podcasts and shows following this one. I listened to 2 podcasts this morning, 2 favorites of mine, the Athletic Football Show and the Ringer NFL Show. Neither started by talking all about the Rams, because that's not the conversation any of us were really curious about, right? When we watched this game, it was, is Sam Darnold going to do this? Are the Vikings really going to do this?
Yeah.
Like, it'd be cool if they did. But what the story has been when it comes to the Vikings all year long has been the resurgence of Sam Darnold, the surprise season from him, and then just the surprise season from the Vikings as a whole, who won just 7 games last year, were not expected to make the playoffs this year. That was where the conversation started after a loss. So let's jump into it now. What did the loss mean for Sam Darnold?
Means you lost some money, dog.
A lot of money.
You lost some money. And Sam, I was rooting for you. I'm still rooting for you. It was a good season for you. But it all comes down to the big games. And I think that's where you realize how important the quarterback position is during the big games. He doesn't call the plays. He's got to be able to, that's not something he can't control. But the execution of the big plays, execution in those moments, you got to make some throws. There are some throws where you got a wide receiver going across the middle of the field, butt naked on a Monday night, and he's throwing it behind him. He's not hitting him. And why? Because of the pressure that Rams defense created. Once you start getting pressure, you start feeling guys around your feet, you're throwing, you're following through, you're hitting your hand on a helmet, which we saw. You're not following through. You're not as confident as you used to be. And this was the first time that Sam Darnold has been in the NFL playing in this type of game. And that was the last thing that we needed to see. We've seen guys ball out during the regular season. When it counts, when it's the last game of the season against the Lions, you're playing for home field advantage. When it's the first round against the Rams, you're playing to get to the next level. That's where your quarterback has to win you a couple of series. I'm not even saying win the game. Win a couple of series. Make a throw that you're not expected to make. Check out of a play, roll outside and throw across your body and make the impossible happen, because the weak are no longer playing anymore. The weak are at home or in Cabo or wherever they vacation watching you play. You have to be elite. So this was Sam Darnold's first time in that situation, but unfortunately, it just reaffirmed what a lot of people thought was going to happen.
Yep. Lewis Riddick explains how teams are going to look at Darnold's last 2 weeks.
The objective facts are this. Over the past 2 weeks, he's had QBRs of 17.4 and 13.6. That's where personnel departments are going to start. They're going to say, whoa, where all of a sudden, how all of a sudden did this fall off of a cliff? And then when you start peeling it back, they're going to start looking at the things that made Sam Darnold great this year. Primarily, his relationship with Kevin O'Connell, his relationship with Josh McCown, and their ability to provide this young man with answers that he's never had at this point in his career. Did he look like in particular last night that he had any answers? Look, what it looked like was a guy who, quite honestly, looked shell-shocked.
Yeah, he absolutely did. And he should be, right? 6 sacks in the first half, which is a postseason record. 9 sacks total in this game for the Rams defense of Sam Darnold, which ties a postseason record. And Sam Darnold lost 82 yards on all of those sacks, which sets a postseason record. I mean, this was his worst performance, following up his worst performance. It will, as you said, Bump, cost him money long term. And it makes me wonder where he's going to be. Like, Does anyone think that if Sam Darnold goes to the Raiders, he throws 35 touchdowns like he did for the Vikings this year? I don't.
No.
I don't think that.
No. He was 25 of 40, 245, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. Against the Lions, 18 of 41 for 166, no touchdowns, no interceptions. Those last 2 games, 43% completion, 411 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. A guy like Sam Darnold is the wait and see. Like, you believe in what you're seeing during the regular season because it's the regular season. You're not going to ignore what he's doing. But it's the wait and see what happens in the big games because if you watch regular season games and then you watch the playoff, the intensity is just different. It's a different type of game. Guys are flying around. Defensive coordinators, offensive coordinators are going to do a couple of things that you haven't really seen yet to try to confuse you, try to confuse your quarterback, try to confuse your defense. It's about those big moments. And unfortunately, this was his first big moment. And it's tough because people are going to go back and say, well, I told you. This is what he's done. No, he's never been in this moment before. That's why he had to wait and see what he was going to do. Unfortunately, back-to-back weeks, he looked like he was the inferior quarterback, like he was a backup, like he was just a guy to get you through the regular season. So he did such a great job at repairing his reputation for 16 weeks. And then for weeks 17 and 18 and 19 or whatever, he just reaffirmed what everybody thinks of him. So my man lost at least $15, $20 million the last couple of weeks.
And that's not an exaggeration.
No.
That's insane to me. And not only that, what does it mean for J.J. McCarthy? Someone texting in again to the Mac and Jacks text line. You guys can join this conversation anytime. 866-979-3776. 253 says, yeah, I don't think J.J. is going to be available after last night's game. I think you're right, 253. This just became a much easier decision for the Vikings. Not only did they save themselves many millions on a potential contract extension for Sam Darnold or franchise tagging Sam Darnold or doing whatever they were going to do, they also now have a more clear answer about what they want to do with J.J. McCarthy. The answer is start him.
J.J. McCarthy is like when you're golfing with your buddies. You ready?
Well, Derek and I did play Golden Tee last night.
Okay, so you're golfing with your buddies. When you golf, it's you against the course. Like you're watching what everyone else is doing, but it's I have to play my game. It's me against the course. So when you're in the fight, you're in the hunt, and your buddy messes up, you kind of grin a little bit, but you still got to do you. And I would imagine that was J.J. McCarthy. Like he goes, damn. He messed up. I got an opportunity here, but I still got to go and do me.
Yeah.
He's watching this all go down. When your buddy hits a birdie, you're happy for him. You get your birdie juice going. You take a shot. You move on to the next hole. But in your mind, you're thinking, dang, now I'm down 2 strokes. But I am happy for my dude. He just birdie. That's the situation that JJ is in. He watched his man shoot par and birdie for 16 holes. Hole 17 and 18, my man went double bogey, and JJ's like, okay, sorry for your loss, but now I got an opportunity to go. JJ ain't going nowhere. The best thing that happened to JJ was to see Sam Darnold struggle like he did. So unfortunate for Sam. JJ, go get your job.
Unfortunate truth of not just golfing, but of the quarterback market.
Mm-hmm.
Were you proud of me when I got my double eagle?
I was proud of you.
Really?
Sent the video and everything.
Yeah, it was pretty impressive. They call it an albatross.
I'll never do that. I'll never get an albatross.
Not everyone can be the golfer I am. You know what I mean?
That's facts.
What does all of this mean for Geno Smith? I watched this game because it was interesting to me. I'm watching all of these games because I still love the NFL playoffs, and I know there are a lot of really fascinating storylines for me. I don't know that the Rams get by the Eagles, but I'm obviously going to be glued to that game. But we do have to bring it back to Seattle. What does this mean for Geno? What does it mean for the quarterback market for a Seattle team that has to choose between extending Geno or finding someone else?
I love this kind of because Sam Darnold was on a lot of people's wish list when it came to the quarterback situation here in Seattle. I wonder how people feel about it now. I understand that he put together more successful games than the games he put together last night. But now it changes things because both these guys, Geno's under contract, right? Looking for an extension. Mm-hmm. But Sam Darnold was lingering over there. He was just that piece of the puzzle that you're looking at and saying, what about him? What about him? So now I think because of the struggles that Sam Darnold had, people are looking at Geno as if, he's a bit shinier. He's a bit cleaner than a Sam Darnold because you're thinking, well, you're probably going to get the same thing. You're probably going to get the same thing out of Sam Darnold and Geno Smith. Everyone sees Geno Smith, or a lot of people see Geno Smith as a guy who is good enough to get you to the playoffs, but not good enough to get you to a conference championship game. People are looking at Sam Darnold hoping that he will be the guy to do that. He is the exact same player in a lot of people's eyes now. So I think that helps Geno that Sam Darnold struggled, because the way that Sam Darnold lost that game is the same way that I think people think Geno would lose a game in the playoffs.
253. We don't have the offensive line to stop Sam's ghost. It's a very good point. I do want to, before we get to headline rewrites, squeeze in a quick question. I should say a quick question. It's a question I've seen from multiple people. They all want to know what you think about the fumble that was ultimately ruled an incomplete pass. Initially, and this was a game changer, this would have tied the game for the Minnesota Vikings and Rams 10-10. Then maybe we're talking about different approaches to play calling. Maybe we're talking about momentum, right? Like, it definitely changes the fabric of the game. It was ultimately ruled an incomplete pass. Was it the right decision?
I think it was. And I understand people are going to be hooting and hollering. When I first saw it in real time, it looked like Matthew Stafford got hit. Vikings scoop and score. I'm hyped for the Vikings. I'm sitting here at this Irish pub watching the game, and I'm getting hyped all by myself. Only one TV in a sports bar.
What kind of pub was that, bud?
Irish pub. It was Irish pub. And so I'm watching it, and in real time, I go, okay, yeah, that's a fumble, scoop and score. Then they slow it down, and as soon as I see the thumb point towards the bottom of the ground, I go, they're going to call that a shovel pass. And I think that's what it is, because when you do run a shovel pass, that's exactly what the hand does. You catch the football, you toss it to your running back, the thumb or the wrist flicks, the thumb points down to the ground. It was intentional. The question now after that is, who is he throwing it to? Kyron Williams was in the area, Puka Nacua was in the area, and that's up to the discretion of the referee at that point. Do they really think he was trying to get it to somebody? I think he was bailing himself out, but he did shovel it. The wrist snapped, the thumb went down. There was a player in the area. That was the safe call. The more exciting call would have been scoop and score. Let's keep this game interesting.
The other thing that I want to make sure we do before we get to headline rewrites is shout out Phil and Julia for visiting us in studio. This is hi guys. This is absolutely amazing. We did our Holiday Magic auction a while back, and Phil and Julia obviously donating to a great cause. Thank you guys. That was very, very, very generous, and we are happy to have you in with us. We're going to have a really fun hour here. Now, Matt, we can get to headline rewrites.
Extra, extra, read all about it.
Headline rewrites.
We must make headlines.
The real story behind the headlines in today's news with Bump and Stacy.
Headline number one, we're down to 3 teams for Roki Sasaki, but the Mariners aren't one of them. The Dodgers, Padres, and Blue Jays will be vying for him. What's the real headline?
The Mariners have given us every reason not to be surprised by this. And yet, while this wasn't part of my initial headline rewrite, I was a little surprised to see the Mariners. Like, were we number 4? Like, were we first runner-up? You know what I mean? We're number 4. Like, I don't know that they were even in this. We're going to have Scott Braun of Foul Territory on later in the show coming up. Curtis, is he joining us at 11 o'clock? And we'll ask him, whether or not he heard about the Mariners being tied to this. But, Bump, were you surprised to not see the Mariners be a finalist here?
Yeah, I was surprised, man. What happened to the Japanese connection we used to have?
I used to see that as a strength.
It's almost like the same way the Zags have a connection to Europe when it comes to getting these players to come over and play at their university. I thought we had something good. I thought we had a good relationship, a good pipeline over there. Obviously, we don't. What this makes me question is just the reputation of the Mariners. These guys want to go to winners. The Padres struggled last year, but they have shown that they will spend money to support their players and their talent. Obviously, the Dodgers are the Dodgers. You're going to have a chance to win there. The weird one are the Blue Jays. You really want to go all the way to Toronto? That's a long flight, my guy.
Right.
Long flight. But the fact that we were not even in the top 3 is concerning to me. Something's wrong with our culture. Something's wrong with our reputation. We're supposed to at least have a seat at the table and have a conversation.
Again, we are not talking about the Mariners until 11. We've got a lot of stuff with Monday Night Football, free agency, NFL playoffs to get to. We are going to spend 15 minutes on free agency, on the Mariners' moves or lack thereof, asking him about their signing yesterday, asking him about Roki Sasaki. Scott Braun joining us at 11.
Headline rewrites.
Headline number 2, Deion Sanders confirmed to Adam Schefter yesterday that Jerry Jones contacted him about the Cowboys job opening. What's the real headline?
Deion Sanders last week said he'd only consider coaching in the NFL if he was coaching his sons. Thankfully, Jerry Jones has plenty of experience hiring his own.
Jerry and Deion. It's crazy how one's perception of things can change a bit. Deion sitting there in Colorado and looking at all that he's created. They're one of the most hyped up college football programs in the game right now. He's getting 5 stars to flip, but there's the allure of that shiny star. There's a allure of him going back to Dallas and being that guy. I think he's seriously considering it. Should he do it? I don't think it'd be a good fit. But if there was anybody who would be able to kind of do their own thing there and not let Jerry impose his will on him, it would be Deion. But do you really want to deal with all that?
Right.
I think if Deion wants to go to the NFL, there's going to be a situation to where he has complete control over everything. He will have that Bill Belichick, that Pete Carroll type of situation if he waits. But there's something about going back to where you played, man. And I think that he's seriously considering it. I don't think he should do it, but I'm not saying he's not.
I would want to be a fly on the wall for conversations between Deion Sanders and Jerry Jones if things ever got tense, if there were ever tough decisions to make, because these are two guys used to being the star, being the center of attention, having a lot of power, having it their way. And I wonder if they kind of respect each other more because of that, or if it backfires. I kind of want to see Deion in Dallas right now. I'm not going to lie.
Like, if Jerry were to change his ways, it would have to be with Deion.
Mm-hmm.
If he were not to change his ways with Deion, we shouldn't expect it with anybody, because Deion's proven he's one of the greatest football players of all time, one of the greatest athletes of all time. He helped raise the profile of the Dallas Cowboys during the 90s and whatnot. It's just Jerry is 82 years old, and I don't see many people changing at 82, no matter who they're dealing with. But it's an interesting story.
Headline rewrites.
Back to the Cowboys. A day after he was let go by Dallas, Mike McCarthy will interview with the Bears for their head coaching job. What's the real headline?
Look, anytime you can hire a cast-off from the Cowboys, you just have to do it. You have to do it.
Mike McCarthy's a good coach, and everything that I see and I hear about his offense is that it's predicated on a lot of pre-snap reads, right? It's, okay, find the safeties, two high safeties, read the body language of the corners. Are they going to drop in the zone? Are they going to stay in the flats? And you're pretty much making your decision before the ball is snapped. When you look at the offenses of today, of course you're reading coverages to try to find out what exactly you're going to do, but all these crossing routes, the way they use their running backs and influence with the tight ends, that is what opens things up for you. So your eyes are just going here to here to here. So whereas in an offense like Mike McCarthy's, you're saying too high, probably cover two, I'm going to throw this corner unless something else happens. So it's a different type of offense. If he goes over to Caleb, who's played in an offense, a modern offense, to where you're going here to there, depending on how the defense is influenced, is that setting him up for success? How about Mike McCarthy come over and then bring a guy with him to kind of innovate his offense? I have an idea that I'm going to put together for third down and fourth down territory, or fourth down, what I think they should do with that.
We are going to dive into a conversation kind of about Geno Smith coming up in just a couple minutes. I swear, Phil, Julia, does someone else know that you're going to be here? Someone on the Mac and Jack's text line just goes, shout out Phil and Julia. Look amazing. Bump, I have to ask you about your sports bar experience. You said that you went to a bar for Monday Night Football that was an Irish bar?
An Irish bar.
And that they weren't playing the game?
I walked in, so my son was practicing at Redmond High School, and it's practice like from 5:30 to 7, so I'm like, I can get the first half in, let me watch this.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to say the name, but I go to the bar, and I walk in there, and I hear, I'm like, oh, it's all right. My peoples are here. How did you know?
They were playing Irish music?
Yes. I'm like, how did you know?
No, they weren't.
They were. They would switch off between like 80s rock and Irish. They go back and forth. It was an experience like no other. So I go in there, and I say, hey, are you guys showing the game today? They go, yeah, we'll turn it on. And I'm like, it's on right now. And I see nothing but hockey everywhere. I'm like, dang, I'm in the wrong bar. So then they finally put it up. One TV in the corner is like me and three guys huddled at the corner watching this thing. And then the regulars come in and they start putting it on everywhere.
Yeah.
It was an interesting experience.
Curtis, didn't you say, had you been to a sports bar where you were like, where are your TVs? Like, you know, those secret sports bars where you're like, what are you doing here? This is...
I mean, there's nothing worse than a bartender or just a restaurant owner
hates his job.
that hates their job and hates serving food and hates being open. And I feel like a lot of people in the restaurant industry are kind of like that. But like, you have to, like, if you're a sports bar or any kind of bar, you got to be able to work the remote. If not, hand it to the customer, because I guarantee you they know how to work.
Did I ever tell you, me and my friend Steve used to go to trivia all the time, and we would go to this place that had like really good wings and whatever. So we go there one day, and it was like a super divey sports bar, and we put in an order for wings, and we don't it's like 40 minutes goes by, and we're like, what's going? There's no way they're not bringing out these wings. And he goes up to the bartender and he goes, hey, I don't know where our waitress is. We put in an order for wings, and the bartender goes, oh, she quit. She took
On the
our,
spot.
I swear to God, I've never seen anything like this before. Like, I laughed out loud when it happened. They didn't obviously charge us at all, but like, she took our order.
And it was like, I'm
and
out.
she quit.
Out of there.
I don't know. She was probably like at her boiling point. Maybe she was
It
just
was the
overwhelmed.
wings. She's tired of the wings.
She left the building.
She out of there.
And we never got our order.
Hung up the apron forever.
Yeah, that was it for her. All right, the Athletic Football Show co-host Derek Klassen joined Wyman and Bob yesterday. He had some really interesting things to say about Geno Smith and a very interesting name to replace him if the Seahawks move on. That's next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
As I watched these, I was just picturing the Seahawks and how would they match up against this team? How would they match up against Tampa Bay and Washington?
Weekdays 2 to 7.
The one thing that stood out to me was it just looked like really good offensive line play. That was pretty noticeable. Another thing that stood out, mobile quarterbacks. And I'm not saying you need to be like Lamar Jackson and run for 915 yards. I mean, he is very unique, but I would like to see Geno be more mobile.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Bombas makes the most comfortable socks, underwear, and T-shirts.
Warning, Bombas are so absurdly comfortable you may throw out all your other clothes.
Sorry, do we legally have to say that?
No, this is just how I talk, and I really love my Bombas.
They do feel that good. And they do good, too. One item purchased equals one item donated.
To feel good and do good, go to bombas.com/radio and use code radio for 20% off your first purchase. That's BOMBAS.com/radio and use code radio at checkout.
Something amazing is happening in education. Students are inspired and engaged. That's because school districts consulted with CDW, who designed modern classroom solutions with pre-configured HP devices, making learning more accessible, secure, and immersive. Now when students study topics like elephants, it feels like elephants are there with them. HP and CDW. Make amazing happen. Learn more at cdw.com/HPPSG.
Progressive knows finding your new home was a dream come true. You wanted it close to town, with a picture window overlooking a yard. And you found it. Now, when you sit down to dinner, you've got front row seats too. Your neighbor's daily pickleball game. Progressive can't save you from your noisy neighbors, but we can save you money when you bundle your home and auto with us. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Have you considered surgery or even joint replacement? Hey, it's Dave Wyman, and before you make that decision, see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Why? Because he gives it to you straight. Dr. Wagner said my right knee needs replacement, and I appreciate his honesty and expertise. My left knee is fine right now, but the minute it isn't, I'm heading to Dr. Wagner for his expert opinion. I want to avoid another surgery, and I've heard so many patients rave about results from their 90-minute outpatient stem cell procedure with Dr. Wagner. He's a board-certified Seattle physician with over 30 years of experience and has performed more than 20,000 stem cell procedures using a person's own stem cells to regenerate cartilage in their own joints. People with severe osteoarthritis, even bone on bone, are back doing what they enjoy without pain and without surgery. Whether it's a shoulder, hip, elbow, ankle, wrist, or knee, before choosing surgery, see Dr. Mark Wagner first. Go to drmarkwagnermd.com.
If you're injured in the state of Washington, here's what matters. Who represents you matters. The experience of their staff matters. Their investigation team and track record of success matters. Davis Law Group was founded in Seattle and has been winning cases for more than 30 years. We know Washington State, we know our courts, and we know how to deliver the highest level of client satisfaction. And that's what matters.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
Do you need a new roof? Don't wait for summer to replace it. 3 Tree Roofing is here to help you save big this winter. Avoid summer's higher prices and longer wait times and protect your home's integrity now. Visit 3treeroofing.com for your free on-site estimate. Our certified installers make it easy and worry-free, no matter the season. Don't wait. Book your estimate today at 3treeroofing.com. Mention this ad and get $500 off your roof replacement. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
You've heard the saying, you never get a second chance to make a first impression. Since 1926, my family's been helping local businesses make great first, second, and long-term impressions. We know how to make your company look good with quality uniforms, logoed apparel, floor mats, linens, and more. If you're paying for linen service or doing it yourself, let's have the conversation. The information and quote are free, but the savings and service can really add up. Visit suplinen.com. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do.
Want a simple New Year's resolution that's guaranteed to succeed? I'm talking about doing what I did and reversing that clock on hair loss. The same quick, simple one-day hair loss treatment I received from Advanced Hair begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day, and it's even guaranteed to grow for life. You decide how much and where, and Advanced Hair does the rest. I'm speaking from personal experience. The results have been truly life-changing, and Advanced Hair has helped tens of thousands of folks just like you and me. It's why world-class Dr. Perungo and Advanced Hair are the winners of the 425 Business of the Year. So celebrate this new year with a fuller head of hair and get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off. Schedule your free consultation at 425-449-8185. See what meeting your New Year's resolution could look like with the before and afters at advancedhair.com. 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Bump, the text line seems convinced that I made that waitress quit. And I just need to issue a PSA that I had nothing to do with it. No, I literally, it wasn't even my order.
You went the Karen mode on her.
I did not, first of all. I did not go Karen mode. I did not do anything. The order was placed. I said nothing. I think she just hated that place and she just left.
It was the last order of wings. She goes, you know what? If someone orders wings within the next 10 minutes, I'm out of here. She was gone.
I swear to God, no one better order these wings. And I just, excuse me.
I saw somebody quit too on the job. It was a restaurant as well.
Was it in front of you?
Yeah, I think I've told the story to you. I don't know if I told it on air, but it was the one where he was a busboy and he just unloaded on another worker where he just screams at him, "Push me again!"
Wow.
And you could hear it throughout the entire restaurant. Push me again! He slams his tub of dishes down and then just walks out the restaurant. Maggie's on Meeker. Sorry for the bad publicity, but
Why did you throw out the name after?
The name? You didn't have to throw the name out
You
there.
didn't have to do that.
It's great food.
And
great
here's
restaurant.
where it happened.
Yeah.
All right. One NFL analyst explained his pick for Seahawks quarterback if Geno isn't here in 2025. This is co-host of the Athletic Football Show, Derek Klassen. He says his pick would be Justin Fields.
Justin Fields is a guy that I just have a really hard time quitting. And I know he was up and down this year. The Pittsburgh Steelers eventually got benched for Russell Wilson, but the offense wasn't actually any better with Russell Wilson other than the first 2 or 3 weeks. I still just think that with the way that he can run, some of what he can do throwing down the field, it just feels to me like he needs a little bit more, kind of what Darnold got with Kevin O'Connell, where somebody truly finally believes in him, really hones the offense to what he is good at, kind of just unlocks him in that way. I would still want to see it. He would be the guy of, kind of like you said, this heap of quarterbacks who have been cast away. He is still probably the one I would want to try to give a chance.
What do you think about Derek looking at Justin Fields as the one that he's most interested in terms of these quarterbacks that have been cast aside, guys like Mac Jones or whoever? And then also he says, would hone in on what Justin Fields is good at. What is that?
Being an athlete and throwing that thing on a run. I think that his pocket presence have to get better. I mean, obviously, I'm not going to say his pocket presence isn't great. It's just throwing from the pocket. And I think that I'm not giving up on Justin Fields either. Mm-hmm. I think that every quarterback, if you are drafted in the first round, you deserve a second and a third chance because most of the time it's not going to work out at your first stop. You're going to get 2 to 3 seasons. They're going to give you the boot. You're going to be in a horrible situation, horrible culture, a head coach who's trying to figure it out himself, which is exactly what Justin Fields was in. I'm not ready to give up on Justin Fields. I'm just not ready to give him the keys to this car quite yet, because we understand that whatever they do on the offensive line, there's still going to be things to be tweaked and fixed. And I don't think he's the guy that you tweak and fix with. I think that he's a guy that you bring in to compete for a job. If down the line sometime during the season you feel like he understands the offense, he's making the right reads and the right throws, then yeah, I'd be okay with it. I'm just not okay with saying, Gino, we'll see you later. Let's hand it off to a guy who hasn't really put together a full season of consistency. What's the knock going to be? Well, Gino turns the football over. Correct. Gino also completes 70% of his passes. Gino also has 4,200 yards. Gino also is second since, 2022 when it comes to game-winning drives. We've seen Gino clutch up. I haven't seen a lot of clutchness from Justin Fields, and I think it's because of the people that were around him and the support that he didn't get. Not ready to give up on Justin Fields at all, but I wanna put training wheels on him first and allow him to find his balance. Then you take one training wheel off. Now you lean on that left side. Take the 2 off, and then you let him go.
Some cars are just easier to drive than others. I mean, I didn't think the Minnesota Vikings would be one of those cars. I really didn't. And yet a Minnesota Vikings team that had, I think, 7 wins in 2023 and 2024, bringing Sam Darnold on, he was able to drive that car. All the wheels were in place. Everything was working. You said, I don't know that I'm ready to give the keys to Justin Fields for this car, meaning this Seahawks team. Why? What makes it difficult to drive?
I don't want to set him up for failure. We've already seen this young man. You know what it is? It's like putting you in a big old Tahoe.
Okay, excuse me.
All right.
I mentioned this earlier in our sales meeting. I got a 98 out of 100 on my drive test.
You did. And you drove a car that was size appropriate for you.
It was a Pontiac Grand Prix.
Exactly. All right. No, and it's, my wife is small, and she hates driving my big truck. The dimensions are just all jacked up.
Trucks.
She doesn't feel comfortable in it. So putting Justin Fields behind that offensive line is like putting him in a big old truck, and he's not just used to that. Gino's used to driving a big truck. I used to drive dump trucks, right? And it's just something about the dimensions. If you're not comfortable squeezing into small spaces, right, knowing that cars are going to cut you off on the highway and keeping a proper distance, understanding that you're loaded in the back and it's going to take 2 football fields for you to stop. There's something to be said about a guy who's comfortable in chaos, and that's what Gino is, even though he has turned the football over. With Justin Fields, he's not there in his growth yet. I'm not putting him in a big old Tahoe. I'll put him in a Colorado truck, to start there. That's like right under Silverado. I got a Silverado. There's a Colorado that's a bit smaller.
I'm just kind of hearing colors and states, and none of this is registering with me. I got to be totally honest.
Yeah, he ain't ready yet. At least I don't think he's ready yet.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean he can't be ready eventually.
Derek Klassen, like you, Bump, looks at the offensive line for the Seahawks and says, look, this is clearly an area where they need to improve, and if they do, then I'll believe in them, and maybe it's a bit easier to talk about who can drive it.
I think as far as them being a Super Bowl caliber team, they're probably still more than one offseason away, but I do think that they could do enough just this offseason alone to jump into maybe actually being able to take the crown in the division again, or at least, be in contention for it in the final weeks and stuff like that. So I really think if they could fix the offensive line a little bit, improve at the offensive coordinator position. I know they already moved on from Ryan Grubb, which I thought made sense. I know giving him 1 year seems like it's a bit of a short leash, but just didn't seem like they had a lot of answers on that side of the ball. And so if they could have to me, they should do a lot of what the Bucs did this past offseason, where you go find your veteran free agent guard. That's an upgrade. You go and spend a pick on a center who really does a lot for you. I think if they could do something like that, that alone would kind of send them from this fringe 10-ish win team, 9-10 win team to, okay, maybe we can win 12 and actually take a couple more games off of 500 teams.
Bucs offensive line was one of their kind of under the radar hero stories this season. I know that they're not in the playoffs anymore. They got knocked out by the Commanders, a Commanders team that keeps finding ways to win late.
Man.
But still, that is a story of success. They're not in the playoffs right now, but that was a story of success for them. Derek also, we don't have time to play the cut, but he basically says, look, maybe we'd see more from Gino, but I can't get past this offensive line.
We've been singing this song for 15 weeks now.
Yeah.
The offensive line song. And it's like listening to I never listen to radio, like top 40 radio. You hear the same songs over and over and over again. If you're in the car and you listen to top 40 radio, you're going to hear the same 3 songs at least every 3 or 4 hours. It's crazy. That's the offensive line. We've been singing this song for a while, and I'll go back to a point that you and I have both made. They did nothing to make this O-line better during the season. It's hard when your center just quits on you. It's hard when your second-round pick isn't ready to go yet, and you have to start a seventh-rounder. There are some things that they were hit with. And I guarantee you going into this season, they're thinking, okay, Cross will be healthy. We'll get Abe in October. We have Connor down to hold down the center spot. He'll be able to communicate with the veteran guard to the left of him and the young guard to the right of him. Then all of a sudden, Connor's gone. Abe's not back when you want him to be. Your second round doesn't pan out. You got to play a seventh round. There are some things that worked against them, and they focus on the defense. Because they focus on the defense, you're dealing with the same problems this offseason. What are you going to do? You have to shore up the offensive line. It can be Justin Fields. It can be Kirk Cousins. It can be Geno Smith. Whoever is out there, they're going to have the same problems that Geno had this year with that offensive line.
Coming up next, one of the single most fascinating stats that I've seen about the postseason. Don't go anywhere.
Coach McDonald's first season is in the books.
Holy smokes, are you kidding? Leo Williams is going to take it in for a touchdown. Seahawks!
Stay with Seattle Sports as we analyze the new vision for the Hawks and look ahead to the 2025 season.
Gonna run! 10, 5, Geno! Touchdown! Seahawks!
This is Seattle Sports.
JSN makes the catch! Are you kidding me? Holy catfish!
Your home for everything Seahawks.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Collectors, Front Row Car Show is returning to Tacoma. Join us at the Greater Tacoma Convention Center on January 18th and 19th. Baseball, football, basketball, and hockey cards, plus collectibles such as Pokemon, Marvel, Star Wars, and comic books. SGC, Beckett, CBCS, and JSA will be there. So bring your cards, comics, and autographs to sell, trade, or get them graded. Hundreds of bidders, thousands of dollars in free prizes. Don't miss it. Front Row Card Show, Greater Tacoma Convention Center, Saturday and Sunday, January 18th and 19th, 11 to 5. For more info, go to frontrowcardshow.com. That's frontrowcardshow.com.
My wife and I always loved doing everything together. Jiu-jitsu, kayaking, and intimacy was always on point. It was around my early 30s when I noticed a downward trend. Watching a lot of TV, putting on weight, and just full of self-doubt. I had tried another men's clinic with disappointing results. It's the personalized treatment I receive at Revive Men's Health that has been the complete game changer for me. I've got my energy and motivation back. I'm feeling stronger than I did in my 20s, and it made me a much better husband to my wife.
This is Dr. Andrew Allshouse of Revive Men's Health. If you're always feeling tired or moody, or your sleep is poor, you have low libido, you may be suffering from low testosterone.
Book your free T-check and exam. Call Revive Men's Health Seattle at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Stream every Seattle sports show with the Seattle Sports app. Brought to you by Fred Hutchinson Cancer Center. Get new videos, podcasts, and articles on the Seahawks and Mariners from your favorite Seattle sports personalities daily.
Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. The best place to watch all your favorite sports. Featuring wall-to-wall viewing screens, 6 windows, and 30 kiosks. Be there at emeraldqueen.com. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
Shane Company knows fine jewelry.
That means a lot when you're looking for a dream engagement ring, a beautiful keepsake, or the perfect gift. Come see us in store and compare our wide selection of diamonds, rubies, and a rainbow of sapphires in different shapes and sizes. Create your dream engagement ring and browse our selection of fine jewelry gifts, from diamond studs, tennis bracelets, birthstone necklaces, and more. With our everyday competitive prices, an unmatched free lifetime warranty, Shane Company knows how to work with your budget, not against it. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, accurate auto body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, accurate auto body.
You're free now. Free to fill your feed with impossibly chunky chunkers who chunk harder than you ever thought possible.
Cats, corgis, babies, baby penguins, baby pandas, chunky baby pandas.
Free to make your smart devices do silly things. Free to open a world of remote work and a portal into Gametopia.
Who's the boss now?
Free to be everything you imagine, and then some. That's how it feels to have Quantum Fiber Internet. Quantum Fiber, your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service in select locations only.
I've always said, the car sales in the 1980s and 1990s, earned the rep that we have today. The concerns that consumers have because of what has happened in our industry in the past, they're warranted. It's our job to show them that that's not how business is done anymore, right? It's very different business. It's much more transparent. There's much more information that's available to people. And we're much more customer focused than I think the car industry was, 20, 30 years ago. Yeah, I'm more focused on providing good customer service and relationships, because I think if you take care of people, money will always come. So I think just the philosophy and the focus for us has changed, where I was constantly chasing a paycheck, and now I'm just constantly trying to take care of customers and employees, because I know if I do that, then my paycheck will take care of itself.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
In 15 minutes, host of Foul Territory, Scott Braun, is going to join us, and we're going to ask him about the Roki Sasaki news. We're going to ask him about what he makes of the Mariners offseason. He's usually pretty spicy. He doesn't hold back, right? So I'm very curious to hear what he has to say about some of this. First, though, a very fascinating stat from this year's postseason. It turns out you don't need an offensive-minded coach to have a top offense. This blew my mind bump. From The Athletic's Mike Sando, he says the top 5 offenses by EPA per play this season, according to True Media: John Harbaugh's Baltimore Ravens, Sean McDermott's Buffalo Bills, Dan Campbell's Detroit Lions, Todd Bowles' Tampa Bay Buccaneers, now out of it, obviously, and Dan Quinn's Washington Commanders. Any pattern you're recognizing with the majority of these coaches?
Defense.
Exactly. Or special teams, right? The point is that you don't have these brilliant, former quarterback coach, former offensive line coach, kind of offensive minds. It's not filled with Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan. That the top offenses, at least by this measure, this year are not necessarily led by offensive guys. I thought that was fascinating, because what are we talking about even now with the Bears? Oh, you got Caleb Williams. You can't hire Pete Carroll. You can't hire a defensive guy. You can't go to Aaron Glenn. You got to hire an offensive mind.
It makes sense, right? If you're trying to give your quarterback the best opportunity for success, you feel like you want the head coach to be connected to him directly. Even if we just go off of yards per game. Top offense, Buffalo Bills, 471, McDermott. Baltimore Ravens, second, 464, Harbaugh. Houston Texans, 429, DeMeco Ryans, who's a defensive guy. Washington Commanders, 350, Quinn, defensive guy. And then you finally get to Matt LaFleur over at the 5th spot. The reason why this works is because of the personnel he has beneath him, obviously. We saw the Buffalo Bills struggle last year midseason, and McDermott did not hesitate. He got rid of his offensive coordinator and promoted Joe Brady, I believe the guy is. I think that a defensive guy is probably more of a disciplinarian than an offensive guy. I'm not saying there aren't guys who aren't disciplinarians. When I played for Mike Holmgren, disciplinarian. Man, you better have your shoes tied properly before you walk into this meeting. You better be there 5 minutes early. I was talking to Babs on the sideline. I was talking to Babs last game, and he said when the coaches were on the sidelines with Holmgren, they were not allowed to have pockets in their pants because he didn't want your hands in your pockets.
Hold up. Hang on. I'm sorry. As someone who really appreciates pockets and like pockets suddenly became
Crazy.
like central to everyone's identity. Look, it has pockets.
Crazy.
You don't get pockets?
No pockets.
Where do you put your keys? What do you do with your wallet?
No idea. Leave it in the locker room. You are 100% focused and locked in. So a defensive guy brings
no pockets
on the outside looking in, and for the most part, they bring just a defensive mind to it. The one offensive guy who brings a defensive mentality, from what I see, is Dan Campbell. That guy brings that grit and that grimy to it. So maybe we can get away from that. Maybe we should get away from the head coach has to be offensive minded if you have a young quarterback. As long as your personnel, your coaching staff supports him in the right way, you can be okay. Me personally, I think there is a path to success for Caleb. Again, I'm going to tease it one more time. 4th down, I'm going to tell you exactly what I think should happen over there. But it's all about giving the quarterback what he needs. And what they do need, they need discipline, especially these young guys. You need that discipline, but you need an offensive mind that he connects with. I think that is huge. If I'm the Bears, I'm not allowing Caleb to sit down during the interview process, but I'm talking to him. I'm getting some feedback from him because he is your franchise. If he does not have success, you're not going to have success.
I think there's two things happening, especially leaning on this list of coaches. One is that you can be a defensive guy and still link up your quarterback, link up your offense with some great minds, right? Like Sean McDermott, granted, he's got a great quarterback. John Harbaugh, all of these guys have also made sure to give their quarterback the tools he needs to succeed. It's not like they were like, you're on your own. See, I'm going to call the defense, okay? That's kind of my thing. You become a head coach. You're the umbrella overlooking everything, and you need to make sure your guys set up. And you also have a Rolodex, and you also have connections, and so you can lean into that. The second thing I think happens, Bump, I was on Unnecessary Roughness yesterday, which is a radio show with the Raiders radio network, and they obviously had me on to ask about Pete Carroll. And I really like Mike Macdonald here. I'm really excited to see what Mike Macdonald is going to do. But I feel like Mike Macdonald's end-of-season press conference was weirdly validating for Pete Carroll. Because Pete Carroll, towards the end of his tenure here, was sometimes criticized for maybe oversimplifying, right? Win, control time of possession, run the ball. Like, people thought, like, this is too simple. You're so old school. And at the end of the year, you already know where I'm going with this. At the end of the year, Mike Macdonald, and I'm paraphrasing, said, I entered my first season as head coach thinking there were, like, quite a few things that I needed to keep in mind. And it turns out there's, like, 3 or 4 things that are really important, but they're so much more important than I thought.
Right.
And it's like, turns out that part of being a great head coach is just having these general principles, a small number of principles that you fundamentally understand to be true about football, to be true about people. And the coaches that truly understand and believe in those things are the ones that succeed, regardless of background. And Pete Carroll was one of those guys.
Yeah, there's some commonalities between every team in the NFL. Right? You got to be disciplined. You have to be organized. Your staff has to be knowledgeable and be able to connect, and you have to have talent out there. And throughout the regular season, all of that stuff is going to be tested. Your staff is going to be tested with a George Pickens who don't want to listen to nobody, right? Your discipline is going to be tested with a guy who shows up late to a meeting or late to a flight, and you have to show that you are going to abide by the laws that you have laid in place. Football is the most disciplined sport out of any sport that's out there. It's militant. You have 60, 70 guys in the locker room, 53 guys on the sideline, 11 guys versus 11 guys. If everyone's not doing exactly what they're told to do, the chance of you having success go down tremendously. So organization is key when it comes to this, and being able to relay your message in a way that connects with the 53 different personalities you have out there. Now, you're not going to go to every individual player and change who you are, but your messaging has to be able to connect to everyone out there. And that's what the good teams do, plus personnel. That's what happens upstairs, though. They got to take care of the personnel, the GMs.
Yeah. Someone said, Julio in Mill Creek said, well, those top 4 have franchise quarterbacks, which I agree with. Like, obviously, the talent starting with the quarterback on these rosters as part of the story. But I think one thing that Mike Sando is pointing to is the idea that in order for Lamar, in order for Josh, I don't know, for Joe Burrow, though the Bengals not on this list because they weren't in the playoffs, in order for these guys to take off, that you must have an offensive mind as a key to unlock them. And I think that what he's saying is, wow, it sure looks like that's not true. But yeah, you're a better team by virtue of having these quarterbacks, but a guy with a defensive background isn't holding them back.
No, as long as you have that guy on staff. In Baltimore's Monk, and with the Bills, it's Joe Brady. And with the Texans, it's who is it? Slowick. It's Slowick over there.
Bobby.
Bobby. As long as you have little Bobby over there,
Slowick.
As long as you have your mind that can connect with these quarterbacks, you should be fine. It's all about your approach. How are the Bears going to approach this?
We are going to switch gears and talk about baseball with Scott Braun, host of Foul Territory, who's joining us. Before we end this, though, Phil and Julia, who have been in as part of the Holiday Magic auction, we did want to thank you guys for sitting in on this hour with us. And also, importantly, big thank you from Bump and I, not just for hanging out with us this morning, but for a not insignificant donation that you guys made for foster care children in the state to be able to have holiday presents. Like, that's huge. That's absolutely amazing. So we thank you guys so much for what you're able to do in this community and for hanging out with us this morning. Scott Braun joining us next.
For Down Territory, going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
What are we going to find out when it comes to the quarterback position during the NFL playoffs?
You don't have to be Lamar. You ain't got to be Josh Allen, but you got to be able to tuck it and run every now and then. Every winning quarterback had at least 6 rushing attempts. Doesn't mean all of them were designed. Doesn't mean that they all broke for 50, but it was like 6 rushing attempts and at least 30 to 40 yards, which is crazy to me.
For Down Territory, every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
Well, this week's First Mark Challenge victory goes to Roger. Roger, why did you call First Mark Insurance?
Over the last several years, my homeowner's insurance policies just kept on going up and up and up. For years, it was $1,100. Last year, it was $2,500. And this year, $5,000. That's what got me to call First Mark Insurance.
Were they able to save you any money?
Absolutely. Within a couple of days, came up with a proposal that blew my socks off. It was an amazing amount of reduction in cost.
Did they improve your coverage while saving you all that money?
They did both. The coverage is better and the cost is substantially less. It's half as much as I was paying last year. We'll recommend First Mark to anyone who is looking to get better coverage at less cost.
Well, Roger did it, my family did it, and you got to do it, and it's totally free. Take the First Mark Challenge and see how much they can save you and how much better your coverage will get. Maybe you will be our next First Mark Challenge victory. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. First Mark Insurance. They work for you.
Breast cancer is a tough battle for anyone to fight. But if you can't afford treatment, can't work, or can't feed your family, that diagnosis can be devastating. I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda, and I am proud to be part of Northwest Hope and Healing's mission. We provide a lifeline for breast and gynecologic cancer patients. We cover essentials like food, utilities, and childcare, so patients can focus on healing. Over the last 25 years, Northwest Hope and Healing has distributed nearly $3 million to thousands of local cancer patients. And you can help us make a difference in our community. Join us on February the 1st for Cork, Fork, and Support, an afternoon of fine wine, inspiration, and community support at the historic Hollywood Schoolhouse in the heart of Woodinville wine country. Get your tickets now for Cork, Fork, and Support on February the 1st. Go to nwhopeandhealing.org to learn more. That's nwhopeandhealing.org.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here. Let's talk stats. According to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, the state of Washington ranks number 4 in the whole U.S. for the highest concentration of roofers. That's literally thousands of roofers to choose from. So how do you know how to pick the right one for your home? Well, you start by eliminating those who aren't GAF Master Elite certified. That's about 97% of all roofers. So now you're down to the elite 3%. How many have over 35 years of experience? How many utilize the catch-all system to keep yards and driveways clear of any debris? Family owned with local roots and have the stamp of approval from the Mike Salk household? Well, that leaves you with just one, the roofing company you can trust. That's Riverside Roofing. In a sea of thousands of competitors, Riverside Roofing continues to stand out. And guess what? They have openings this winter for your roof project. So have them out to your house this week. Call them at 425-949-8252 or go to riversideroofingllc.com. They are the roofing company you can trust.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
Designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
Windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer? Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. And now it's our lowest price of the season on our top-selling i8 smart bed. Your best savings, plus free home delivery with any base. Exclusively at a Sleep Number store near you. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Learn more at sleepnumber.com.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Rams upset the 14-win Vikings last night, sacking Sam Darnold 9 times and beating Minnesota 27-9. The Vikings finished with just 4 total losses this season, including that wildcard game, to the same 2 teams, the Lions and the Rams. The Rams will advance to the divisional round to face off against the Eagles on Sunday, January 19th.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Host of Foul Territory, Scott Braun, joining us now on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. Scott, I am obviously going to start with the Mariners offseason, which has been pretty quiet. They made a minor signing yesterday, but are you surprised by the lack of moves from Jerry Dipoto front office, considering he typically does like to trade?
Michael and Stacy, hey, January 14th, we have a major league move. Let's go. All right, really nice depth piece. That's great. Playing multiple positions, pretty good bat. Almost like a diet version of Luis Arraez. Really, it's one tool for him, and he's 37 years old. I get very nervous about players that get to that age. I was curious about their pursuit of Carlos Santana as well. Am I surprised? I'm not surprised about the lack of free agent signings based on what Jerry Dipoto has to work with from an ownership group that has just refused to care about the city. But I am surprised that trades have not been executed. The problem is that trades are difficult to pull off. And the best asset for the Seattle Mariners is their young pitching, but it's the pitching on the major league staff. And they have a nice minor league system, but you know how the phone calls have been going all off season long. It's, hey, let's talk about Wu. Hey, let's talk about Gilbert. Hey, let's talk about Kirby. Don't hang up. You know, et cetera. So Castillo's the easy one to have a conversation with. I really like Luis. I know he had a little bit of a down year last year compared to some other seasons, and front offices were already pointing at some peripheral numbers that were hurt, like velocity is one, and I'm a fan, and I think that's the route that they should go, to try and make a trade for the place or a team like Baltimore to get a young bat like a Kobe Mayo, who I think is going to be good. He's going to cost nothing, sub $1 million, or someone on the major league club like a Ryan Mountcastle. So there's my thought.
Love it. Hey, Scott, we had a guest on yesterday, and he said that he felt like the Mariners are a bat away from being a real playoff contending team. That got me excited, but I'll always simmer down because you know how this game goes. A long season, things have to happen, and then with the production that we saw last year at times from the guys at the top of the order, it made me feel like now you need more than one bat. What are your thoughts on that? More one bat, or do you think they need more than that?
I think they need more than that, but I think at this point we're going to be lucky to see them acquire one more bat. I think they're counting Solano as one, and then hopefully they're able to land one other. I do think we have to be fair and look at how the team did down the stretch and how some of that had to do with trade deadline acquisitions. I know Randy wasn't great, but you got to give him a full season in Seattle. I really like the player. And aside from that, of course, we point to Julio. Is he going to be a superstar? And is he going to figure out a way to start well? I mean, slow starts have crushed him and the ball club at times. But to answer your question, definitely one more bat. It's hard for me because we haven't spoken about the team much on foul territory this offseason. Of course, it's the inactivity, but it's also knowing that they have such financial constraints from ownership that they're not really able to do much. So anytime we get a Mariners fan on foul territory in the YouTube chat asking us, hey, do you think this player's a fit for Seattle? I'm like, it's not even worth the thought exercise because we know they're not going to spend on that player.
Do those financial constraints make sense to you?
No, of course not. I feel like every time I've been on here, it's insane to me. I mean, what, we're supposed to feel bad for the ownership group? Sell the damn team. It's so ridiculous how they've treated this club after finally making the playoffs a couple years back. The club's never been to the World Series. We finally had a dream rotation that we were able to see built here in Seattle. And by we, I mean all of Major League Baseball really likes, Seattle as the city and the attendance I think they put up. And I don't know about this past season, but the year before that was top 10. This all leads up to investing in your ball club. No one's asking them to have a payroll at $250 million, but they're so far away from what they should be that it is the ultimate punch in the mouth to fans over the last couple seasons. It is the ultimate tease. In fact, Stacy, we did this segment on aggrieved fans, and it was based off an article from ESPN. We brought the writer on, Dave Schoenfeld, and we actually ended up putting Seattle at number one overall. His article, I think, had them two, but we talked him into number one because I think it's worse to be going through the history that you were, then get to this point where you have a World Series contending starting staff, and you just have to push your chips in a little bit, and they just completely swept the rug from underneath everyone. So Seattle's done that, and the Twins did that a little bit too, and guess what? The Twins are now getting sold. Why do you want to crush your legacy as an owner? The money's not worth it in my mind. So, yeah, Seattle fans are getting absolutely torched in this situation.
Hey, the longer we wait for a big deal to go down, the more concerned I am of the perception of the Mariners across the league. Like, I feel like the longer we wait, the more desperate we're going to look and the more garbage offers we're going to get and then have to just say, okay, we'll take it. Is that a real concern or do you see it a different way?
Yeah, that's what they're doing. The team that does this the most in the last few years is the Pittsburgh Pirates. They have similar ownership problem, so they just wait until they can start to squeeze players down the stretch and get better deals. I'm sure Seattle will be able to pull off something similar in that realm to fill in the last few holes that they have. But, yeah, I mean, you just look at the roster, and it's hard to look at this team and what happened at the end of last season, falling a game short again, and feel like you're really comfortable heading into the 2025 campaign. So, yeah, they'll definitely do bargain bin shopping. There are a number of teams waiting for that to happen. Now, I don't blame those cases because sometimes players are asking for unreasonable amounts of money. I mean, if we look to the top of the market where there's a player who would be a great fit for Seattle and someone that we would never go through a thought exercise for, it's Alex Bregman. I'm only using him as a case because he was offered, in my mind, a pretty nice contract from the Houston Astros. Also, keep in mind there's no state income tax, which I think is the same case in Washington. But it was in the, I think, 6 years, 160-something range. I don't know if he's going to beat that. And if he's asking for 200 plus, I don't think he's getting that. So the point is, sometimes players have to come down and be more reasonable with what their value is. And yes, Seattle will definitely do some bargain bin shopping for one or two more players.
We just learned of the 3 finalists for Roki Sasaki. I was surprised, or maybe I shouldn't be, Scott, to see the Mariners not at least be one of the 3. Maybe they were number 4. Who can say? Were you surprised to see the Mariners not in that group?
I was surprised to see them not be a finalist. Stacy, I don't think he even gave them a meeting. There were, I think, 8 or 9 teams that ended up having a meeting with him. I could be wrong, but I'm almost positive, because I've gone back and forth with some people about this, that they never even had a meeting. I know they put all kinds of pitches together, but it doesn't seem like they were even close to being a finalist, which does make you curious as to why Japanese players aren't as interested in Seattle as they were before. I think it probably has to do with the organization and the lack of spending. I mean, think about it. If you're Roki Sasaki and everything's pretty much the same because you can only sign for $5 to $10 million of a signing bonus, why are you going to go to a team that has not shown the willingness to push their chips in when they've got an awesome starting pitching staff? So if I'm him, yeah, I'm definitely going to look more towards the Dodgers and the Padres. The Blue Jays are a more curious one. I don't think he's going there. So I think it's between those two teams, and I really think it's strange that Seattle is not a destination, or at least, a consideration of a destination, given, how the city's been so great with Japanese players in the past.
Yeah, I was surprised as well. And because the Mariners aren't getting the meeting, the first person I look at is Dipoto. Like, all right, well, what have you done to show this young man in his camp, his organization, that you're not worth a meeting? It's that time of the year, Scott, right? Which guys are on the hot seat? We just did it for John Schneider with the Seahawks the other day. I mean, how hot is Jerry Dipoto's seat? Because it seems like he's got 9 lives, and him and Stanton are in cahoots and maybe golf together. Like, how hot do you think Jerry Dipoto's seat is?
The thing is, I've been back and forth with Jerry, because you're building up towards something, and then it's the same thing as the fans. You get the rug swept from under you. So I just don't know how much any GM could do in his position. I mean, I think it'll be a hotter seat if they miss the playoffs again. It'll be an even hotter seat if they're not even in a close range. I find that hard to believe given the pitching staff. But I think what he has to do is figure out a way to trade someone like Luis Castillo, dump that money, and be able to spend it elsewhere on offense/position players. It's actually something that Jerry mentioned last offseason, that they needed a better balance of how much they were spending money on pitching versus how much they were spending money on bats. So I don't think it's that hot. I mean, he's going to point to them hitting the number that is the target of the organization, which is 54%. And I think they won like 53.2% of their games or something last year. That's clearly what ownership is giving for him as an order. And if they're going to get close to that range, ownership's saying some years we'll tiptoe over that and be a wild card team, and nobody wants to mess with that pitching staff in a playoff series. I agree with that. But it all comes down to, in my mind, his boss. I don't think there's many other people that would fill his spot right now and be like, wow, they're crushing it. I think they're constrained.
Hey, Scott, when I was growing up, or I should say rather, I'll say my early 20s, so not when I was growing up, but there was a certain period of time, for a long period of time, when the Mariners were never of interest if I would listen to national shows or tune into national radio. And it kind of made sense, right? Like, you're tucked away in the Pacific Northwest. You had some great stars at one point, but you never went to a World Series. And for all of that time, you were never in the playoffs. Now when we bring on, whether it's David Schoenfield, you guys, anyone from ESPN, Buster Olney, there's a level of Jeff Passan, there's a level of frustration that I haven't heard before, and it's like a passion from national people looking at this team. The team still hasn't been to a World Series, but Scott, I've just kind of chalked it up to this team is as close as it's ever been, and I don't think that national folks would feel angry on behalf of fans were the team not working with some really nice pieces. Is that kind of how you see it?
Yeah, I mean, think about it just for any average person. I'm just trying to come up with analogies on the fly.
Yeah.
If someone's like, hey, I'm going to give you your dream vacation, right? You're going to have your own island. You're going to have a super yacht. You're going to have all this stuff. I just need you to give me $5. Usually it costs $50 million. You give me 5. And you're like, no, I'm not giving you 5. And you're like, all right, well, there you go. Your family, your friends, everyone's pissed at you because you couldn't just give $5 for the dream of a lifetime. That is exactly what's happening here. This is a situation where it doesn't cost much to be much better and to potentially give the city a lifetime of memories in a season in the last few years and even coming up. But I think everyone's looking at it like this is eventually going to evaporate, as all good starting rotations do. It's either via free agency or, this is the scary part, most pitchers get hurt. Their starting staff has been so healthy. So I get concerned that even if other things are going right, they already waste the prime years of one of the better starting staffs in the 2000s. So I think you're spot on where you're getting this temperature check on emotions from a lot of national baseball personalities, reporters, etc., because they're all frustrated. They're frustrated for themselves watching this team and this franchise. They're frustrated for the fans. So, yeah, I think you're spot on there. Hey, I don't go on every radio show and say, hey, you're number one on the pissed off fan index. The Mariners are number one. I have
you were in our corner.
But yes, and also I choose many nights to watch the Mariners when we get to the late night action because I love watching a classic starting pitcher carve up an offense, and that's what we've been able to see. I also have always been a massive Dave Sims fan. I know he just moved on, but I would just always pick the Mariners over many other options that I would get late night. So I do feel a little more invested in this team than I do maybe in some other West Coast clubs. So yes, it's tough. You know, you watch those games, it's the same script over and over. It's if they're losing, and you're like, damn, Kirby went 7 innings, gave up 1 2-run homer or run double or something like that, and it's just flatness. And they talk about the ballpark and the batter's eye and all of that, but then sometimes you'll see a Yankee team come to town and score 12 runs, and you're like, is this really a problem, or is there a different problem?
Yeah, there are a couple problems here, Scott, and one I wouldn't call a problem. I would say it's just a topic here in Seattle. People trying to figure out Julio Rodriguez, right? He has couple good seasons, and then last year wasn't the greatest. Did finish on a high note. We got texters, man, texting in, calling in, saying Julio's a bust. He's garbage, all this nonsense. What's your evaluation of Julio? What's your expectation for the next couple of years?
I still have faith that he's going to be a star player. Is he going to be a top 5 or even top 10 player? Not necessarily, but I still have faith that he's a top 25, 30-ish player in Major League Baseball who just needs to figure out how to get off to a better start to the season. So I'm not on that boat at all. I think he's worth the price of admission. It is so hard to find a player in his position with all 5 tools. Almost impossible. Do I worry about players like that later in their career? Sure. I mean, Seattle fans saw what Ted Griffey Jr. turns into eventually. Almost any center fielder eventually takes quite a hit, but a little earlier than others do. But no, I have utmost faith in Julio as a great player. He just can't do it all on his own. A World Series winning team doesn't often have one superstar in their lineup. So that's where the problem is. How much of it is pressing? A little bit. How much of it is tinkering too much? A little bit. And then there's the slow start. So whether it's this season or the next, he's going to have some dynamite years. I'm not too concerned about it.
If you aren't watching or listening to Foul Territory, you absolutely should be. It's one of our absolute favorites. It's a must listen to. During the season, we use so many of these clips because you guys get amazing, really like candid interviews with players and former players, and it's always awesome. Host of Foul Territory, Scott Braun, kind enough to join us. Thank you, Scott, so much.
Thanks, Scott.
Thank you, Stacy and Michael. Great to talk to you. Better times ahead, hopefully.
Fingers crossed. See ya.
See ya.
Let's get to 4 Down Territory.
This is 4 Down Territory, going inside the game with former Seahawks and Coug wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
Hello, Matt.
Let me start by saying.
Matt.
Let me start
Scott
by saying.
Fresno on the Mac and Jack's text line. Is this Wyman and Bob at 11 a.m.? Nice job, Matt, he says.
Got him. Scott, you're a real one.
He
Good for knowing
dragged
that. Let me just start by saying.
An
I'm
apology?
An idiot.
No, I'm just kidding.
The real reason it
I'm just
happened, pure stupidity and autopilotness. Just
it was the pastry.
So
Pastry had him locked.
Yeah, Phil and Julia's pastries.
Can I just let people know what happened behind the scenes for 10 seconds? That video or that interview with Scott we had to record this morning. He's very busy. And so Matt accidentally, easy mistake to make, mixed the wrong thing. The second that it happened,
it was a dumb mistake.
We are not live. Bump Curtis and I laughed in Matt's face and started making fun of him for a good less than 5 minutes, but more than 2.
We got some good shots.
We got some good shots in. Okay, let's get to four down territory. First down. What was the worst part of the Rams-Vikings game last night?
Well, you never want to see the Rams win, but you're watching them do their thing. They had 9 sacks, 6 in the first half. That is a tied a playoff record for sacks total. And they got a sack from every level. D-line, Gilmore, Turner had 2, Fisk had 1. Linebackers go to the edge. Byron Young, Johnson had 1. Linebacker, Mike Hoyt had 1. DBs, Akella Witherspoon and Kobe Durant had 1 apiece. Those are DBs. Every level, they got a sack. But them boys on that D-line, I'm looking at them and I'm saying, we got to deal with them for like the next 3-4 years. This might be the best D-line in the game in the next year or 2. They are strong. They have multiple moves. They were getting after it. They rushed 4 and got so much pressure. And then you sprinkle in the blitz from the corners. Man, big ups to Shula. He called a heck of a game defensively yesterday for the Rams. But I'm looking at them big boys on the D-line, and I'm saying, goodness gracious, Lord have mercy. We got to deal with these guys.
Second down. Last week you mentioned a name the Seahawks could be after. Remind us who it was and why you think it would be a great fit.
Wes Phillips. Mike McDonald, go ahead and call him right now. He's the offensive coordinator for the Vikings. We know who calls the plays, Kevin O'Connell, but he has a guy that he collabs with. It's mostly Kevin, but Kevin has taught him his ways, his Sean McVay ways, his Shanahan ways. Wes started with the Cowboys. He was quality control, then got to assistant offensive line. Then he moved over to Washington, where he was a tight ends coach for a while. Then he goes to L.A., where Kevin O'Connell was. He was tight ends there and passing game coordinator. For the last 3 seasons, he has been the offensive coordinator for the Vikings. You want a downhill running type of game. You want to utilize your tight ends. You want play action. You go ahead and poach from the Vikings. I'm still looking at Wes Phillips and saying, go ahead, sit down, have a conversation, see if he can move you. He's an older fella too, not older, but older than the 30-something wonders. He's 45 years old, seasoned enough grays in his hair. He understands the game. Connect with your quarterback. Hit up Wes Phillips right now. McDonald, I know you're listening, baby.
For anyone who wondered the exact same thing I did, he is the son of Wade Phillips.
Yep.
Third down. Why do you think Stafford can play another 4 to 5 years?
If he's protected and plays in this offense, he can go. I'm watching him be so demonstrative with his movements. There was a play where he's under center. He fakes the handoff to his left side. He looks to his right side, knowing he's going back to the left, flips the hips, boom. That was his very first touchdown to the running back. The play design was absolutely beautiful. But I'm watching him stand in the pocket and still deliver a football with some zip on it. We talked about the rushing attempts from quarterbacks yesterday, how every quarterback in wildcard weekend that won had at least 6 rushing attempts. How many attempts do you think these dudes had?
Stafford?
Yeah.
2.
Stafford had 2.
Oh, yay!
Sam Darnold had 4. They are the last of a dying breed. These guys will not be in the NFL at a high rate very long. But watching Matthew Stafford control his body language, his eyes, understand where to go with the football. If he can stay in an offense like this, he can play another 4 to 5. No joke. He's only, 36, 37 years old. Guys are playing into their 40s. This is it, man. Matthew Stafford, really impressive, but he does have a knack for getting banged up. That's why you have to protect him, but I like what I saw last night.
4th down. I've been waiting for this one. What should the Bears do at their head coaching position?
So we went through all these coaches, Harbaugh, McDermott, throw D'Amico in there. Guys who lead the charge as a head coach on the defensive side of the ball, and yet their offense is still flourish. Pete Carroll needs to be the guy over there. He's only 72 years old. Not only 72, but he's 72 years old, and this is what you do.
I thought you would say.
This is what you do. Pete Carroll over there, and then you bring over Cliff Kingsbury and say, look, 2 years. Just sit here and learn. You got your quarterback. This is your guy. You know this dude, all right? You know the ins and outs of this guy. Go ahead. You sit here for 2 years. Pete's not going to coach forever. You mentor, you learn, you let Pete set that culture for you. You find your voice again, you find yourself, and then you take over. Pete Carroll as a head coach, entice Cliff with an opportunity to be the head coach eventually, because he says he wants to do that, but he's happy where he's at. I know he's happy because he's in his groove, his two-step. He's in his box right now, and he knows I can communicate with young quarterbacks. You've already done a great job with Jane Daniels. He has an opportunity to really be the quarterback whisperer. If he goes over there with Pete Carroll runs it for a couple years, and then Cliff takes over, tries it again as a head coach. That's my move.
Can I throw in a bonus question? But it's the one that I texted you and Curtis last night during the game. And it was during Jared versus fumble recovery touchdown. And I said, in hindsight, should the Seahawks have taken him, or was Byron the right choice?
And I said, you take the best player available at the time.
Yeah.
And if they thought Byron was the best player available, you take him.
And we heard rumors the Rams wanted Byron.
Yeah. And it's easy to look at Verse, look like a 100-meter sprinter, flip into the end zone, make a play, and say, man, we should have done that.
Yeah.
But I think that they did the right thing. And I think Byron Murphy is not going to have the numbers that Verse has, but I think he makes an impact, and I can't wait to see how he grows next year.
Vikings radio play-by-play man Paul Allen was in a dark place after Sam Darnold took the 5th of 9 sacks last night. That's coming up next.
Coach McDonald's first season is in the books.
Holy smokes, are you kidding? Leo Williams is going to take it in for a touchdown. Seahawks!
Stay with Seattle Sports as we analyze the new vision for the Hawks and look ahead to the 2025 season.
Gonna run! 10, 5, Gino! Touchdown! Seahawks!
This is Seattle Sports.
JSN makes the catch! Are you kidding me? Holy catfish!
Your home for everything Seahawks.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service will help your company with logoed apparel, uniforms, floor mats, linen, and more. Give us a call. We answer the phone. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do. Visit suplinen.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it. Did you know that 1 in 4 people seeking treatment for ED are under 40? So you're not alone. And even better, HIMS can help. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. It all starts with an online intake form. From there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. Through hims.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Millions of men experience ED, but HIMS can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
Order for Jennifer C.
Is this my double shot, double cream, double froth, double pump, double whip, double sleeve?
Yeah. Can you handle that much caffeine?
Did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, really? That's great.
Seriously, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, you just said that.
Did you say I just said that?
Yeah, I'm cutting you off.
I can't have any more? Why not?
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Adam Schefter here with Vivid Seats. We've got some late-breaking news coming out of the stands. According to multiple sources, Vivid Seats fans are scoring rewards on every purchase and at a rapid pace. Obviously, these rewards are a game changer, and coupled with their MVP-worthy ticket selection, why get tickets anywhere else? Don't drop the ball this season. Shop with Vivid Seats and earn rewards on every ticket. And as the official ticketing partner of ESPN, Vivid Seats is offering you $20 off your first $200 ticket purchase with code Schefter. That's code Schefter.
In a sea of of thousands of competitors, Riverside Roofing continues to stand out. And guess what? They got openings this winter for your roof project. Call 425-949-8252 or go to riversideroofingllc.com. The roofing company you can trust.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
Overburdened with a bunch of stuff you don't want anymore, but feel bad throwing it away? John here with Happy Hauler, Seattle's eco-friendly junk removal. We prioritize donating and recycling. We'll help get your items to those in need instead of going to the landfill. At Happy Hauler, we pride ourselves on responsibility, community, and sustainability. We're a family-run small business that provides junk removal, donations, and recycling. Make yourself, your community, and the planet happy. It's time to reclaim your space. HappyHauler.com, hauling with a heart.
Are you tired of having your money locked up in an annuity for 5 to 7 years? A CD that is only paying 4 to 5%? Or how about that underperforming IRA that you've lost track of? Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. Our Legacy Northwest Fund is a 9% fixed income fund that only requires a 2-year commitment, and we are now opening our flagship fund to new investors. Legacy's Northwest Fund has had excellent performance with 0 investor losses for 16 straight years. I challenge you to find a better fixed income opportunity in the marketplace today. Come join the over 1,000 local investors with over $200 million invested.
Legacy's Northwest Fund is now open to new investors and paying 9%. Invest smart, invest local, invest with Legacy Group Capital. Visit LegacyG.com. LegacyG.com. Legacy's Northwest Fund is available to accredited investors only and paying 9% APR. Terms and conditions at LegacyG.com.
Hey, let's throw a party this year for the big game.
Oh, great idea. But first, we should get a new TV. One of the top-rated brands, Samsung, LG, or Sony.
Okay, I'll start shopping on the internet and then head over to the Warehouse Club.
Well, but if that's all we do, we'll be sorry.
Why?
Because the best deals on those top-rated TVs are at video only, not online or at the club.
Video only?
Yep. We can save up to $500 if we shop smart.
Or we'll be sorry.
This is The Timeline
with Bump and Stacy.
Brought to you by 1-800-DUI-AWAY.
It is The Timeline on Bump and Stacy. Before I dive into our other stories, we do have a Mariners move. Oh no, my computer's frozen. Curtis? Would you? Matt's losing it. Curtis, I'm so sorry. I know I said that I would read it. My computer's not working. Would you mind just announcing that Mariners move?
Yeah, the Mariners have acquired from the Cubs on waivers Miles Mastrobuoni.
Curtis, I'm really proud of you.
Thank you.
He locked in. He locked in.
I really did.
You really had to focus on that one. Real talk now. Are you in any way, or you
I'm
Bump
not
moved at all?
No.
That's what I was actually going to ask in any way.
No, I'm not moved.
This is so Mariner.
An iota.
So Mariner.
Us. It's so us.
This is so us right now.
It's so us right now.
Yeah.
Mastrobuoni.
I knew.
Go get it, baby.
The names are going to be interesting.
There's already a million comments on this post, and we all know why. Yeah. Let me see how many comments are on it right now. 73 comments on a Mariners announcement of acquiring infielder, outfielder Miles Mastrobuoni from the Cubs.
All right. No bombs last year. 106 plate appearances. 194 batting average, slugging 222, OPS of 470. Let's get it, baby. Championship. Hey, and I'm not hating on you, Mastrobuoni. Okay, it's deeper than you. Okay, it's deeper than you.
I want to just isolate that cut in general, and I'm not hating on you, Mastrobuoni.
He'll probably be on the opening day roster.
I'm finding
He plays
myself
multiple positions,
balancing between knowing the Mariners would have needed to find depth and make some random signings anyways, right? And then also just really desperately wanting them to add a major bat. So
I could do this. I can go 194.
This is you selling yourself in real time.
I can do this. I can do this.
This is coping.
All right. I won't swing at nothing with movement, just fastballs. I will step in front of a pitch and take one for the squad. I can do this.
Are things starting to get tense in the Kraken front office? That's our actual first story here. Sportsnet NHL insider, is it Elliot Friedman? Thank you. Alluded to that on the Monday episode of his podcast, 32 Thoughts.
This goes back to last summer. I think there was a real schism in their front office at the end of last season about where to proceed and what to do. And first Dave Haxtell was let go, and I'm not convinced Francis thought that was the right answer. But then there was definitely a split on where to proceed from there. I think Ron Francis and the people in the front office who support Ron Francis wanted to hire Todd McClellan. And I think there were others in the front office who wanted to hire Dan Bylsma, who obviously got the job, and those people won out.
Just a bit more here on Francis.
Ron Francis is a very careful, cautious guy. That's who he is. He doesn't act impulsively. And I think there are people in the organization who would like him to be a bit more like that, but that's just not who he is. And I think between all of these things, they're probably going to have to sort out, how they want to proceed.
That personality type does have a place. Absolutely has a place. I'm that personality type. I don't bet. I don't gamble outside of donut bets. I would be an overly cautious GM. I would be a safe GM. I know how I would be. And sometimes those guys make lots of great decisions and never risk their franchise. The Kraken, though, are a team that does need to make some moves, take some swings.
What do you have to lose right now? You have nothing to lose. No one's expecting anything out of you. You're at the bottom of your division. You're scraping by. You put together a game or two where you look decent, and then your goalie would get pulled one period into the game. There's nothing for you to lose at this point, man. And it's so fragile because this is a new franchise in the city, and you are falling right into what these fans are used to when it comes to the Kraken, when it comes to the Mariners, right? They're looking at this franchise, and you're about to lose them. The fans that are showing up and cheering you on and wearing the gear and whatnot, you are about to lose them. You have to do something out of the norm, get out of your comfort zone, make something happen, because this is getting scary.
Curtis, I'm going to bring you in now in all seriousness for part of this conversation. The other day we had a headline rewrite, which was, hey, don't look now, but the Kraken are doing the exact same thing we're criticizing the Mariners for. So fitting that we opened with the Mariners making an unexciting move that plenty of people on the text line are like, I'm not really feeling too excited about that one. What's next? Where's the big bat they're going to add? And the Kraken are lucky enough to float under the radar because they haven't set up expectations yet. There's still a little bit of a novelty there, but you've been fairly critical of their lack of moves.
Yeah, and then the moves that they do make, you're saddled with these contracts for a long, long time, and you've hamstrung yourself 3-4 years down the road.
You mean the Grubauer?
Grubauer, yeah. I know Chandler Stevenson has underperformed this season. He's got a 7-year deal on his contract. So you're not only having to overpay for guys, but then once you do overpay for them, they're underperforming as well. And I feel like in the NHL, especially, you can continue to, get a lot of mid-level guys, and that's going to be your ceiling. You're going to have to get aggressive at some point and acquire a superstar or develop a superstar. I think that was maybe Ron Francis's hope over the first couple of years in his tenure here in Seattle, that maybe Matty Beniers or Shane Wright would have developed into that by now, but it feels like those guys are still at least a couple years away from being huge contributors.
Is it unfair for me to say that as a GM, you cannot be afraid of risk? Because the Denver Broncos front office made one of the worst trades we've ever seen until the Browns swooped in and saved them, but made one of the worst trades we've ever seen, acquiring Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson was reportedly not their first pick. They would have liked to get Aaron Rodgers. We all know how that might have worked out for them, but they were desperate. The number one thing they needed to answer and could not for the life of them solve, to the extent that they, at that point, were in a 6-7 year playoff drought, was at quarterback. So they made a very risky move. They were panned for it. But in hindsight, the way I look at it is the same way I look at the Seahawks with Jamal Adams. And I go, sometimes you have to take a swing, and a lot of the times that's not going to work out. But when it does, it saves you.
They went and got the best available veteran quarterback
that they could possibly
could get. They went out and they did that. Did it work out? No. The first year was bad. Second year wasn't that bad. Now you just have Sean Payton, a guy who wanted nothing to do with Russell Wilson. If you bring in a different head coach, Russell still might be there, and who knows where this Denver Bronco team is today, though it worked out with Bo Nix. you have to be willing to put yourself out there. You got to be vulnerable. You got to go and make a move that it's either going to turn out and make you look like a genius or a fool. But I'm telling you, if you do make a move and it's an aggressive move, you're going to get intrigued. And the people who, I guarantee the Denver Broncos fans, they were excited about Russell Wilson.
Yeah.
Let's ride. They were ready to go. Russell's coming off a good year over here in Seattle. They're showing up to the games. They are supporting him. Hindsight's always 20/20. They're going to look back and say, oh, man, why did we do that? But you know what? In that moment, you believed. In that moment, you were showing up and you were supporting your team. That's what one of these organizations got to do. Do something to get people excited about showing up to the ballpark and to Climate Pledge, because right now there's nothing there.
Well said. Let's get to our next story here. Vikings radio play-by-play man Paul Allen was in a dark place after Sam Darnold took the 5th of 9 sacks last night.
Aaron Jones, Addison in motion to the right. 2 receivers left. Rams blitz. Darnold gets away from it. Steps up in the pocket. He's holding it too long. Just run. Throw it, man. Just run, Paul. At the 25-yard line, he's sacked for a 5th time.
Throw it, man! I love this call so much. I mean, it's not quite a call so much as it is just
passion.
a reaction. That's
passion.
Heart
right there.
Throw it, man. Can I play it one more time?
Aaron Jones, Addison in motion to the right. 2 receivers left. Rams blitz. Darnold gets away from it. Steps up in the pocket. He's holding it too long. Just run. Throw it, man. Just run, Paul. At the 25-yard line, he's sacked for a 5th time.
That professionalism left him real quick.
Is the professionalism in the room with us right now?
Throw it, man!
Throw it for a 5th time. You know what, though? Sam Darnold, average time to throw in the pocket, 4.7 seconds. This was not a quickly collapsing pocket. This was on Sam Darnold for hanging on to the ball too long and running around, losing a ton of yardage. 82 yards on those 9 sacks.
Yeah, that secondary played well, too, man. I think it's a combo of Sam Darnold holding on, the defensive line making plays, and that secondary being sticky.
All right, you guys. We are going to jump back into the NFL. Speaking of that game, the Rams won, and we now know what the NFL divisional round matchups are going to look like. So who's going to make noise this weekend? That's next.
Blue 88 on Brock and Salk.
You got to see some of the best, Brock, up front on defense this week.
Every day at 7:45.
How does Leonard Williams match up or stack up against those guys?
Yeah, none of them had the season statistically that Leonard Williams had. None of them did. None of them had the pressures. None of them had the tackles for loss. None of them had the sacks, the tackles, all of it, let alone a pick six that totally flipped a game and really helped them win that game in New York as well. None of them did.
Blue 88, answering 3 football questions as only Brock Heward can.
What's up? It's Michael Bumpus. I'm here for Silver Reef Casino. The holidays are over. Your in-laws are gone. Make some plans. Don't let the rain and the cold depress you. Visit silverreefcasino.com to help you out. January 18th at 8 p.m. You don't want to miss this. You can have a 24K Magic experience. It's the ultimate Bruno Mars tribute band, and the tickets are cheap, starting at $12. Dance the night away. Visit silverreefcasino.com. That is silverreefcasino.com. And you don't have to go anywhere. Make it a staycation. They have deluxe rooms with great views. You can see Mount Baker, the Salish Sea. They also have amazing dining on site. You can party the night away, get you something to drink, get you something to eat, all at the same place. They have something for everybody. So if you are interested, go to silverreefcasino.com. That is silverreefcasino.com.
Have you considered surgery or even joint replacement? Hey, it's Dave Wyman, and before you make that decision, see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Why? Because he gives it to you straight. Dr. Wagner said my right knee needs replacement, and I appreciate his honesty and expertise. My left knee is fine right now, but the minute it isn't, I'm heading to Dr. Wagner for his expert opinion. I want to avoid another surgery, and I've heard so many patients rave about results from their 90-minute outpatient stem cell procedure with Dr. Wagner. He's a board-certified Seattle physician with over 30 years of experience and has performed more than 20,000 stem cell procedures using a person's own stem cells to regenerate cartilage in their own joints. People with severe osteoarthritis, even bone on bone, are back doing what they enjoy without pain and without surgery. Whether it's a shoulder, hip, elbow, ankle, wrist, or knee, before choosing surgery, see Dr. Mark Wagner first. Go to drmarkwagnermd.com.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast local service and an industry-leading 96% customer satisfaction rating, it's no wonder.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Get 50% off all windows, plus no interest or payments for 2 years. Hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION.
In between storms, have Asset Roofing inspect your roof just to make sure everything is okay up there. It's Bob Stelton here for Asset Roofing. It's a quick appointment that will most likely give you peace of mind and save you thousands of dollars later. Remember, you're either hiring a liability or you're hiring an asset. Head to AssetRoofingCo.com. That's AssetRoofingCo.com.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing, excellence is on the house.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
For Down Territory, going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bumpin' Stacy.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
You're free now. Free to fill your feed with impossibly chunky chunkers who chunk harder than you ever thought possible.
Cats, corgis, babies, baby penguins, baby pandas, chunky baby pandas.
Free to make your smart devices do silly things. Free to open a world of remote work and a portal into Gametopia.
Who's the boss now?
Free to be everything you imagine, and then some. That's how it feels to have Quantum Fiber Internet. Quantum Fiber, your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service in select locations only.
35 years from manufacturing to consulting to installations. I've taken the very best from every level of replacing windows and doors and put it into our people and processes. Hi, I'm Adrian, owner of Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Over time, we've developed our exclusive Leak Armor installation to protect your home from the harsh elements, with the peace of mind of a lifetime warranty. With a 4.9 star rating on over 1,000 reviews, we're a company you can trust. Visit us today, lakewashingtonwindows.com, a name you can trust.
Start the year fresh with Washington Energy's New Year, New Home Sales event. Upgrade and save 15% on energy-efficient Bryant heating systems for your home. Keep cozy and safe this winter storm season with 15% off Honeywell whole home generators. Prepare for spring with 15% off beautiful Anderson windows and reliable Simonton doors. All on sale now for a limited time. It's the New Year, New Home Sales event with Washington Energy Services, bringing good energy to your home.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
We know what the divisional round will look like. We know that the Rams have beaten the Vikings. A surprise there. They'll go on as the number 4 seed, and they'll be hosted by the Eagles January 19th. So we have 4 games now where we know exactly who's playing, when they're playing. We're going to do a deeper preview on Friday ahead of these games, but let's do a light preview here quickly now that we actually know what they're going to look like. I'm going to start in the AFC, where the Chiefs are hosting the Texans. There is no doubt in my mind that when the Chiefs were watching that Chargers-Houston Texans game, they were thinking, fantastic. This is fantastic news. Neither of these teams want to score.
Oh, they're looking at it like any of these two can get it.
Yeah, anyone, any day. This is going to be, to me, it would be the most unlikely upset easily of these teams because the Commanders can be kind of wily. We'll get to them against the Lions later. This is inevitably the Chiefs in the AFC Championship. The road to the Super Bowl will truly go through the number 1 seed.
Yeah, C.J. Stroud hasn't had a really big game since they played the Buffalo Bills. They beat the Bills. He completed 73% of his passes, 333 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. The week before that, he had 345 yards, 67% completion rate, 2 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. After that, he hasn't touched 70% completion rate. He was 6 for 6 against Tennessee it was 100%, but we all know what happened there. it's all on him. He has to be the guy because that offensive line isn't great. The defense has its moments. The defense has some ballers over there. They will make some plays.
Yeah.
But they got to keep it close. And how do you do that with Patrick Mahomes? It's almost like you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. You blitz him, he's going to find Travis Kelce looking hot and make the play. If you sit back, he's going to have time for days. He's going to scramble. He's going to make those plays. It all comes down to, can you make life difficult for Pat Mahomes? And I think that's a plus for the Texans because the strength of their team this year is that defense. C.J. Stroud has to have himself a big game. That defense has to ball out. I'm still picking the Chiefs, though.
That game is going to be January 18th at 1:30 p.m. Let's jump over to the second AFC game, which is going to be the following day, January 19th, so a Sunday game. The Bills, number 2 seed, hosting the Ravens. This is, no doubt in my mind, the one that most people will be keyed in on talking about. It's the battle of 2 MVP candidates.
This is going to be great. The line right now is 1 point. That's how close they see this game being. You look at the quarterbacks, the 2 finalists, I would say, for the MVP award. Josh Allen is probably going to get it. Lamar Jackson, 41 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. Josh Allen, 28 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. Both teams can run the rock as well. Cook has over 1,000 yards and 16 touchdowns. Henry has 1,900 yards and 16 touchdowns. This is what it's going to come down to. Who can be the more physical team and control the clock? And who can make the big splash play on the outside? If you look at the receivers, I would say that the Baltimore Ravens have the nod. You got Bateman, Zay Flowers has been banged up, and you have Andrews and Likely at the tight end position. The Bills have Knox and Kincaid at the tight end position as well. They're so similar. You look at their quarterbacks, they're both mobile quarterbacks. You look at the tight end position, they got 2 of them things that can get it done. You look at the running back position, obviously King Henry is the guy, but Cook can play as well. Which defense is going to show up? The Baltimore Ravens defensively struggled a bit this year, then started to turn a corner as you got later into the season. Kyle Hamilton, a Pro Bowl type of player, I believe he got Pro Bowl, is the more versatile player on that defense. You can move him at safety. He can play nickel, get down, and be a light linebacker as well. How can you disrupt what each team wants to do? That's what it's going to come down to, and which quarterback is going to take care of the football. Lamar Jackson has shown he will take care of the rock, and so is Josh Allen. This will be the biggest game other than the Super Bowl, honestly, as far as star powers and matchup.
Well, in the way that you were looking at it yesterday, and I think you're right, is that this probably is favoring a Super Bowl winner, right?
Yeah.
That, like, no matter who comes out of the NFC, though there are obviously really great teams still competing, and no matter what happens between Chiefs and Texans, the Chiefs, the number 1 seed, it feels like the true punch, like the knockout punch, is going to come from one of these 2 teams, is the way you saw it, and I agree with you. Okay. Let's jump over to the NFC. We'll start with the Lions, who got their bye week, number 1 seed. They're hosting the Commanders. The Commanders played the closest game of the weekend. 2020, both teams heading into the final couple seconds, kick a game-winning field goal. Yet again, a last-second play from this team. They're wily, man. The Lions made a statement with that season finale win against the Vikings, I think, saying, like, hey, we don't care. I know that you guys were wondering if the Vikings could take this away from us. I know we've lost defensive starters. It doesn't matter. Anyone can get it. And I appreciated that from them. They're an easy team to root for. I'm nervous.
You should be nervous because of the youth of the Commanders allows them to play almost so free. No one expected them to be here. You have a rookie quarterback doing his thing, and it's like he almost doesn't realize like consequences at this point of his career. As you get older, you go through some battles, and maybe you're a bit more hesitant to throw this football, throw that pass, because you've been scarred. That's where Jared Goff is. I don't think Jared Goff is going to have a game where he turns the ball over. Was that him 5 times in a game and still win the ball game, right? He's been scarred. His whole career, he's been scarred. And I have to go with the team with just more experience. Yes, the Commanders got that win. It was a great win for them, but they went up against a Tampa Bay Buccaneer team that isn't the veteran type team that the Detroit Lions are, that doesn't have that gritty type of coaches that the Detroit Lions have. The Commanders have a chance. I will never discount them because on paper they are talented, but there is a culture, a system, and a structure that the Detroit Lions play with that I feel like will give these guys fits. Defensively, the Lions impressed me the last time we saw them, missing a bunch of players on defense, but were able to get after the Vikings, Sam Darnold, and disrupt everything that he wanted to do. That's partly why I think the Rams looked at the Vikings and said, we can get it too because we got some guys over there. The defense will win this game for the Lions.
Second Sunday game finally took shape when the Rams defeated the Vikings to advance. Philadelphia Eagles are going to host them, a 2-meeting, a 4 seed. These two teams have played earlier this year. In that game, which was week 12, the Eagles rushed for 314 yards.
Saquon had like 300 by himself. I think he had like 200 rushing and a bunch receiving.
I am in awe of that game and that performance. So we know what happened the first time around. I think the defense for the Rams has continued to evolve. They're so young, so every week they had under their belt, they continue to take steps forward. So we may not see the exact same two teams, but we know what happened the first time around. Is that the kind of game you see this time?
I think right now, statistically, this isn't going to add up, but right now, the best defensive line is going to go up against the best offensive line in this game. The Rams right now, the way they've been playing in the playoffs, have the best defensive line and one of the best boxes in the game. That's key to the Philadelphia Eagles. You know what they want to do? Hand the football off to Saquon Barkley, let Jalen Hurts run the ball as well, and then take your shots over the top. The also thing that hurt me watching the Rams last night is Ahkello Witherspoon playing his butt off. He did absolutely nothing when he was over here with the Seahawks.
And yet.
Nothing. And he's over there balling, had himself a sack.
Never mind that interception against the Cardinals.
Exactly. And then we're looking at Kobe on the outside. Is it Kobe Bryant?
Turner?
Kobe Turner. No. It's Kobe Durant, the corner on the outside. Just the way that they bluffed with the linebackers and blitzed with the corners during just the perfect time. It's almost like they knew the snap count, they knew the cadence, and got after Sam Darnold. Here's what's going to help the Eagles when it comes to that is that they're not a under center naked boot type of team. They're more of a shotgun. I'm going to hand the football off and allow Jalen Hurts to read and react. They're more of an RPO type of team. So if you do decide to blitz Philadelphia like that, I think Jalen Hurts and then will pick you off. I expect a different type of game plan when it comes to the Rams against the Vikings. Excuse me, the Eagles.
Coming up at 12:45, we've got some more sound from NFL insiders on the OC candidates that have been linked to Seattle so far, excluding Clint Kubiak, which is great because then we're going to get to know Clint a little bit more with Saints play-by-play man Mike Haas. He joins us at 1 p.m. And coming up next, what we, Seahawks fans, learn from Monday Night Football.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk.
Jordan Babineau has been speaking my language recently. He joined Wyman and Bob. The other thing Babineau talked about, because it wasn't just Gino, was another old Mike Salk staple that makes people angry, what the future is from DK Metcalf.
DK, I mean, this was really the first year that we saw, production drop off. What I don't believe is that they'll bring him back at the number at $35+ million.
Agreed. On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here. Let's talk stats. According to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, the state of Washington ranks number 4 in the whole U.S. for the highest concentration of roofers. That's literally thousands of roofers to choose from. So how do you know how to pick the right one for your home? Well, you start by eliminating those who aren't GAF Master Elite certified. That's about 97% of all roofers. So now you're down to the elite 3%. How many have over 35 years of experience? How many utilize the catch-all system to keep yards and driveways clear of any debris? Family-owned with local roots and have the stamp of approval from the Mike Salk household? Well, that leaves you with just one, the roofing company you can trust. That's Riverside Roofing. In a sea of thousands of competitors, Riverside Roofing continues to stand out. And guess what? They have openings this winter for your roof project. So have them out to your house this week. Call them at 425-949-8252 or go to riversideroofingllc.com. They are the roofing company you can trust.
My wife and I always loved doing everything together. Jiu-jitsu, kayaking, and intimacy was always on point. It was around my early 30s when I noticed a downward trend. watching a lot of TV, putting on weight, and just full of self-doubt. I tried another men's clinic with disappointing results. It's the personalized treatment I receive at Revive Men's Health that has been the complete game changer for me. I've got my energy and motivation back, I'm feeling stronger than I did in my 20s, and it made me a much better husband to my wife.
This is Dr. Andrew Allshouse of Revive Men's Health. If you're always feeling tired or moody, or your sleep is poor, you have low libido, you may be suffering from low testosterone.
Book your free T-check and exam. Call Revive Men's Health Seattle at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit revivemenshealth.com.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
T-Mobile 5G home internet keeps getting better. Get our fastest connection loaded with benefits. Get T-Mobile's best home internet starting at $55 a month with auto pay and any voice line. Plus, price lock. We won't raise your rate on internet. Check availability at T-Mobile.com/home internet.
Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. Guarantees regular monthly rate plan price of fixed wireless 5G internet data with qualifying service. After $15 bill credit with postpaid voice line plus $5 a month without auto pay with debit or bank account. Regulatory fees included for qualifying accounts. $35 connection charge applies. Speeds vary due to factors affecting cellular networks.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Rams upset the 14-win Vikings last night, sacking Sam Darnold 9 times and beating Minnesota 27-9. The Vikings finished with just 4 total losses this season, but it's to the same 2 teams, the Lions and the Rams. The Rams will advance to the divisional round to face off against the Eagles on Sunday, January 19th.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. You know, Bump, we opened the show by talking about what Sam Darnold's performance meant for the offseason quarterback market, a conversation we'll inevitably get back to. But let's talk about what we Seahawks fans, just us, no other NFL teams allowed, what we Seahawks fans learned about that Monday night game. And granted, this Monday night game included not just clearly 2 NFC teams, being a playoff game, but a team that's in our division. So all of that's really important. What's something that you think we learned from this game?
I think we learned that Sam Darnold is a quarterback that is good enough to keep things interesting. Because you look at their schedule, and I think, and I'm talking about Sam because I think him and Geno are kind of in the same boat right now. Mm-hmm. I think Geno with the Vikings will probably have the same year that Sam Darnold had. But we're learning that the gap between a really good quarterback and the elite of the elite is very big. And you pay quarterbacks to shine in those moments.
Yeah.
And I think that the Vikings are moving in the right direction. This was nothing like they expected at the beginning of the year when they found out J.J. McCarthy was going to be hurt. They honestly probably had a better year than they would have with J.J. McCarthy because he's a rookie quarterback. I do not expect him to look like Jaden Daniels out there. But I think that we're seeing, which we already knew, but you need to see it to believe it sometimes. Confirmation is crazy, right? That there are levels to this thing, and that if Mike Macdonald can establish a culture and a system offensively and defensively that is solid, they're going to be in the mix every single year. You want to make the Seahawks a team that you can never count out. There were times 2 years in a row we counted out the Rams because of the way they started and not really paying attention to the way they finished this thing. I think it's so important and so impressive what Sean McVay has done with the Los Angeles Rams, and his last 2 drafts have been freaking crazy. I mean, you get Fisk, you got Verse, you got Kobe Turner. I mean, you lose Aaron Donald, yet your defensive line gets better. So we're learning that we're being our thoughts are being confirmed that one, culture matters, system matters, but you got to start hitting on these drafts. You cannot go another draft or 2 where you don't pull 3 to 4 solid starters for your team in a position of need. And we know where that position is at this point. That's the offensive line.
Well, and that you can hit in these drafts without having a top 5 pick, right? One of the conversations that we've all been having about the Seattle Seahawks is, oh, well, what are they supposed to do? They can't take Nick Bosa at number 2. They can't find their franchise guy at number 1. And they're one of 3 teams to never draft number 1. But outside of that, when you win, more often than not, you're going to be picking later. I mean, heck, the Chicago Bears won, 5-6 games this year? They're picking number 10. Do you know how bad you have to be to pick high? But, man, I'm glad you mentioned the Rams draft history and the contributors that they've been able to get from that. They found their starting center at pick number 36. That's in the second round. They found their starting defensive lineman who had a fumble recovery for a touchdown at pick number 19. This is not like premier kind of draft capital. This is making the most of where you are. And Braden Fisk is in there as a second-round pick. You've already mentioned this. Blake Corum in there as a third-round pick. They've got some defensive back help, some defensive help. They have a very young defense. Puka Nacua is a fifth-rounder the year prior. I mean, it's the same way that Seattle was able to add talent early on in its tenure, finding contributors late so that you ended up getting 3-4 from one class as opposed to just one guy.
Yeah, they focus on that defense, man, and did such a great job with the past couple of years. You mentioned Verse and Fisk, and then Byron Young, who's making plays at LB. He was a third-round pick last year. Kobe Turner, who you mentioned, a third-round pick last year. Puka in the 5th. All of them aren't hitting. You're not going to get every single. Deshaun Johnson had a sack the other day. He was their last pick in the 7th round. He's getting playing time. They focused on the offense, and the reason why the defense. The reason why they focused on the defense was because they have a system that is so solid on offense that and a veteran quarterback. Obviously, that's going to be big, who you can work with, and a receiver in Cooper Kupp. They already had some pieces on offense. Where they lost the most was on defense, right? Ernest Jones leads, Aaron Roy, Los Angeles, Philly, Baltimore, Buffalo. It's a copycat league. Go ahead and build your offense in that way. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 top rushing teams that are available are still alive in the playoffs because they start with defense, they control the game by running the football, but they still take their shots. You're thinking about Baltimore, you don't think of them as a passing team, right? No, they run the rock. 41 touchdowns through the air for
Joke's
Lamar.
on you,
41. You think of Josh Allen run the football. He got 26 of them things. So there's a complementary type of game that I think McDonald is looking for. And you've done a great job building up this defense. You gotta hit. You have to hit on offense this draft.
I included this takeaway as relevant for Seattle because Seattle just finished up its first year under a brand new head coach. Getting out coached happens, and usually it should make you better. Last night, Kevin O'Connell was out coached. Kevin O'Connell is a great coach. In fact, he's probably going to be coach of the year for what he did with this team, doubling this team's win total, taking them in a fight for the number 1 seed, eventually as a wildcard team, most wins for a wildcard team ever, what he did with Sam Darnold. That's all real. That's real. You don't fake 14 wins. However, he got out coached by Sean McVay. And when I was listening to analysis of this, I couldn't help but think of Sean McVay's first Super Bowl appearance when he was outcoached by Bill Belichick.
I don't think he got outcoached by Sean McVay. He got outcoached by Shula.
Okay,
defensive
fair,
coordinator.
fair.
Shula was dialing up those blitzes. I mean, the offense, and you mentioned the Rams' offense was okay.
The Rams' offense did get shut down in the second half.
The best thing they did was score early.
Yes,
right?
because they didn't do much.
Yeah,
later.
but that defense, that Shula defense,
Okay.
I think is what got O'Connell.
An edit. He got outcoached. Sean McVay has been outcoached.
Yeah.
And Sean McVay learned from that. Like, Sean McVay went into that Super Bowl against Bill Belichick and was completely shut down. This offense that was electrifying, we all thought was amazing. Like, he did nothing. And he's talked about it since. Like, we all know what happened. Bill Belichick just outmaneuvered him. He outsmarted him. And I'm sure Bill Belichick has been outcoached. Like, it happens.
It always happens.
It always happens.
Anybody can get it.
And the reason I'm mentioning it as a takeaway is that it will happen to Mike McDonald.
Oh, yeah, it will.
There will be a game where he gets outcoached. And maybe it's by a coordinator, right? But whatever it is, it'll happen.
I think the head coach always takes the responsibility, as he should, because he is the head coach. When I think of the Seattle Seahawks in the moments, the big moments they got outcoached, I lean on the offense being outcoached, the offense being just one-dimensional and predictable at times. I'm always going to have Grubbs back. He didn't have the horses to do exactly what he wanted to do. There are times where he did it. But when you needed to win big, we were playing against the Packers, and I'm watching film, and I'm watching them just control the edges. This is a game after you're coming off the Cardinals to where their box was a bit tighter. They played with like a zero tech and two eyes. So pretty much their box is compact a bit. So now you're running pin and pull. You can kind of get outside and get to that B and that C gap and go. I'm watching the Packers. They don't play like that. They play a traditional even front, a 1 and 3 5, and 2 5s and maybe a wide 9. And they're trying to get outside, So those were the games to where you're not adjusting your game plan to what the box is giving you. You're saying we're just going to run our stuff. And there are moments where you just run your stuff. I understand that. You got to show the defense exactly what you did last week to set them up for other things. So whoever is here, whoever's brought in to be the offensive coordinator, I think that it is important that Mike McDonald feels that even if things aren't going your way, there's something that you're going to lean on. There's something physical that you are going to lean on, because at the end of the day, this is big body on big body. They can have the perfect alignment for this run. We're still going to move them because this is part of our identity, part of our personality. We're going to work to get 3 or 4 yards. I think the problem Mike McDonald had was that he didn't really understand exactly how this team would be physical in the way that Grubb called the game. Again, I don't think Grubb had the dogs to call the game he wants to call.
From the 253, I am going to throw in a question. Obviously not one of our takeaways, but are the Rams players better, or are they just better coached? I don't know if this means than the Vikings or than the Seahawks, since technically we're talking about the Seahawks, but I think the Rams have really good players. I think Sean McVay is also a really good coach.
Yeah, I think their top 2 receivers are better than our top 2 collectively when you look at the Rams. I think their running back in Kyron Williams is better than the running backs that we have here. I think Blake Corum is a good number 2 running back, but I think that Kyron Williams plays the way that the offense needs him to play, which is downhill. I think that offensively on the line, they got us beat there, and at the quarterback spot, they got you beat. I think they have better players over there, but they also have a scheme that highlights the attributes of these players. And that's going to be part of the selection process when it comes to offensive coordinator. Does their scheme or philosophy fit what you have here already? And what else do you need to add, minus the offensive line? Like, whoever the OC is he looking at DK and saying, yep, perfect, this is what I need for this offensive flourish? Because I don't think the Rams need a DK to flourish. I don't think the Niners need a DK for that offensive flourish. I think the Tampa Bay Buccaneers do. I think the Atlanta Falcons do. So it's matching up, and that's part of the offseason decision-making that has to go down. You need an OC that runs a system that you like, that can take advantage of the players that you have, yet you still got to make decisions about a couple players on the offense as well. This is gonna be chaos for Mike McDonald and John Schneider this offseason. And then, by the way, make sure that O-line is shored up and draft well.
Well, so I'm glad you mentioned the draft well. Bump's very first takeaway. was about the Rams personnel and what they've added, and as something we've learned, able to turn that defense around. That was only over 2 drafts. Like, this was not something where over years and by virtue of losing a ton, they did this. The highest pick they've had in 2 years is number 19. The Seahawks have had a higher pick in that same time frame. Yep. The highest draft pick the Rams have had is pick number 19 when they took Jared Verse. They have added many other starters in later rounds over the last 2 years. So I hope that no one, by virtue of hearing, I think the Rams, kind of have the edge in personnel, feels like that's a hopeless feeling. Hey, guess what? You're heading into an offseason where you have some draft picks to work with. What are you going to do with them? And that's a conversation we'll be having as we inch closer. Do you have another thing that we learned?
I think we learned that you have to keep up with the times. You have to mimic a little bit of what other teams are doing. And when I look at the Seahawks offense, I didn't see them mimicking anybody else. Obviously, I don't watch everyone else's games. I focus on the division. And I look at everyone in this division, and they all have some similarities to their game. I think the Cardinals got to catch up, too. The Cardinals got to catch up to the Niners and the Rams in the way they run their offense. So the Seahawks and the Cardinals are looking at the Rams and the Niners. I think coming in, the Rams should be favored to win the division next year. The Niners are going to be right behind them because they're going to be healthy. Yep. Once again, the Cardinals and the Seahawks are going to be at the 3 and 4 spot looking up, right? You have to defensively be able to match up with these guys. You're going to play each of them twice. And then offensively, you got to take a little bit of what they're doing because everyone across the league is doing a little bit. Have different emphasis on how they run the football and how they throw it. But there's a commonality going out throughout the NFL, and you need to look like it just a little bit.
From the 253, that's not good, though. It shows we don't see the talent other teams are seeing. I mean, there were tons of reports that the Rams wanted Byron Murphy. I think Sean McVay's talked about it a little bit, though he's never going to say.
I think he said they would have taken him if he was there.
There were a ton of reports that they really liked what they saw from him, and I don't think it's necessarily, and same with Devin Witherspoon. There are other teams that would have taken Devin Witherspoon. He was going to be a first-round pick. There does seem to be, though, I don't know if it's a blind spot. I don't know if it's lack of opportunity. I don't know if it's bad swings and misses with offensive line.
Yeah.
There are misses I can think of where I go, why not that guy? Like, so yeah, there's some reality there, but I don't think that that's overarching. Like, I don't think that the Seahawks are just horrible talent evaluators. I think there is a specific area where they seem to just constantly swing and miss.
They got to get better evaluating the bigs, which is, in my opinion, the hardest position to evaluate. It is the hardest because you're going to fall in love with measurables. My man is 6'6", 6'7", 300-plus pounds, long arms. We can teach him. He's a good athlete. Michael Jarrell, Finley. He's a good athlete, right? We can teach him. And I think Michael might be good down the line. I talk to Big Ray about him all the time. He thinks he's extremely athletic. But the measurables, I think at the offensive line position, fools you the most. Because at the receiver spot, we've moved away from just getting 6'3", 6'4" guys who can run a 4.3. I'm seeing guys get drafted at 5'11", 185 who run a 4.5 because they understand, all right, there's a spot for him. I think with the offensive line, the first thing you're going to look at is how big he is. You're not going to look at the film, right? How big is he? How many years has he played? How many snaps has he played? Okay, now we're going to give him a look. So the offensive line is the hardest position to evaluate. And then obviously quarterback is too because you don't know how it's going to translate to the NFL. But there aren't too many big boys, 6'6" walking around. So as soon as you get that size, you get a look.
As a last takeaway, this one I'm just kind of I guess not making up on the spot, but thinking of. We talked so much about Sam Darnold to open the show. Looking at the other side of Matthew Stafford, his final stat line looks just fine. Looks like a really good game. But if you isolate it, so much of that production was in the first half. The Vikings had more yards, net yardage, and more first downs than the Rams in quarters 3 and especially the fourth quarter. It just, by then the damage was done. And not only that, but they weren't actually converting that into points. So it didn't matter.
The Rams were 2 for 10 on third downs.
So what's the quarterback lesson?
Ooh, quarterback lesson. You have to believe in what you see. You can't go through a whole season and ignore what Sam Darnold did. But you also take the moment into consideration. I think that outweighs everything that happens during the regular season. You take it into account. If this is a pie chart, right, I'm giving the regular season 60% of the pie. Then I'm looking at the last 40%, 20% each game, last 2 games. How does he perform in the big moments? I'm also going to say that defensively, Shula called the best game he's ever called as a coordinator. His first year being the defensive coordinator over here, this was the best game. He was prepared. He knew how to attack. The way he blitzed the corners on the boots, he understood. He knew that when they're not under center and shotgun, they are throwing the ball 95% of the time. He had his guys setting the edge beautifully. The game that he called needs to be watched because that was beautiful.
I don't necessarily feel bad for Brian Flores. He's going to get head coaching consideration, and his defense did give up 27 points. But they really did make some interesting adjustments heading into the second half that he's not going to get credit for and that no one's going to talk about because the Rams ended up winning and the offense didn't score. But they didn't shut the Rams down, but they did something. I was listening to the Ringer NFL show, and I think it was Shokapadia who said that they really were super aggressive blitzing early, and it just didn't matter with the Rams because they had like an intermediate game or maybe attacked with tight ends or whatever. And then the Vikings realized, like, we don't need to do this. Like, we're trying to come out guns blazing, and it's not working. Let's change it up. Yeah, and I don't have the football IQ to figure out what they did in the second half, but it worked.
No, I think you nailed it. I think that's going into this game, the Vikings they blitzed the most out of anybody. So that's what they did. And what did Sean McVay do? All right, I'm hitting my tight end.
He said
5 yards over the ball. Boom. I'm hitting my running back 5 yards over the ball.
Yeah.
Bam. All right, let's hit the flat. All right, and then now we're going to hit the intermediate. We're going to work the seams a little bit because typically you're going to blitz up the A and the B, and the seams are going to be wide open because there's space. He knew what they were going to do. And then, obviously, Brian Flores is like, yeah, like you said, we don't have to do that. Let's just sit back. And what happens in the second half? They score on their first possession, 11 plays, 51 yards, talking about the Rams. After that, 5 plays, punt. 6 plays, punt. 3 plays, punt. And then end of the game. Defense won the game for them. The offense stalled out, and Brian Flores did a good job making his adjustments. But offensively, they could not get going because of the clamps that Shula was putting down.
Let's see. One more question from the Mac and Jacks text line. Let's see. Earlier, someone had already asked about Jared Verse, and you answered that one and said, I think both teams got the player that they felt was best for them. Like Jared Verse having a fumble recovery for a touchdown doesn't invalidate the Seahawks selection of Byron Murphy. Two very different players with different skill sets also, and those opportunities are going to be there a little bit more for Verse as opposed to an interior guy like Murphy. Well, I guess not interior on a 3-4, but let's see. What I take from the Rams win, says the 425, is we're clearly behind them in the division. McVay and Stafford have our number, and the Vikings, we wouldn't have fared much better without with our offensive line. Also, check McCarthy off from the wish list. 2 good takeaways. I think one takeaway as far as it pertains to the Seahawks is J.J. McCarthy isn't an option for you. How far behind are the Seahawks from the Rams, though? Because the Rams split the series, and the Seahawks could have beat them in that first one. I know they didn't, so coulda, woulda, shoulda, but...
Yeah, but that was early in the season. Guys weren't healthy.
Defense was figuring it out.
Puka got kicked out of the game. There are some underlining factors there. I would say... The Rams were 10-7 this year. I would say they're really like a 12-win team, and the Hawks are 2 to 3 games behind them at this point.
Yeah.
I think defensively, on that defensive line, it is just crazy. I am so angry that the Hawks have to deal with that for the next few years because those young bulls on that line are just creating havoc, rushing forward, and that is so beautiful, especially if you can play against a team last year, Seahawks, where you know they're going to throw the football 70% of the time. You rush 4, drop 7. There's a lot for a QB to try to decipher.
How do you not, if you're John Schneider, look at that defensive line in that game and go, I got to do something?
Oh, he's for sure thinking it.
You know what I mean? Like watching any of those games. I mean, heck, on Monday, one of the takeaways we had was, hey, what are some things that we learned? Who are the winners and losers from Wild Card Weekend? One of the things that you notice from the Wild Card Weekend is like, these guys are playing on a different level. You were talking about texting Paul and just kind of talking about like, hey, do we think the Seahawks would have fared okay? And it's like, you need to be tough in the trenches. You need to be tough up front. The Seahawks aren't there yet.
No, they're not there yet. But I think there's some building blocks. I even think defensively on that D-line, they can get better. I think they will get better. Offensive line, you have 2 pieces. You need 3 more of them things. So it's progress. We got to remember, first year Mike McDonald. This was the first year. So I know we're looking at Schneider and his past drafts, and people want to critique, and you should and you can. That's your prerogative. But I'm also hitting the reset button, and I'm telling myself, all right, that was his first draft with Mike McDonald, and this thing was rushed. It was rushed. They didn't have the data and the research that they typically would have coming in with a veteran quarterback. Now what do you do? What do you do with this draft?
Last question from a listener. I obviously skipped headline rewrites. Bump, what did McVay do last night in the quick game that was so effective? Brian Flores couldn't have been surprised, but what did the Rams actually do?
What's that? You seen that movie, Wedding Crashers?
Yes. Oh,
Right?
I have.
You seen
This
that,
time
right?
I have. Yeah.
Remember when they go over, they stay at the homegirl's house, and they're playing football in the backyard, and he goes, hot route, hot route, hot route. That's what
Hot
they
routes.
did. Hot routes all day.
You were
Hot
calling
routes-
for these all year.
Yeah, and built in, it's now a traditional hot route is when you see the blitz, you go to the space, you sit down, and you get money. But I think that Sean McVay had built-in hot routes, meaning that the concepts are already going to put the receivers and tight ends in places where he's expecting the blitz to come from, because he realized that the Vikings are going to blitz on early downs, or downs 1 and 2, and he had a tight end 5-yard over the ball. He had his running back over the ball. He had guys running into the flats. When you're running the hots, it's 5 yards over the ball, 5 yards over the seam, into the flats. That's exactly what he did.
What does Sam Darnold's future in Minnesota look like? That's coming up next in NFL Headlines.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
As I watch these, I was just picturing the Seahawks and how would they match up against this team? How would they match up against Tampa Bay and Washington?
Weekdays 2 to 7.
The one thing that stood out to me was it just looked like really good offensive line play. That was pretty noticeable. Another thing that stood out, mobile quarterbacks. And I'm not saying you need to be like Lamar Jackson and run for 915 yards. I mean, he is very unique, but I would like to see Geno be more mobile.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Want a simple New Year's resolution that's guaranteed to succeed? I'm talking about doing what I did and reversing that clock on hair loss. The same quick, simple one-day hair loss treatment I received from Advanced Hair begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day, and it's even guaranteed to grow for life. You decide how much and where, and Advanced Hair does the rest. I'm speaking from personal experience. The results have been truly life-changing, and Advanced Hair has helped tens of thousands of folks just like you and me. It's why world-class Dr. Perungo and Advanced Hair are the winners of the 425 Business of the Year. So celebrate this new year with a fuller head of hair and get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off. Schedule your free consultation at 425-449-8185. See what meeting your New Year's resolution could look like with the before and afters at advancedhair.com. 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
Breast cancer is a tough battle for anyone to fight. But if you can't afford treatment, can't work, or can't feed your family, that diagnosis can be devastating. I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda, and I am proud to be part of Northwest Hope and Healing's mission. We provide a lifeline for breast and gynecologic cancer patients. We cover essentials like food, utilities, and childcare, so patients can focus on healing. Over the last 25 years, Northwest Hope and Healing has distributed nearly $3 million to thousands of local cancer patients. And you can help us make a difference in our community. Join us on February the 1st for Cork, Fork, and Support, an afternoon of fine wine, inspiration, and community support at the historic Hollywood Schoolhouse in the heart of Woodinville wine country. Get your tickets now for Cork, Fork, and Support on February the 1st. Go to nwhopeandhealing.org to learn more. That's nwhopeandhealing.org.
Now's the time to shop limited time doorbuster deals during Pro Savings Days at Lowe's. Save $50 on a Little Giant King Combo 6-foot ladder. Was $199, now $149. Plus, save $100 on a DeWalt XR 20-volt Power Stack 5 amp-hour battery. Was $199, now $99. Get these can't-miss deals now before they're gone. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Doorbusters valid 1/13 through 1/15. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
Progressive presents a testimonial of sorts.
Hey, slow down! Oh, yeah? Well, you drive like my grandma. She's a very attentive and courteous driver who wears a seatbelt and always uses her turn signals. She's also a talented painter and has very low cholesterol. Not that that has anything to do with her driving, just thought a more complete picture of who she is might be interesting. Anyway, have a nice day.
Safe driver? Get Snapshot from Progressive and get a personalized rate based on how you drive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents. Surcharge possible for unsafe driving.
When searching for the most advanced prostate cancer treatment, excellent outcomes, minimal side effects, and a short treatment course, CyberKnife at Swedish is top of the list. Swedish CyberKnife patients report a better quality of life both during and after treatment.
Swedish CyberKnife treats patients from all over the Pacific Northwest. So if you, a friend, or a family member is diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider Swedish CyberKnife. Go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
Hey, Bill! Got a leak? Need heat? Call Southwest today.
Southwest Plumbing, the one to call.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed the musty smell in your home? I hope not, because damp smells mean that you could have a crawl space problem. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to waterproof your crawl space and get to the root cause of the problem. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Hey guys, ready to feel stronger, leaner, energetic, and more confident? For a limited time, Revive Men's Health offers 25% off TRT and ED bundles. Plus, get a free month of compounded semaglutide, a powerful proven weight loss medication with the same active drug as Ozempic. Terms and exclusions apply. Don't wait. This offer won't last.
Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Are you tired of having your money locked up in an annuity for 5 to 7 years? A CD that is only paying 4 to 5%? Or how about that underperforming IRA that you've lost track of? Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. Our Legacy Northwest Fund is a 9% fixed income fund that only requires a 2-year commitment, and we are now opening our flagship fund to new investors. Legacy's Northwest Fund has had excellent performance with 0 investor losses for 16 straight years. I challenge you to find a better fixed income opportunity in the marketplace today. Come join the over 1,000 local investors with over $200 million invested.
Legacy's Northwest Fund is now open to new investors and paying 9%. Invest smart, invest local, invest with Legacy Group Capital. Visit LegacyG.com. LegacyG.com. Legacy's Northwest Fund is available to accredited investors only and paying 9% APR. Terms and conditions at LegacyG.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
There are a few people that I would be surprised to hear say anything critical about the Cowboys head coaching job, and Troy Aikman is one of them. But on Monday Night Countdown, Troy was asked about the Cowboys' now vacant head coaching job. He said it's not necessarily a coveted one right now. Take a listen.
As far as a coveted job, I don't know that that's accurate. I mean, really? I do think the Cowboys are obviously a high-profile team. Whoever is covering or whoever is head coach of that team is certainly going to draw a lot of attention. But I think most football people that take over as a head coach, they want to do it on their terms.
That's fair.
That's hard to do. And it's, if you take a Dan Campbell, for instance, is Dan Campbell if he's with the Dallas Cowboys? It's hard to imagine that he is. It's hard to imagine that a lot of these coaches might be. So I love the Dallas Cowboys. I played there for 12 years. I wish them well, but to say that it's a coveted job, I'm not sure I would necessarily agree with that.
Is the elephant in the room that Troy can't say that Jerry Jones is just too imposing on new head coach or on head coaches in general?
No, he said that. He just said it in a way that wasn't going to disrespect Jerry. He still has love for Jerry. Jerry brought him to Dallas. He won several Super Bowls. There's love there, but you have to look at the history and the way that things have been playing out and be honest. That is Troy's job, is to be an analyst and to be honest when asked questions. So I think he did it the right way. I also think he's completely right about Dan Campbell. I probably do know the name of the owner once you say it, but I don't know who owns the Detroit Lions. I don't know who owns the Commanders. I probably do want to say the name. I don't know who owns Tampa Bay. That's a good thing. Stay in your owner's box, watch the game, and let your general manager and your head coach do his thing. But Jerry is also the general manager. He is everything. He's all the above. He wants to be the head coach. You know what I didn't realize? That Jerry Jones did his interviews after the game before the head coach or the quarterback got on the mic. So you are talking to a guy who had nothing to do with game planning, who is not in the meeting rooms with the players or whatnot, giving his analysis of a game plan he had nothing to do with. Imagine the pressure that puts on the quarterback and the head coach over there. It's all backwards in Dallas.
I didn't realize that until I was covering the Seahawks. And this was, I want to say, I've obviously covered a number of games against the Cowboys by now, but I think it was when it was here in Seattle. Chris Carson rushed for his first 100-yard game on I want to say 32, 34 carries. I don't know. It was a big deal for Seattle. And you get these press releases after the game, or not press releases, but transcripts of interviews. And I was like, Jerry Jones? What do you mean, Jerry Jones? I didn't know that was a thing.
I knew he spoke, but
I had no
first
idea.
one to speak?
Yeah.
That's wild.
It's crazy. Bo Nix add a check to his toughness category. He apparently played that game, that eventual loss to the Bills, with fractures in his back. This was from November 24th to end the season.
I had a little transverse process fracture in my back. But that week got treatment and kind of made it through that week. Monday Night Football, it was a stretch that we were all kind of banged up. And, I wasn't going to miss the first Monday night game. So I got treatment on it, and then we were fortunate to have an off week that next week. And, kind of went away after that.
Pretty impressive, Bo.
Soldier.
Yeah.
Soldier boy.
What's the most impressive injury? And this could be in your personal life, like people you knew or played with, or maybe people you covered, Seahawks games. What's one of the most impressive injuries you've seen someone play through?
I don't know. My personal one, a high ankle sprain during the Apple Cup. They put a little thing on my ankle, and they said, look, you're going to feel good for about 20, 30 plays.
Mm-hmm.
Then after that, it's going to hurt. And I limped around and just caught the ball and got down. And that hurt. So I could imagine actually playing with a break. I know high ankle sprain is equivalent to a break is what they say, but I couldn't imagine having my back all jacked up.
Maybe Cam Chancellor in the Super Bowl with, I think, an MCL injury.
Yeah.
That's really impressive. Honestly, say what you will about him, but Russell Wilson playing through a high ankle sprain too, and I think he had a grade 2, or I don't know, something with his MCL as well. Not to brag, I had kidney stones, and I covered a Seahawks game, Seahawks primetime game with kidney stones. I went to the emergency room, and they gave me a shot of something. Let's say it's Toradol. And then I went to Target. I was feeling great. I bought a lamp, and then I went to the game, and I was like, I get it now.
I understand.
Me and a player on the sideline, I was like, we're the same.
We're the same.
We're the exact same. You're going to put your body on the line in this game. I'm going to go sit in this chair, but we're both suffering.
I'm going to
you know
sit
what I mean?
indoors,
I'm going to sit
high
indoors
view in this chair.
in a heated room with free food. But kidney stones.
It's the same.
It's the same. Next story. The Browns have hired Tommy Rees as their new offensive coordinator. Seahawks offensive coordinator candidate Clint Kubiak did interview for the job, but will obviously not be hired. So the reason this is relevant, Clint Kubiak remains an option for Seattle.
Okay. Interview him. Sit him down. Let's see what's going on there. Another opportunity for a team to go with a young guy. Tommy Rees. How old do you think he is?
Tommy Rees?
Yeah.
36.
32 years old.
Oh, my God.
32.
32.
Graduate assistant at Northwestern, office assistant at San Diego Chargers, then went to Notre Dame for a little bit, Alabama, been with the Browns since 2024. It is his show now. Young quarterback. Go get it.
Sean McVay's older than me, so it didn't resonate at the time. But the older I get, the more insane it is that he was hired as a head coach at 30.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
30. With a 0 behind the 3.
He's 39 now, right? We were the same age. And I was the coach at Monroe High School.
That's crazy.
And I'm like, hey, we're the same, Sean.
It's one
head
of those
coaches.
It's one of those things that, and he's not a lot older than me, but because they're older, it doesn't quite register the same. It's like when you get, Katie was just saying this, she loves Friends, and she's like, it's weird watching these shows that I liked from the 90s, and now, because those people seemed so much older, and now you realize you're older than all of them.
Yeah.
If you're 30 and you're watching Friends, you're older than all of these people.
Man. I'm watching Martin.
It's weird.
Martin was in his 20s doing that. Man, why'd you do that?
I'm sorry. In an interview with Philadelphia's WIP, head coach Nick Sirianni came to the defense of wide receiver A.J. Brown after the receiver was spotted reading a book on the sideline.
I'm definitely okay with it. Everybody has their, the crazy thing is it's been happening for, he's been reading this book on the sideline for a long time. It just so happened that a camera saw it this week and kind of, I don't know if made a big deal about it or not, but everybody has their own way. We talk so much about dog mentality, playing the next play, focusing your mind on what you're about to do so you can play with great effort and great detail. And some guys pray, in between. Some guys meditate in between. Some guys, AJ reads in between. Whatever these guys need to do to put their mind in a place where they can play with great detail and great effort, I fully encourage them to do that.
I'm just going to say this right now about Nick Sirianni and what he had to say about that. I think what AJ was reading is essentially like a self-improvement competition book. Like, it was clearly heavily annotated and highlighted. Like, this is something that he does frequently read. That's obvious. It is not strange for people to be like, I'm sorry, are you reading on the sideline during an NFL game? That's noticeable. So for him to be like, some people pray. Yeah, that would not stand out to me if a guy was praying on the sideline of an NFL game. Be real, Nick. It is weird to see someone reading a book that no one has seen it before. Is interesting, considering he clearly reads that book a lot. But it's not weird for people to go, what's happening here?
No, the first time he saw it, I'm sure he had questions like, AJ, what you doing?
Yes.
And AJ says, remember who I am.
Be so for real.
Juan Brown. Okay. There's only one of me in this league. This is what I need to get going. But there's no way you're in between series. Sirianni walks by Arthur Juan Brown, looks down and reading, and just goes, okay. No, he stops.
Whatever works for you.
What are you doing, AJ?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, let me see that. Okay,
Yes.
Works for you. Then he looks at the number 3, number 4 receiver and says, stand on the sideline and get ready in case we need you.
Yep.
All right, you don't do what Arthur Juan does.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. I would love to see, like, your 4th receiver take out a book and do that and see if Nick Sirianni goes, everyone has their thing. Some people pray.
What? They'd be like, you better focus on staying on this squad next week. What you talking about?
Does it sound like Vikings head coach Kevin O'Connell is speaking about Sam Darnold in the past tense?
A winning quarterback this year and the consistency at the times he had it throughout the year and what that meant for our team, because I think that can stay with him moving forward as he goes back to work. Proud of him. Proud of, really everybody in that locker room, but Sam and the journey him and I went on this year will always, be something that's a special place in my heart for sure.
What do you think? Does it sound like a coach who's just kind of talking at the end of his season or maybe at the end of a relationship?
No, I think he's reflecting on the season. Even though this could be and probably is the end of a relationship, no, I think he's just talking about the times that he had and how Sam has grown. I think it is what it is.
The text line is very impressed with me for playing through kidney stones.
You're a soldier.
I turn to them for validation. The latest on the Seahawks OC candidates coming your way next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk.
Man, did it seem like there were a lot of Huskies on TV this weekend? Yep. Vita Vea, Greg Gaines, Will Dissly, Jalen McMillan, Cade Otten, Roger Rosengarten. And oh, by the way, I missed the beginning of the Washington-Tampa game. Why? Because I was watching Sudden Death, Sony Open, Nick Taylor, Husky great, winning once again in a playoff. The Huskies were everywhere this weekend.
Pretty much, man. It's a purple and gold world.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
I was having trouble getting up and down my stairs at home. And I thought, well, this isn't going to work because how am I going to go to Utah and do some hiking?
When Judy came to Sound Pain Solutions, her knee pain was preventing her from enjoying an active lifestyle. She was diagnosed with osteoarthritis. She tried numerous treatments and was told she should have surgery. I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. We were able to get Judy back to hiking with our comprehensive, non-surgical, and drug-free treatment.
I think that the Trigenics that they do along with the adjustment, the pressure wave, and the PRP are the best options for joint pain. And I would really recommend it to anybody who is suffering from joint pain and would like to avoid surgery.
Schedule a free consultation to learn if you qualify for our safe, drug-free, non-surgical treatment by calling Sound Pain Solutions or visiting soundpainsolutions.com.
John here with Happy Hauler. Furniture and household items you plan to throw away? We work with organizations all over Western Washington to donate used items. Happy Hauler is Seattle's eco-friendly junk removal. HappyHauler.com, hauling with a heart.
Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. The best place to watch all your favorite sports. Featuring wall-to-wall viewing screens, 6 windows, and 30 kiosks. Be there at emeraldqueen.com. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto Family.
Hello. Welcome to Lee Johnson Auto Family. This is King.
This organization's a special one. They call it the Lee Johnson Auto Family, and it's not just a name, it's not just some cliche. They foster an environment for us to become a family, to work together, to really become close, and they show us in a lot of different ways that they do value us. Is it perfect? No place is. But I've been very thankful to be here in the almost 10 years and have every plan to stay here for a lot longer and just watch it continue to grow.
He's fun and professional, which explains why so many people visiting Lee Johnson Kia ask for him by name. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto Family.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
Hey. We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, accurate auto body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
we meet by accident, fixing every last bit, accurate auto body.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
For decades, we've been more than just roofing. From siding and windows to custom decks and gutters, we've been helping customers protect and transform their homes. Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing. I'm proud to announce our new name, State Roofing and Exteriors. The same trusted team, the same quality service, now with a name that says it all. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule your free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors. Your home, your way, held to a higher standard since 1968.
From whiplash to herniated discs, there are a few car accident injuries we've all heard of. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains that even the most common injuries differ from one another.
Pre-existing conditions, health history, beginning of treatment. There are hundreds of factors that make every person and every injury unique. While these variables aid medical treatment, the strongest case recoveries must also take them into account.
Could you explain a little bit more?
Our team at Pendergast Law is obsessed with turning over every stone to differentiate each case. This requires thorough investigation, diligent listening, and relentless research. We never pursue cases with a one-size-fits-all approach. We built our success by treating every injury and every case with the individualized attention our clients need and deserve.
Pendergast Law's individualized approach to even the most common injuries makes the difference in case outcomes. It's another reason why I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast local service and an industry-leading 96% customer satisfaction rating, it's no wonder.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Get 50% off all windows plus no interest or payments for 2 years. Hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, we are going to be joined by Saints play-by-play man Mike Haas coming up in less than 15 minutes to get to know a bit more about OC candidate Clint Kubiak. Jeremy Fowler of ESPN said that Clint is going to be interviewed by the Seattle Seahawks. He also said that Clint was drawing interest from the Browns for their OC job, but they just made a hire. So he's no longer a candidate for the Browns and now could be the lone candidate for the Seahawks. Or excuse me, the Seahawks could be potentially the lone landing spot for him. Let's talk about two other candidates here, though, from two other voices. So Derek Klassen and Eric Williams were on Wyman and Bob yesterday, and they were both asked about Hank Fraley and then also Clint Kubiak and Thomas Brown, the three names linked to the Seahawks for their OC role. This is what Derek Klassen had to say about Hank Fraley.
I think for what the Seahawks need and where they need to get better and kind of just the quarterback that Geno Smith is, I think Fraley makes the most sense to me because I think to get the most out of Geno Smith, you would kind of want a team that can protect a little bit more and try to run the ball and try to get into these play action shot plays where you can really stretch the ball down the field. That to me is where you can get the most out of Geno's talented arm. I think bringing in a guy like Fraley, who's had experience, obviously, with the Lions, who maybe is going to help you coach up the offensive line a little bit better, which, again, is to me the biggest issue with this team. That, to me, seems like it solves the most problems, or at least has the best chance of solving the most problems with this team. So I'd definitely be interested in that angle.
Hank Fraley is the most interesting to me, but it is obviously solely because of his ties as an offensive line coach with the Lions. I know the Lions have great personnel up front, but I feel so strongly about the Seahawks trying to solve that.
Could you imagine your offensive coordinator being in the room with your O-lineman and teaching them everything that he knows? If I said that the offensive line is the most difficult position to evaluate and to scout for, I also think it's the most difficult to teach because there's not too many good offensive linemen out there. Bring it down to the high school level. I've coached for 15 years. I've had maybe 2 or 3 really good offensive line coach. You can find a receiver coach. You can find a DB coach, quarterbacks for days. But the offensive line is you're teaching 5 different guys at one time. And they all have to be on the same page. You have to be so specific about your calls, your adjustments, and the technique. So imagine having your offensive coordinator, a guy who is calling the plays and run the show, in the same room with the O-lineman every single day. I think that's a huge advantage for those guys because you can find guys on the outside, receiver coaches. If anyone holler at me, Seahawks, I got you. All right? It's just it's easier to find 5'9" to 6'3" guys walking the street who are 215 pounds and below and have ran routes before and understand coverages. The trenches is where it gets tough. Also, I love that he's coming from the Lions, obviously, and he knows how that offense works. We always focus on the offensive line when it comes to the offense. They determine everything, whether it's running the football, whether it's your play action, whether it's your drop back. The offensive linemen know everything when it comes to just protecting the quarterback. So that's the main thing is how do you protect the quarterback? How do you move the pocket? How do you get the run game going? You get an offensive coordinator who is an offensive lineman. He understands that to the next level.
I think people think that a great OC is going to have to be like rocket scientist level smart. Like when people talk about great OCs and look at Kyle Shanahan, I know he's a head coach. McVay, I know he's a head coach, but they're great play callers. The idea is always Mike McDaniel, also a head coach and play caller out with Miami. The idea is always, oh, these guys are brilliant. These are the nerds. These are the football nerds. And listen to them talk X's and O's. Do you think that Hank Fraley is suffering from that stereotype not applying to a former NFL center?
Yeah, for sure.
Me too.
Because the big boys aren't the 6'3", 220, great-looking dude, just all eyes on him. Look at Kevin O'Connell. This is a good-looking dude, right on the sideline. He's tall.
Yeah, he looks like Superman.
You look at all these offensive coordinators on the offensive side. They're like your average-sized man that we perceive that most people are attracted to and drawn to. The big nasties in there, right? The big nasties, people look at them and they don't, they take them for granted. But because he's with that offensive line, I think that it allows him to be creative in a different way. McDonald wants someone to be creative in that run game. I think Grubb was creative in the pass game for sure. There were some concepts that went down that I was feeling. But creativity in the run game allows for more simplicity on the outside. It doesn't mean you're just going to run straight up routes and not be creative. But your influence comes from within. On the outside, it's going to get opened up because of the influence from within.
I also wonder if we were hypothesizing like what might conversations have been like with what McDonald wanted and what Grubb wanted. And you feel like Grubb didn't have the horses in the stable that he needed in order to run the offense he wanted. Maybe Mike McDonald felt like there was a little more.
Yeah.
I wonder if part of what might be appealing about Hank Fraley is the idea of if anyone can see what we can get out of this offensive line and how far we can push it, it's this guy. Like maybe he'll just naturally have more faith and be willing to run the ball a little bit more, be willing to try some things. And it's not about being brilliant and innovative. It's about understanding the limits that you can push your O-line to.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I think obviously Mike McDonald thought that there was some food left on the plate.
I think so.
When it came to the bigs. he probably felt that the messaging and the teaching wasn't where he needed it to be. He probably felt we can get more out of Alaume. He probably felt we get more out of Christian Haynes. We can do more with Lakin. If he felt like Grubb was doing exactly what he wanted to do and getting the most out of these guys, then he would still be here today. So I agree with you 100%. Who's going to get the most out of an offensive lineman? The offensive line guy.
Another name. And Thomas Brown is a third name that's thrown into this answer. But Eric Williams initially asked who he thinks could be a fit, and he starts with Clint Kubiak.
I probably would lean towards Kubiak based on the kind of offense that he's going to put in place, which I imagine is going to be similar to McVay and Shanahan, kind of a zone run-based system with play action built off of that. I think that works well with what McDonald's doing defensively. I think he'll come in and create some innovation on offense, which is needed. But more importantly, I think he's going to create balance and have Seattle play complementary football. Thomas Brown is interesting, too. He's called plays both in Carolina and in Chicago. He's a commanding presence, having been around him a little bit when he worked with McVay and the Rams. So I'd be interested to see how they felt about Brown as well.
Clint Kubiak has a much more traditional background. Exactly what you would expect from an offensive coordinator. He's an offensive assistant. He's been a wide receivers coach. He's been a quarterbacks coach. He's been another pass game coordinator with the Broncos, pass game coordinator with the 49ers, offensive coordinator with the Saints. This is the kind of resume that you typically are going to look for with that guy.
Yeah, he's the traditional pick. You look at the offense that the New Orleans Saints ran last year. They rushed the ball about 26 times per game, about 4 more than the Seahawks. They were creative in their attack. The zone look. That's the thing, too, is if Mike McDonald wants more of a zone look, then I think that what they have now is more conducive to that. Because the zone look, you're getting double teams and guys are helping out. When you run the gap scheme, the pin, the pulls, the powers, the trap, and all that stuff, a lot of the times it's one-on-one, and we're wrapping around and getting to that next level. So depending on who he picks, it gives me an insight to what he wants to lean on. You're going to have to be able to do both. You're going to have to be able to run the zone look and the gap schemes. But, what is the scheme that you want to rely on first, second down? Remember we spoke to Halani? And we spoke to an offensive lineman. I forgot who it was. And I asked them both, when you hear this call, this play call, which one gets you going? They both said duo. Duo is essentially a zone scheme. So that lets you know what the personnel is thinking there in Seattle.
Let's learn a bit more about Clint with Saints play-by-play man Mike Haas. He joins us next.
Blue 88 on Brock and Salk.
You got to see some of the best, Brock, up front on defense this week.
Every day at 7:45.
How does Leonard Williams match up or stack up against those guys?
Yeah, none of them had the season statistically that Leonard Williams had. None of them did. None of them had the pressures. None of them had the tackles for loss. None of them had the sacks, the tackles, all of it. Let alone a pick six that totally flipped a game and really helped them win that game in New York as well. None of them did.
Blue 88, answering 3 football questions as only Brock Heward can.
Hey you, I knew I'd find you back in the same aisle. What are you looking for today? More fiber, more laxatives, more of the same ways to manage your constipation? Look, if your constipation with belly pain keeps coming back, you may have irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C. Ask your doctor how Linzess can help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
Febreze. So my home is also my office. And before I can focus, every room's gotta be clean. That means tidying up and spraying my Febreze Air Mist. Ooh, that's fresh. Febreze Air Mist scents are all high quality. They fight any weird funk, and they give my air an instant boost of freshness. So not only does my home smell good, I feel good too. After I Febreze, it's time to start my day. Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Now is your time to get into a new D.R. Horton home by taking advantage of their National Red Tag Sales event, going on right now through January 19th. Stop by any of their participating communities and find select Red Tag homes at incredible pricing. So whether you're buying your first home or looking for an upgrade, you don't want to miss the Red Tag Sales event going on right now. Discover the D.R. Horton difference at drhorton.com. That's drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
In a sea of thousands of competitors, Riverside Roofing continues to stand out. And guess what? They got openings this winter for your roof project. Call 425-949-8252 or go to riversideroofingllc.com, the roofing company you can trust.
At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, we are committed to giving you quality workmanship and white glove service that exceed your expectations. Get our exclusive leak armor installation backed by a lifetime warranty. Choose Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust.
When searching for the most advanced prostate cancer treatment, excellent outcomes, minimal side effects, and a short treatment course, CyberKnife at Swedish is top of the list. Swedish CyberKnife patients report a better quality of life both during and after treatment. Swedish CyberKnife treats patients from all over the Pacific Northwest. So if you, a friend, or a family member is diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider Swedish CyberKnife. Go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases. I've found that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Breast cancer is a tough battle for anyone to fight. But if you can't afford treatment, can't work, or can't feed your family, that diagnosis can be devastating. I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda, and I am proud to be part of Northwest Hope and Healing's mission. We provide a lifeline for breast and gynecologic cancer patients. We cover essentials like food, utilities, and childcare, so patients can focus on healing. Over the last 25 years, Northwest Hope and Healing has distributed nearly $3 million to thousands of local cancer patients. And you can help us make a difference in our community. Join us on February the 1st for Cork, Fork, and Support, an afternoon of fine wine, inspiration, and community support at the historic Hollywood Schoolhouse in the heart of Woodinville wine country. Get your tickets now for Cork, Fork, and Support on February the 1st. Go to nwhopeandhealing.org to learn more. That's nwhopeandhealing.org.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Interesting roster move for an AFC team here. Deontay Johnson has been waived after 2 games with the Texans. Houston, who has wide receiver depth concerns, is preparing for a divisional round matchup against the number 1 seeded Kansas City Chiefs. Johnson had 3 catches for 24 yards in 2 games with Houston. This after the Texans claimed him off waivers from the Ravens. Baltimore had moved on from Johnson after he refused to enter a game against the Eagles on December 1st.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Mazda of Everett.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. Let's get to know another OC candidate for the Seattle Seahawks, Clint Kubiak. Joining us right now is Saints play-by-play man Mike Haas on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. Hey, Mike, how's it going?
Oh, it's going great. You know, just kind of sitting around, nothing to do, waiting for the Super Bowl. Everything else is great.
Same. I'm going to obviously start with Clint, but I have some questions about the Saints just out of curiosity. They're an interesting team to me. I'm going to start with, though, Clint Kubiak was a name that I was hearing a ton of, as I'm sure you guys were talking about him a ton in the first couple weeks of the season. And then something happened. And what I've been trying to figure out, as someone who didn't watch Saints game closely, is whether it was Clint or whether it was injuries or the offense. How'd the season start, and then what happened?
Well, the season started magically. I don't even think anybody could have predicted. And I believe me, I spent 30 days in Irvine, California, watching every practice. I mean, even still, you're like, all right, well, let's see. It's hard to really tell. New offense, new quarterback with the new offense in his second year. But 91 points in 2 games, one on the road against Dallas and then Carolina. I mean, we came back home for week 3 in Philly expecting this to be, they were like, Clint Kubiak could have taken any head coaching job he wanted at that point. Well, the third play of week 3, play 3 against Philly, the center, Eric McCoy, gets hurt on the third play. And from that point on, it felt like an uphill battle. No Taysom, interior offensive line, no Alvin, Carr out 5 guys. I mean, it was just a one after another. Shaheed, Olave. I could go down the list. And so I don't think it was the system. I do believe it really is injuries. And then they kind of lose week 3 to Philly, game they should have won. Defense couldn't get off the field in the end. They lose the following week to Atlanta, who did not score an offensive touchdown and still won. Now you're 2-2 going to Kansas City, and it's like, wait a minute. And then it just kind of slid. That's why I think the slide begins after weeks 3 and 4. Nobody really expected to go into Kansas City on Monday night and beat them, but, you played them okay. But it was a little bit of everything, but I just believe it began with the injuries. The offense is the offense, but if you don't have the people there to run it, it's not a very good offense.
Mike, so we feel that Mike McDonald let Grubb go because of his reluctance to really buy into the run. I also think that he didn't have the offensive lineman to really commit to it because, personnel means a lot. So how would you describe Kubiak's offense? Is he a guy who leans into the run? Is it the creativity with the run of the pass, the screen? Just an overview of what to expect if he does get the nod.
So it's a wide run zone, right? And so which we thought would be perfect. You got Alvin Kamara, who's the best. Give it to him on the outside. Let him pick. Is he going to bend it back? Let him pick the hole because he's got a great feel for that. So I thought it was a great offense for Alvin. And so what Clint will tell you and what Derek Carr will say is that the beauty of this offense, when you're running it correctly, in the quarterback's first 4 or 5 steps, the defense won't know run or pass. If you're doing it well, that's the goal, run or pass. And so I do believe it is kind of a run-first offense, but it's built on the premises that you can you don't know. It's a lot of naked boots. It's a lot of taking the underneath. And so it's not – I don't know if I would say, it's a 70-30 run first, but I do believe – that to do this offense well, you've got to be able to run the football on first and second down to some degree of positivity. And the Saints did so early, and then they couldn't do it. You couldn't run the ball, and then it's a pass-first situation with that patchwork offensive line. I think the offense system itself became kind of a grab bag because you had to do it with the skill set that you had. But I do believe that I like the offense. If you got a good back like an Alvin Kamara who can kind of, pick and choose and has some sense about it, I think it's great.
I thought that Kevin Stefanski's connections with Gary Kubiak, Clint's dad, obviously, would mean that he'd be scooped up by the Browns. And so I was like, I don't even think the Seahawks are going to get a chance. And obviously we know now that he wasn't. Do you think, maybe the Browns were just really into Tommy Rees or is there any hesitancy that you think some head coaches might have with Kubiak? Like, what's the red flag, I guess?
Yeah, good gosh, I barely know the guy, right? 1 year.
What can you tell me about Clint? Tell me everything. What are his passwords?
He's a very quiet guy, very cerebral. He's not going to come in backslapping, telling NFL war stories, right? I mean, probably got 100 of them. But he's just he's not quiet on the field so much, like during camp. But he's a fairly reserved guy. I call him, he seems cerebral to me. And so he's kind of meticulous in what he does. You will work to sit on the practice field and go, all right, where's Kubiak? Right? You got to go find him. He's not loud. He will if he can be. So, yeah, the Cleveland-Seattle thing, I mean, I don't know. I don't know how he does from an interview process.
Yeah.
I think the whole thing is somewhat new. Like, I mean, wait, I'm under contract, and my current team is like, well, go ahead. We're not going to, stand in your way because they don't want to saddle a new coach with an offensive system that maybe that coach doesn't want. So it's kind of a weird parameter that both of them are in. But, I don't think there's no red flags that I can see. He's a young guy, bright, Shanahan, Tree, his dad. I mean, good gosh. Again, I've just shown weeks 1 and 2. This is my resume.
I love that you said he's from the Shanahan tree. I'm in love with everything that the Shanahan tree and the OCs do. And I think that, like you mentioned, it just puts the defense in such a bind, man. You don't know if it's run or it's pass, and then you're spread thin east or west, and I feels like it just opens up a clear picture for the quarterback when it's time to throw the football. How do you foresee a quarterback like Geno Smith operating in that type of offense?
I think similar. I mean, you need a guy that's a veteran, right? I mean, that was kind of the situation that it's tough for, a Spencer Rattler or Jake Tanner to come in and go, all right, here you go. Well, I didn't get, 10% of the reps in training camp and none since week 1. So that's the hard part. I think a veteran will love this offense, because it's really based upon the quarterback's ability to get out of the pocket, move. Again, that first 4 or 5 steps. Is it run? Is it pass? So I think from a veteran standpoint, Geno would love this. And he's got some escapability. Derek runs if he has to, but it's not on his resume. But I think as a veteran, he will like the offense, pick it up easily because it enables him to kind of showcase what he can do. And he's the one that has to sell it. He's the first 4 or 5 step that has to sell. Is it run or is it pass? And you got the skills behind you. The Saints did. When you got Olave and Shaheed and Taysom and Alvin and an offensive line, you got some people. Without them, it's tough.
Every single team not making the playoffs is asking themselves, well, how far away are you? And we've been talking about that plenty with the Seahawks. And I'm curious about the Saints, right? I mean, another NFC team that, no matter where they are, I was really into them during the Super Bowl win. It was when I was younger, and I really liked them at the time. So maybe just selfishly, I'm a little curious about how far away you think they are and what kind of situation you think they're in right now.
Well, it's tough. I mean, it's not spilled milk, but I go back and I look at the 2018 season. Saints clearly should have won the Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. The NFC Championship with the Rams and the no call. I believe they beat the Rams, should have, did, and then they go on and win the Super Bowl in 2018. They had already pushed their chips to the middle. And the way things ended after the 18 season, their chips are in the middle, and we're going in. 2019, same situation. 2020, lose to Tom Brady in the divisional round. Brady wins the Super Bowl. Chips to the middle. Sean's last year, chips to the middle. And they've been in this mode of we're a few players away for 7 years now, right? And so that's tough. And so you've been battling the cap for 8 years. You've had no significant draft picks for a time because you've been pushing everything to the middle and kicking the can down the road. So I don't know. That's a great question. I felt like skill set wise on the roster this year, they had the talent. This NFC South is always there for the taking at this juncture, but it just couldn't stay healthy. So I don't know. I mean, it's either, this is the first time they're picking 9th. This is the first time they've drafted in the top 10 since 2008.
Wow.
Dang.
Right? That's a long time. And so, meanwhile, Atlanta is picking 4, 8, 4, 8. And, same with, Carolina and Tampa. So it's going to be a little bit, I think it's kind of like, what are we doing here? Are we going to be $70 million over the cap every year? We can't do anything in free agency. Our draft picks, we're picking 25th. So I don't know. It feels like it's kind of a make or break season, probably the last with Derek Carr. I don't know, but I feel like they pushed in for 2018 and got kind of hammered, and now they're like, I don't know. Just going to blow it up for the sake of blowing it up because Sean Leffert is going to blow it up. I kind of felt no, but now I'm not sure.
Yeah, the Saints have been an interesting ride through my football experience. Obviously with Drew Brees, and where they are now, it's just it's funny to see them like this. And I always try to compare personnel, when we talk about offensive coordinators who are linked to the Seattle Seahawks. And you mentioned Kamara. I don't see a Kamara guy on this team now. I think the closest the Hawks have to a guy is Ken Walker, who I think thrives in the zone a bit, but he's constantly looking for the big plays. What about on the outside? We have a guy, JSN, who was an emerging star in this league, I believe. You also have DK Metcalf, who was probably looking for an extension. And our tight end play isn't great, but there's some talent there. What do you know about this personnel, and who do you think can shine in a Kubiak offense?
Well, here's what I mean. I'll be honest. We didn't play you guys this year, so I don't know your personnel. That's how it goes.
Fair.
When you're the play-by-play guy, right?
I feel you.
And so, but I will tell you, in this offense, with your wide receivers and your tight ends, you better be able to block on the edge. Listen, I'm assuming that it's Kubiak, right? And it's the same wide zone offense. Sealing the edge and receivers being able to block is paramount. And so if they want to do it or don't want to do it, it's going to be blatantly obvious because you're out there on an island. And so the running back takes it wide and he's going to cut back. What's his blocking like from the receivers? I'm not saying that's a first, commandment, so to speak. They got to be able to block, but you will notice it in this offense. They got to be able to block for this offense to be effective. For the running back to get to the second level, it's going to be on the receivers. Now, the beneficiaries of that is going to be the receivers. If you can run the ball respectively, first and second down, you can make some plays. And the offense is built to suck the defense in because they don't know is it run or pass, and then you get some big plays. Now, we had huge plays, 50, 60, 70 yards in weeks 1 and 2 because they were able to suck the defense in because they ran the ball pretty effectively. So I think the receivers will like it, but you're going to know what you got from a receiver, tight end standpoint, from a blocking standpoint first, because it's just too noticeable and too much on the edge or on an island. You're going to see it.
He is Saints play-by-play man Mike Haas, kind enough to join us, give us some insight here into the Saints offense under Clint Kubiak. Mike, thanks so much, man. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Mike.
Anytime, man. We'll talk to y'all soon.
See ya. Quickly, 2 things. I do have a question about what we learned from Mike.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to start with, I loved Drew Brees when I was younger. By younger, I mean like 18.
Mm-hmm.
And the Saints Super Bowl was like one of the first Super Bowls that I celebrated like out of my house. Was I out of my house? Was that 2009?
09.
Yeah. So I was in college, but like freshly in college. And I was in a house full of girls.
Did you go crazy?
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. But I was at that point living in a house full of girls. There were 8 of us, and only one other girl was a sports fan.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, guys, we're rooting for the Saints, okay? So just imagine a house full of girls going, great. Who's this guy? David? I just have nice memories of that Super Bowl. It's cute. Second thing, how about what we learned about Clint?
A couple things concern me. The wide zone. So wide zone, he's essentially saying, look, you're going to be in shotgun. You're going to see this a lot of the time. You're in shotgun. Let's say that Ken Walker is to the right of Geno. Ken Walker's going to cross Geno's face. Geno's going to hold the ball out there and take a couple of shuffle steps to the left to see what the backers are going to do. If the backers fly with the wide zone, he's going to pull. Boom, he's going to throw the football. If the backers are disciplined, they stay put. He's going to hand the football off and let these guys go. It is a offense, or that type of wide zone is huge for the cutback. You're trying to press it one side wider than your typical zone. You're pressing it outside, and you're looking for the cutback. We know Ken Walker always looking for the cutback. So it's set up for what he likes to do, but I need him to be a bit more patient with it. If he is here, Kubiak's here, and all is we're just pretending like Kubiak's here already. And another thing that concerned me is just the blocking of the tight ends, is what he said. I don't think this is an elite blocking tight end group. I'm not saying that they're bad blocking tight ends, but that's not something they shine with. I think Noah Fant is the more elusive tight end when the football's in his hand. I think A.J. Barner is the one that is developing and can do both, and then we'll see the role that Farrell Brown plays here. But I don't look at this tight end group and think they are one of the best blocking tight end groups in the game. Can they get better? Of course. So those are a couple of my concerns. I also do like that he mentioned that a veteran quarterback is going to love this type of offense.
That was interesting.
You got a veteran quarterback here with Geno Smith already. we'll see what happens there. So, no, we're playing make-believe. You know, we just pretend like Kubiak is here, and we're trying to learn about him and seeing if the philosophy fits the personnel.
Jen and Beaverton taking the words right out of my mouth, though. Very informative interview.
Yeah.
Like Mike Kane being like, what do you need to know about Clint? I gotcha. Let's get to 4 down territory.
This is 4 down territory. Going inside the game with former Seahawks and Coug wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
First down, what was the worst part of the Rams-Vikings game last night?
The worst part, one is watching the Rams. And then having my boys text me from back home, fake Rams fans. We were kids. They weren't even in L.A. when we were growing up. But all of a sudden, you're Rams fans now. Yeah. It's like being a Clipper fan, man. Rams and Clippers fans. I can't rock with y'all.
Your hate for the Clippers makes me laugh every time because they're so unimportant in my mind.
There was a time where the Clippers were whooping our butt, though.
It's true.
So that makes
Your
it
own
even
experiences,
worse.
to me, when I think Clippers, I think of just mess.
Yeah. But the worst part is knowing that those 9 sacks, tied for playoff record, 6 in the first half, they're all coming back next year. And they got sacks from every level of the defense. The D-line got some. Kobe Turner got 2. Fisk got 1. The edge rushers got some. The linebackers, you got Byron Young, you got Johnson, you got a interior linebacker got 1. Michael Hoyt. You also have the DBs, Akella Witherspoon and Kobe Durant. Everybody was going to the party and they were eating. But I'm focusing on the D-line and just the way that they played. They played like there were some 22, 23-year-olds out there who ain't never been injured or anything like that. They played with that young bull mentality.
No darkness.
No darkness. Everything is fluffy. They have good dreams at night. They sleep 8 hours. You know, no stress in the world. There was a play where Versus jumps over the pile and he Supermans just because he wanted to.
Not thinking about his ACL at all.
No, he didn't even have to. The play was already dead, but he just did it because I'm in the zone and I'm doing whatever I want to right now. And I looked at those young bulls and I said, it's going to be a long 3 or 4 years going up against them. John Schneider, Mike McDonald, let's get that offensive line right because those young bulls are here to play.
Second down. Last week you mentioned a name the Seahawks could be after. Remind us who that was and why you think it could be a good fit.
Wes Phillips. He is the offensive coordinator for the Vikings. I know you watched the game. You see Kevin O'Connell calling the plays. He is calling the plays. He's collabing with Wes. And the reason why I like Wes is, one, he's collabing with the offensive coordinator for the Vikings and Kevin O'Connell. You guys know, if you listen to the show, how much I love that offense, even though they got beat up last night. But he coached with the Cowboys. He was an offensive line coach. He coached with the Washington team. He was a tight end coach there, Rams, tight end, and then with the Vikings, he's been offensive coordinator. I like that he's touched the tight ends and the offensive line. I think they're connected. When you want to put together a efficient pass game and run game, it starts with the guys protecting the quarterback. There it is. And then you just look at his age. He's 45 years old. He's not an old guy. He's only like 7 years older than Gino or something like that, right? Nah, maybe 9. But I think he can connect. He's a name that no one's really talking about. And you know what? Actually, they started talking about it. And I'm taking claim to this.
Do it.
ESPN, Get Up, First Take. I've been talking about Wes. And I've been talking about, and I threw out Kellen Moore yesterday. Now all of a sudden everybody talking about Kellen Moore to the Cowboys. I'm just saying, look at Wes, man. You want to copycat whatever the Vikings are doing, whatever the Lions are doing. That's why I like Fraley as well, because those are the two teams that control the line of scrimmage in the NFC. I love it.
Third down. Why do you think Matthew Stafford can play another 4 to 5 years?
If he can stay healthy, he is just so efficient with his movements. He is a veteran. When he snaps the football, he shows the play fake. He takes his eyes to the right, knowing he's going to the left. I even saw him roll to the left and point to a receiver to get the safety to move, knowing dang well he ain't going over there. Flips the hips, boom, hits the running back for a touchdown. It's just, he's in complete control. And then I'm looking at the zip on the football when he throws it. His anticipation is on point. His patience is on point. His body language, his eyes. He knows the offense, the pocket presence. I mean, guys are playing until they're 40 years old. Why not this dude? If he can stay in this offense with these weapons and that defense, I think the Rams are going to be a problem for 3 or 4 more.
It was interesting because there was a period of time slightly earlier this season when Matthew Stafford was quietly playing good football, but the Rams weren't always winning because the defense was still developing, so no one was talking about it. Then the Rams won 7 of 9, but as they closed in at the end of the season and Matthew Stafford's final, like, I want to say 2-3 games, not great. Like, it part of the story was, yeah, sure, they're going to make it to the playoffs now, but is Matthew Stafford going to be able to perform? Are they going to look like the offense that faced the Bills and Vikings? The answer, at least in game 1, was yes.
Matthew Stafford is the veteran at LA Fitness when they're getting ready to play basketball, and no one picks him up. He see his knee brace, he's like, oh, whatever.
Yeah.
Then he gets on the court, he takes him a game or two to warm up, and now he's hitting jumpers, he's setting screen, he's calling guys to get back on defense. Warm that engine up. That's Matthew Stafford.
4th down. What should the Bears do at the head coach position?
Sign Pete Carroll. Do it immediately. Sign Pete Carroll. We just went through a list earlier in the season of defensive head coaches with offenses that are balling. We highlighted the Ravens. We highlighted the Bills. Who else was out there? The Commanders. But just because you're not an offensive guy doesn't mean you can't be the head coach. But this is what they should do. You sign Pete Carroll and you bring over Cliff Kingsbury and say, look, for 2 years, you sit here and you learn from Pete Carroll. This is going to be yours. Look at all this. It's like Mufasa talking to Simba. Everything that the light touches is yours, okay?
Except for that shadowy area
Except for that,
there.
you stay away from there. You better not be over there with them hyenas
You
tripping.
don't want to do that.
Okay, don't do that.
Those are the Jags.
Hey, go check out Mufasa, too, man. Good movie. Got some bangers on there, too, Matthew. Go check it out.
Let's see what's on tonight.
What's on tonight with Bump and Stacy, brought to you by Caesars Sportsbook at Muckleshoot. Now, here's what's on tonight.
The Kraken take on the Pittsburgh Penguins today at 4 p.m. Catch the game on Kong and Amazon Prime. Plus, Married at First Sight returns with an all-new episode.
I think you added that.
Nope. That's right here on the show sheet.
I don't remember that type. I don't remember typing.
I made a small edit. It's getting crazy.
Is it?
Yes.
Did they get married at first sight?
I don't think any of the couples. They do get married at first sight.
Have they met?
No, they meet at the altar.
Wow.
This show matches 5 people. They march down the aisle. They get married at first sight, and then cameras follow them for 6 weeks.
Can I say something controversial?
Mm-hmm.
Hey. Looks matter. You got to be attracted to that person.
Yes.
I'm not saying you got to be the pretty, but you got to be feeling something.
They tend to pick conventionally attractive people for these shows.
This one's a little more
I've seen
average.
A few where I would have been like, nah, I'm good.
See, Love is Blind, they pick conventionally attractive people. Married at First Sight is more normal people.
It's like personality.
Like you could go into a Safeway and find someone from this show. Like it's
That's
just
fine.
think a normal person.
But
what I'm saying is like normal. Like Love is Blind is like your hottest friend is on Love is Blind. This is just normal people, like normal people. And it's interesting watching them talk around when they're clearly not attracted to someone. And they go, there's just not a lot of chemistry.
Like if you're not physically attracted, I need to spend like 6 to 8 months with you to get to know you for real. And then maybe.
I'm going to tell you the most controversial person on this show during the break. I won't subject listeners to that. We're going to come back with Hype Train. That's what you guys are going to listen to. But Bump, Matt, and Curtis are going to have to listen to me talk about this show for a couple minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk.
Brock, you got what you wanted. You've been saying it.
And here are my boxes to check for the Mariners. You ready? Less than $5 million, utility bat, and 37 or older.
No.
Check those 3. I'm on 37 plus.
No, you wanted a guy who doesn't strike out and puts the bat on the ball, and you got one. Donovan Solano, productive player. Did it last year in a lousy hitter's park, right, in San Diego. That's a good thing.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
2 explosive bands. 1 massive night of alternative rock. Lit. Fuel. The Ignited We Stand Tour hits Muckleshoot Event Center Wednesday, February 19th. Get your tickets now at muckleshootcasino.com. Lit and Fuel. Light up the stage. February 19th. Only at Muckleshoot Casino Resort.
Please game responsibly.
You're free now. Free to fill your feed with impossibly chunky chunkers who chunk harder than you ever thought possible.
Cats, corgis, babies, baby penguins, baby pandas, chunky baby pandas.
Free to make your smart devices do silly things. Free to open a world of remote work and a portal into Gametopia.
Who's the boss now?
Free to be everything you imagine, and then some. That's how it feels to have Quantum Fiber Internet. Quantum Fiber, your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service in select locations only.
Febreze. So my home is also my office. And before I can focus, every room's gotta be clean. That means tidying up and spraying my Febreze Air Mist. Ooh, that's fresh. Febreze Air Mist scents are all high quality. They fight any weird funk, and they give my air an instant boost of freshness. So not only does my home smell good, I feel good too. After I Febreze, it's time to start my day.
Breathe happy, feel breeze. La 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 la.
Lowe's knows how to help make your Super Bowl 59 party a touchdown. Let us help you prep your home to host with top brands like Charbroil, Blackstone, and LG, so you can be the MVP of game day. Plus, use the Lowe's app to find what you need for a seamless shopping run. Or huddle up with our Lowe's Red Vest associates to help make all your game time hosting decisions.
My wife and I always loved doing everything together. Jiu-jitsu, kayaking, and intimacy was always on point. It was around my early 30s when I noticed a downward trend. Watching a lot of TV, putting on weight, and just full of self-doubt. I had tried another men's clinic with disappointing results. It's the personalized treatment I receive at Revive Men's Health that has been the complete game changer for me. I've got my energy and motivation back. I'm feeling stronger than I did in my 20s, and it made me a much better husband to my wife.
This is Dr. Andrew Allshouse of Revive Men's Health. If you're always feeling tired or moody, or your sleep is poor, you have low libido, you may be suffering from low testosterone.
Book your free T-check and exam. Call Revive Men's Health Seattle at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Cougar basketball is back.
These guys want to get better at basketball. They want to go as hard as they can in the game. They want to get their education. They want to be around each other and build a real family.
Coach Riley and the Cougs are ready.
We put in so much work all of our lives for this exact moment.
We are Wazoo. It's only on your home for Cougar basketball.
Catch the Cougs all season long on AM 770 KTTH.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
Start the year fresh with Washington Energy's New Year, New Home Sales event. Upgrade and save 15% on energy-efficient Bryant heating systems for your home. Keep cozy and safe this winter storm season with 15% off Honeywell whole home generators. Prepare for spring with 15% off beautiful Anderson windows and reliable Simonton doors. All on sale now for a limited time. It's the New Year, New Home Sales event with Washington Energy Services, bringing good energy to your home.
This is Chris Davis with the Davis Law Group. Did you know that a pedestrian does not have to be crossing the street on a marked crosswalk to have a successful legal claim against the driver? Pedestrians can even be partially at fault for a collision and still have a valuable claim. Call us today for a free consultation or get my free book on pedestrian accident law at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com. That's Davis Law Group, better service and even better results.
At Shane Company, we make finding your perfect engagement ring fun and easy. Because let's be honest, you might feel a little stressed out. We get it. That's why we do all the hard stuff. It's our job to bring you the biggest selection of beautiful diamonds and colorful gemstones, so many amazing settings, and all the customization your heart desires. We've got your style and your price range covered, and we're here to guide you every step of the way. Come in for a warm welcome and leave with your dream ring and an experience you'll never forget. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed cracks in your drywall, chimney, or exterior walls? I hope not, because if you have, they could be indications that you've got a much bigger problem with your foundation. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to stabilize your foundation. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
This hour is brought to you by Mazda of Everett.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Matt Curtis, you guys are so fortunate that you just stayed in the control room and didn't come in here because I spent 5 minutes telling Bump all about.
I'm all caught up.
Akechi and MM.
I'm all caught up.
Bump, you sound like you had a blast.
I mean, it was interesting, right?
You know, I'm the partner that is in the kitchen like, what you watching?
Yeah.
And then, okay. Then I get closer, like, she tripping.
Listen.
Then I'm laying down like, oh, no, she didn't. That's me.
There
That's
are
me.
interesting social dynamics at play. You need to watch this show, the start of this season. It's interesting. That's all I'll say.
I would have hit Stacy with a few. Oh, dang.
Oh, dang, for real?
That's what
crazy.
So
that's
crazy.
wild.
What Derek does is he learns one person's name from a show that I watch. So like if it's Real Housewives, he'll learn like Lisa's name. And he'll just constantly say, with Lisa? And he'll just like, Lisa is every character. Every woman on the show is, that's Lisa.
Yeah. Well played, Derek.
Coming up in less than 15 minutes, it's What I Need to Know. Get your questions in to the Mac and Jacks text line, 866-979-3776. Let's head to the station for Hype Train.
Hey, you forgot what we were doing, didn't you?
No.
I heard in your voice. I know you too well.
No,
I know you too well. You was like, let's get out of here.
Head to the state. Here we are. I know where we are. It's Hype Train time. Sam Darnold had a no-good, very bad game. He was sacked 9 times against the Rams, and this performance followed another one of his worst performances of the season. He has probably lost $10+ million when it comes to a new contract.
Easily.
But has he lost his spot on the Vikings? This is your Hype Train. Sam Darnold is a Viking next year.
A great philosopher once said, "You may hate me, but this ain't no lie. Baby, bye, bye, bye." Sam Darnold's out of there, man.
No.
He lost his money. You had 2 opportunities. The loss against the Lions, you're like, okay, hey, you'll be fine. Bounce back. And then you show up against the Rams, and you're overwhelmed. You're holding on to the football. You're seeing ghosts again. The look in his eyes was like, what's going on? Why am I here? Am I dreaming? It was confusion out there. He lost money. If he won that game, he'd be a starter in this league with big-time money. Now he's going to be a bridge guy or a backup.
Yeah, somewhere else?
Somewhere else.
Okay, so not boarding this train. Curtis, Sam Darnold is a Viking next year. Bump is not boarding. Are you?
I am not boarding. I think the cap incentive to have a rookie quarterback in J.J. McCarthy be your quarterback going forward, I think it's just too enticing for this Minnesota team that is probably going to need to dabble in free agency a little bit this coming season because they lack a good number of draft picks. So I think Sam Darnold walks. I think another team takes a risk on him, but I don't think he is back in Minnesota next year. So I am letting this train go on by.
I also think Sam Darnold walks, but I don't know if it's the best decision for him. Now, I always think and that every player should try to find his moment to shine, find your starting job, and obviously that applies to Sam Darnold. But Sam, you think you're going to find more support on the Raiders? Do you think, you know what I mean? Like, how many teams, when you look around the league, do you think, like, I've got it made here? You've got Justin Jefferson. You've got a solid offensive line, despite what that performance would indicate, that's getting healthier with the return of Darisaw next year. Like, it's a good situation. You just know now it's JJ's team.
They're not going to pay him what he wants to get paid.
Absolutely
Someone else
not.
is going to. His expectations have changed now. It's just go and get this bag.
You think he's a Raider?
That's what it's about. It depends on what they do. I mean, they might draft Shadur.
Yeah. Next up. Okay, so the Rams beat the Vikings, and they move on, and the Eagles will host them in the divisional round. And they're going to beat the Eagles. That's your next Hype Train. Rams beat the Eagles.
As a philosopher once said, my heart is saying no, 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 no.
It's a problematic
when it's
philosopher.
really, yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
okay,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's really no, no, no. Heck no, man. Rams ain't beating Philly. Going into Philly with all that firepower, but this is going to be a great matchup. This is a heavyweight matchup, O-line against D-line. Can these young bucks go to Philly and handle this veteran offensive line that's given her 6.7 seconds to throw the football? That's going to be the key to this game. But unfortunately, the Rams will not beat the Eagles. I'm not on this hype train. Eagles, conference championship, get ready.
We've had an empty train go through already. Will another. The Rams beat the Eagles in the divisional round. Bump not boarding. Curtis, are you going for the upset?
I'm not. I think the Eagles are just too deep of a team. They didn't look their best against Green Bay, but I'll give them a pass. I think I don't think the Rams are as talented as a team as the Packers are, so I think the Eagles will scoot on by and get to the NFC Championship game.
I'm also not boarding this train, and it's for one of the reasons that you said there. You think that it wasn't the Rams' best game, or excuse me, it wasn't the Eagles' best game, and you're right. They did not play their best game and still won because they're so talented. They can get away with a little bit more because of a lot of the pieces that they have. And I think that if they sharpen up and play a good game with those excellent pieces, I think the Rams just maybe have another year of development they'll need to add to that defense before they can fight against that offensive line. No one aboard a train. Let's see if anyone boards this one. Next up. The Mariners are done adding to their Major League roster. It's a train you don't want to board. But will you?
Stacy.
I'm sorry.
Stressing me out here. All right, so the homie Solano, how much it was $3 million, Curtis?
Yeah.
All right, and then the homie
Miles Masterboni,
how much was he?
We don't know yet.
Don't know
he was
yet?
claimed off waivers.
Okay, so probably like $1 million or $2 million. All right, so roughly gonna have about $12 million to mess with. They better not be done adding.
Okay.
They better not be done adding. So no, I'm
Not
0 for 3.
boarding.
I'm not getting on that train.
In this case, this last one's good. The Mariners are done adding to the Major League roster. Bump not boarding. He said, I sense some money left over, and you better spend it. Curtis, are you boarding? Don't do it. Curtis, don't do it.
I don't want to.
Then don't. Then don't do it, Curtis. You don't need. You don't have to. You don't have to.
I think they're done adding. I'm boarding this train. I think they have wiped their hands. They have sat on this chest of money that they're holding right now, and I think this is the team that heads to Peoria, unfortunately.
I don't think they're done adding. I just don't know that any other additions are going to blow me away. Unfortunately, I don't think Pete Alonso is being added to this team.
They need
Next
a
up-
lefty. Need Curtis out there.
Yeah. What if
Yeah.
they had Curtis?
Curtis would do it for way less than $1 million.
Yeah, I would.
We're like, Curtis, how's a 200 a game?
Yeah,
Yeah.
make a couple $100 every now and then.
Next up, last train into the station. Earlier in our show to begin an interview that was pre-taped, Matt Nelson had to mix in our show intro, and he mixed in the Wyman and Bob intro. And of course, we got a million texts from people. Is this Wyman and Bob? No, it's just Matt messing up. Matt Nelson knows which show he's working right now. That is our next type train. Does Matt Nelson know which show he's on right now?
I think Matt was up too late reading books and playing video games. So therefore, he's delirious at this point, and he thinks he's working Brock and Salk up next.
Yeah,
I think he is up.
even that is turned around.
No, you need to understand. Last night I played video games and read a book.
Oh, we knew it.
Classic Matt Nelson.
And you read a
move.
book, nerd.
Wow.
I know my Matt.
knowledge.
I know my Matt.
And you had all this sugar because we had pastries
He's
earlier.
crashing.
You were thrown off.
It's a perfect storm. I know what show I'm on. It's Mikey and Ross and
Curtis.
Curtis in the morning.
Matt Nelson knows which show he's working right now. Bump says absolutely not.
I don't
He doesn't
think
know
he's-
what day it is.
I'll do you one better. I don't think he's ever known what show he's working.
We're exposing truths today.
I have to agree with you guys. No one boarded any train except
No.
for Curtis boarding one
I
that the
did,
Mariners are
yeah.
done adding. I didn't like that one, though. Get your questions in for What I Need to Know, 866-979-3776.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
As I watched these, I was just picturing the Seahawks and how would they match up against this team? How would they match up against Tampa Bay and Washington?
Weekdays 2 to 7.
The one thing that stood out to me was it just looked like really good offensive line play. That was pretty noticeable. Another thing that stood out, mobile quarterbacks. And I'm not saying you need to be like Lamar Jackson and run for 915 yards. I mean, he is very unique, but I would like to see Geno be more mobile.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Rain, it is like our regional calling card here in the Northwest. And when we get a lot of rain, eventually the earth that our homes are built on, that becomes saturated. And that leads to groundwater intrusion in your crawl space. That's no good. Mike Salk here. And if rain or groundwater is making its way into your crawl space, it can create big problems, including structural damage or toxic mold that ventilates into your home. You don't want any part of it. That's why Crawl Pros can keep your crawl space dry by installing a crawl space drainage system that reroutes all that water back out and away from your home. They'll also inspect the crawl for mold and properly address if there are any signs of danger. Don't take a risk. Do what I did. Have Crawl Pros come out and do a free corner-to-corner inspection and learn if you have any water issues at all. They will go where you don't want to. Certainly where I don't want to. If you're worried about water damage, mold, insulation, critters, issues, or anything else related to your crawl space or attic, call Crawl Pros or visit crawlpros.com to schedule a free inspection. That's crawlpros.com.
Hi, I'm Smokey Bear, and I made an assistant to help you out because only you can prevent wildfires.
Hey, Assistant Smokey Bear. Call me Papa Bear because I'm grilling up dinner. Do you get it?
Yes, good job.
So, what should I do with all these coals?
Don't just toss them out. Put them in a metal container because those embers can start a wildfire.
I understand. The stakes are high.
Ha, 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 ha.
Learn more at SmokeyBear.com.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
Lowe's knows how to help make your Super Bowl 59 party a touchdown. Let us help you prep your home to host with top brands like Charbroil, Blackstone, and LG, so you can be the MVP of game day. Plus, use the Lowe's app to find what you need for a seamless shopping run. Or huddle up with our Lowe's Red Vest associates to help make all your game time hosting decisions.
Getting your guaranteed maximum refund with TaxSlayer feels like discovering a refund tree has grown in your backyard.
I'm the refund tree.
Sawing off its branches.
Hey.
Feeding them through a wood chipper.
My branches! My beautiful branches!
And dancing in its refund rain. Start for free and get your guaranteed maximum refund. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
Breast cancer is a tough battle for anyone to fight, but without support, it can be devastating. I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda with Northwest Hope and Healing. We provide a lifeline to breast and gynecologic cancer patients in our community. Help us make a difference by joining us at Cork, Fork, and Support, an afternoon of wine tasting and community on February the 1st at the Hollywood Schoolhouse in Woodinville. Get your tickets now for February the 1st. Go to nwhopeandhealing.org to learn more. That's nwhopeandhealing.org.
Hey, Bill! Got a leak? Need heat? Call Southwest today.
Southwest Plumbing, the one to call.
Overburdened with a bunch of stuff you don't want anymore, but feel bad throwing it away? John here with Happy Hauler, Seattle's eco-friendly junk removal. We prioritize donating and recycling. We'll help get your items to those in need instead of going to the landfill. At Happy Hauler, we pride ourselves on responsibility, community, and sustainability. We're a family-run small business that provides junk removal, donations, and recycling. Make yourself, your community, and the planet happy. It's time to reclaim your space. HappyHauler.com, hauling with a heart.
35 years from manufacturing to consulting to installations. I've taken the very best from every level of replacing windows and doors and put it into our people and processes. Hi, I'm Adrian, owner of Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Over time, we've developed our exclusive Leak Armor installation to protect your home from the harsh elements, with the peace of mind of a lifetime warranty. With a 4.9 star rating on over 1,000 reviews, we're a company you can trust. Visit us today, lakewashingtonwindows.com.
Third Eye Blind, live at Muckleshoot Event Center. One night only, Friday, March 7th. Third Eye Blind live, playing all their hits. Get tickets now at muckleshootcasino.com. Third Eye Blind, live in concert, March 7th, only at Muckleshoot Casino Resort.
This is Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. For over 30 years, Big Trees has been helping homeowners and businesses move trees with advanced equipment and a professional and proven transplant process. Need a tree moved on your property or off-site? trust the experts at Big Trees. Learn more about our transplanting process at bigtreesupply.com.
Beauty, privacy, instantly. Big Trees.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Get your questions in for What I Need to Know, 866-979-3776. Let's see. What I need to know. How good is Geno at the non-physical parts of being a quarterback? Pre-snap reads, audibles, decision-making. Honest question, I have no idea.
It's hard to tell when it comes to like audibling out of plays because I don't know what he's allowed to do. It seems like there are checks. If you look at the film, there are multiple times where players kind of touch their helmets. Like Geno says something and they touch their helmet. So he's alerting or audibling to something. How good is he at it? I don't know because I don't know what he's audibling to, or maybe he's getting out of something. There's a lot of information I don't know, so I can't tell you exactly that. But I think he's as efficient as most quarterbacks are when it comes to reads. He completed 70% of his passes.
Matt, in our last segment, Bump clocked you by saying that you were playing video games late last night and probably really tired today and out of it. And you said, you're right. I was.
Saw right through
Another
me.
listener wanted to know what you were playing.
So
was it Snowboard Kids?
No, it wasn't Snowboard Kids. I finished
Six.
that last week. There's this new game called Marvel Rivals that I've become like completely addicted to. It's sad and it's pathetic, but I love it.
Oh, sorry, I fell asleep.
Just get to the next question. When are the Mariners going to do a thing? Whatever.
866-979-3776. What I need to know. If you are dying, you're on the brink of death, and you can only watch one game, who do you choose? NFL, NBA, MLB, NHL?
NFL, for sure.
NFL.
It'd be hopefully like a playoff game, a conference championship, or a Super Bowl because the halftimes are long.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're getting
Give me
4
more
hours.
time.
Yeah.
I'm not going NBA. I want as much time as I want an NFL prime time. Like
Should we pick a
playoff
pre-pitch clock era baseball? 'Cause
Yeah,
that's going 3.5 hours.
Yeah. 866-979-3776. What I need to know, since the Mariners just signed a guy named Mastroboni, has there been a player that's had a funnier or more controversial name that you've heard or played with?
No. There hasn't.
I mean, Albert Pujols that's pretty. No one's ever. That speaks to how good he is. Is that when you say his name, you don't immediately giggle. You just think of how great of a player he
I can't think of one. I'm blanking. I'm sure it's out there. What I need to know. How's Matt Brash's rehab going? Are there any updates? I don't actually know. It's a good Shannon question.
Yeah, where's Shannon?
Where's Shannon?
Shannon!
What I need to know. Should the Seahawks try to go get John Mateer in 2 years?
Of course. Why wouldn't you want a great former Coug?
Right.
That's what we do. We make you better. Come to Wazoo.
Okay.
And we do make
what
you
we do
better.
Thank you. Cut out one forever. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Coffee or pizza?
I can do coffee.
Cut out coffee forever?
Yeah, I can do without coffee. Drink some matcha. Has some of the stimulants in there.
Pizza is my favorite food, like 90% of people everywhere. I don't know that I could go without coffee.
I know you can't go without coffee.
You don't know me. I think I have to cut out pizza, and I'm just going to find alternatives.
Mm-hmm.
Italian subs. I don't know. I'm going to figure it out.
The sauce and the pepperoni.
Yeah. 866-979-3776. Who's your main on Rivals, Matt? Says one listener.
Stacy, I am so glad you asked because I'm going to go on 5 minutes.
The
for
listener
this.
asked, not me.
Cloak and Dagger's my main. Great character. I'm also liking Rocket Raccoon. I play a lot of Penny Parker.
Oh, yeah.
And I think everyone has turned their radios off, so you guys can get back
Get
to
your
whatever
questions
you're
in
talking
for
about.
what I need to know. 866-979-3776. What I need to know, what's the most exotic food you've ever eaten?
Exotic? I don't eat exotic foods.
Have you ever tried any?
Basic.
I had snake somewhere.
Never.
Really?
Yeah.
I tried duck.
Yes, when I was in high school, I went to was it like at a restaurant? I don't know. I was with one of my best friends who's Vietnamese, and it was, I don't know if they catered it and like brought it in special or if it was at that restaurant, but everyone had it, and so I did too because peer pressure.
How was it?
I had a tiny bite, and it didn't take I was in high school, so I don't remember thinking it was gross. It was just you could have tiny pieces because there's so many bones. Like you can't like have like a chunk of it. Yeah, from my memory, I've had frog legs, alligator. I have not had escargot.
I've had escargot. It's not bad.
Really? I don't know that I could get over it.
I've had gator. Tastes like chicken.
Yeah, it does. What I need to know, if Geno had Philly's offensive line, could he complete 80%?
Nah, he'd have less interceptions, though.
I think, Philly's line is absolutely unreal. Absolutely unreal. Someone said they met someone who doesn't like pizza. You're a weird person.
They're an alien.
Yeah, I've definitely known people who are like, I just don't know what it is. I just don't like dessert. I never eat sweets. And you're like, cool.
No, you're still special.
Yeah, wow, I'm impressed. But I've never met anyone who didn't like pizza. Does Matt LARP too? Stop sending in questions about Matt. It's our show.
It's the Bump and Stacy show. Please stop talking to me.
Bump and Stacy show featuring Matt.
Matt doesn't want your questions.
It's Bump
You have
and
no
Stacy.
idea how much he hates people.
It's sports talk radio and also a guy that talks about video games for some reason.
God. 866-979-3776. Would you rather go on the following vacation or the other? See sights like museum, tour around, walk around, or just chill on the beach?
Chill on the beach. Chilling.
Yeah, chill on the beach.
I just get sunburned so easily. And sun exposure is not great for aging.
There's ways around that.
Probably ultimately beach, but under like a cabana.
Yeah.
Right?
I'd say you can have a cabana.
Yeah, and I want that. I would like that. Let's see. Do you think that a player's name or perception of it could ever influence their marketability or fan support in sports? And could this have indirect impact on overall success? I just dislike the name Shador at the end of the day. He's probably pretty good at playing quarterback. He is pretty good. And no, I don't think so.
Nah, I think the skill determines all of that.
I thought this person was going to go to like the perception, like let's say you have a perception of Shador Sanders as like he's a Nepo baby. Like I think that does alter ultimately marketability. For him, it's overall been good.
He can ball, man.
But I think that he's going to face questions about, well, you're not as athletic as your dad.
Doesn't have to be.
Exactly.
Quarterback.
Exactly. He's going to be really interesting. All right, this has been Bump and Stacy, not Matt. If you missed any part of this show, make sure you check out the Bump and Stacy podcast on Apple, Spotify, Google Play, or Seattle Sports. Wyman and Bob coming your way next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
I was looking at two teams, one that was just got eliminated, the Steelers, and then the Dallas Cowboys, who are in need of a head coach. Which situation do you think is the best one right now? Cowboys, Steelers, Seahawks? I mean, I think you could make a case the Seahawks are in a better position.
What do you think of Geno Smith if you're